Yo! All right, let me add some people, build this stuff up. Let's see. I know I got to get, gonna send a link to Caputo real here fast here. I think Steve, you're in. Waka Fire.
Hi.
Co- Hey, Steve, what's up?
Okay.
Ready for this one? All right, let me send this to Michael Caputo and we get it started. Let's see. All
Good
right.
evening, everybody.
Good evening. Waka Flocka. Long time coming, huh? All right. This is awesome. Just gonna let this build. I just want to get Michael Caputo in here because I think he's going to give a little pregame warm-up speech as one of the victims of Igor Danchenko and the rest of these scumbag Clinton people. Hey, 279er Julie. Got Cody. Yeah, we got Techno. Can I call him Travis in here? I think I will call him Travis in here. Tucker did it.
This is filling up nicely.
I know. What a crowd.
All in one
All right.
all in a couple of minutes. This is fun.
I know, actually, I think it's because I set this timer thing up so then people could actually know when it was happening. All right, we got Michael in here. I'm going to invite him to speak. Michael, what's going on? Is it working? Let's see. Michael, I invited you to speak, so I don't know if you have to click on the invite speaker link. I've never actually done this, so I've never been a speaker in another one, so I'm not sure how it works.
Okay.
Steve, do
Mike,
you just have to click on?
I just did it. Michael, there's a icon on the bottom left of your screen which you probably have to click on.
Not sure if you can see it. Let me check my DMs real fast. I'm just DMing you guys. 1 second.
He may be having the same
How's
problem that
that?
I had last time in the
Oh,
equipment.
he's in.
Okay.
Hey
All
guys,
right,
can you hear me?
we can hear you loud and clear.
Great. I'm sorry about that. This is the first time I've done one of these things. It's pretty interesting.
Oh, no problem. All right, I guess we got enough in here. I think I'm just going to get started. Hey, Jeff, I'm gonna bring Jeff in here too as a speaker, obviously. Um, so I think we'll just get started. I think we have enough in here. We can get ready to go. So obviously we're all here because Igor Danchenko was indicted this morning, and if we all know that Igor was Christopher Steele's primary subsource. And before we get started going into the indictment, two other things. I want to kind of do two things first. I first want to give the pregame warm-up speech to this to the victim, Michael Caputo, which he obviously wasn't in the Steele dossier, but everything downstream of the Steele dossier, which is the Mueller investigation, is definitely derived from Igor Danchenko's lying ass. So I want to give him the pregame warm-up speech to go after these. I know his wife gave him permission to talk about Mueller and Steele or whatever he wants to talk about, but I figure I give a little bit of a shout out to some of the victims of this freaking mess. And then I also want to give, after Michael's done giving the pregame, I want to do a little bit of a prayer for Sergey Milian, who's having some familial troubles with COVID, and that's why he can't be here today. But obviously, it's vindicated with this indictment of Igor Danchenko. So, without further ado, I don't want to get too much into the details yet of the indictment and background information on that. But I'm just going to give it up to Michael because obviously he's been uh, scarred probably for the rest of his life from this, monetarily, mentally, probably all of it. But I mean, I'm just going to give him the microphone right now. Michael, welcome aboard. Obviously, he was on the campaign and worked in the Trump administration as well. But was obviously badgered by Weissman and the rest of these fucks. So, Michael.
Hi guys, thanks a lot. Listen, first of all, I want to thank all the hosts and everything here. Um, I got dragged into House Intelligence Committee hearings, Senate Intelligence Committee, Mueller. I was interrogated several times. And it cost me, gosh, about $300,000 in legal fees. And my family's a pretty modest family. I do pretty well compared to I did pretty well compared to the American average. And I had been in politics for quite some time. So this was a political game, and I knew it. And I play hardball. I don't. I mean, I always have. I played in some of the hardest places, including Russia, which is one of the reasons why they targeted me. I lived in Russia for almost 7 years. I was sent there in 1994 to work on the Russian elections, sent there by the Clinton administration, by the way. Even though I have a long record of working for Republican candidates for president, I had just come off the 92 Bush campaign working against the Clintons as director of media services in the Bush campaign. But I was brought over to Russia to start something called Rock the Vote Russia. I worked in Rock the Vote here, if anybody remembers that, an MTV program leveraging the fame of rock and roll stars to try to get young people to vote. Young people were not voting in Russia. They wanted to get them to vote because the retirees, the pensioners, were voting in droves, but they were all voting for communists. The young people were supportive of the democracy oriented candidates, but none of them were voting. I was sent over there to start Rock to Vote Russia, and I stayed for 6+ years. I was an advisor to the Kremlin off and on for a lot of those years, always under Yeltsin, who was a very close ally of the United States until the day he died. When Putin came in, I didn't know him well. I met him several times. He did not like any of the Americans who were working in the Kremlin. And when he came in, I decided to beat feet, get out of Russia before something happened to me. Never really got involved in the Kremlin after he became president. However, fast forward, I mean, I don't know if people know this, but I've known Donald Trump since I was in my 20s. I'll be 60 next year. As someone a long time connected to Roger Stone, Roger introduced me to Donald Trump in 1988, and I was his driver off and on when he came to Washington. Donald Trump's driver a couple of times, and wove myself in and out of the fabric of Donald Trump's life here and there as a backbencher staffer. Got a little bit more involved with him in trying to recruit him to run for governor of New York in 2014, 2013, and then tried to help him buy the Buffalo Bills. I'm from Buffalo. Buffalo's my team. And then when he decided to run for president, I ran New York State and as the director of the primary. I left the campaign early in an argument with Corey Lewandowski. Corey and I have never been friends, but stayed supportive of Donald Trump. And then when Trump was elected, of course, like everyone else involved, I was very happy, celebratory. And I thought all the Hillary Clinton's references to Donald Trump and Russia were a joke. I mean, a complete joke, an absolute joke, because none of us were in contact with the Kremlin during those days, talking to anyone. I couldn't have imagined anyone. I was, while I was a friend of Michael Cohen's, I'm not a friend of his now. The accusations against Michael Cohen about Russia and Russian agents and Prague and all this, all a bunch of crap. And I couldn't understand where this was coming from. I didn't understand that the Steele dossier had played a role in all of this. And when I went to the president's inauguration in January, I couldn't understand all the vitriol about it. I mean, I remember being with the president and the first lady and laughing about the Russian, accusations, and then in March actually February, that was January 17th, Inauguration Day. February 17th, my Ukrainian wife, not Russian, Ukrainian, who I met while working in Kiev on a campaign, was sworn in as a citizen of the United States. And on March 20th, a month later, I guess maybe March 20th, there was the House Intelligence Committee hearing. I was out of the country, and the Intelligence Committee was clearly a staged event, even though it was controlled by Republicans. The Democrats had a set of questions for James Comey And suddenly, out of the blue, I was brought up, and my wife was brought up. And suddenly, all the laughter about the Russia hoax and all the accusations against the Trump campaign came home to roost on my family. That night, we got innumerable death threats. And I got a set 2 calls from a guy when I was literally out of the country. I got him on my cell phone, and he threatened, he says, I know you're not home. I'm going to burn your house down with your children inside. Ladies and gentlemen, my daughters today, 5 years later, are 7, 9, and 19. I had very young children. My 19-year-old was a freshman in high school. And I, of course, was very disturbed by this, and it just got worse and worse and worse from there. Our lives were completely destroyed by the Russia hoax. $300,000 in legal fees. We were not a family that could handle that. Luckily, we raised a lot of that from Donald Trump's supporters, but I could not understand where all this was coming from. I didn't understand it. I didn't get it. Um, fast forward a bit of time and we find out down the road, down a bit, that this all comes from this Russia dossier. We heard about it from BuzzFeed first. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, when you hear something from BuzzFeed, you must immediately discount it. These are not legitimate media organizations, but down the road, we now know that even New York Times and Wall Street Journal and Washington Post are completely unreliable because they all bought into it and completely. And they were played like a fiddle. You saw reporters from the emails that the hosts here have dug up from different filings, especially in litigation uh, involving Alpha Bank. They were getting their stories approved by the people around this bogus dossier, approved by them, running them by them early. The whole idea that we, ladies and gentlemen, we are in the post journalism phase of modernity right now. We do not have journalists beyond the people, the independent journalists who are on this damn call right now. There is no journalism in this country. My wife, who grew up and went to school in Ukraine, and she and I were talking today after the Danchenko indictment. We realized, we agreed. We are in the post-journalism phase of American modernity. We do not have honest journalism in America. She likened it to the journalism in post-Soviet Russia. Was absolutely in Ukraine. She reminded me of a time when the leadership of Ukraine was scripting all of the news organizations in Kiev. You watch it now. If you watched Tucker Carlson tonight, they were Jesse Waters was the host, and he was talking about how the talking points being used by MSNBC and CNN on the Virginia election all use the same words. One word in particular is dog whistle, without ever defining what they mean by dog whistle. This was all scripted crap, and the Russian dossier, the coverage of it was completely scripted. And now we have reporters who are digging up. Oh my God, Igor Danchenko was indicted today, and breaking news, Igor Danchenko. These same people who are breaking this news knew this guy was a scumbag from the very beginning, knew it all along, and they're breaking this news as if it is a redeeming value to them. I sent a tweet tonight to Ken Delanian and all these people from NBC who are breaking this news, and I told them the fact that you covered this bogus Russian dossier breathlessly from the very beginning and destroyed my family and every single other family, dozens of families involved in this on the Trump side, destroyed us. There is a crater where my family once was. You want to see somebody destroyed? They are stomping on Roger Stone, stomping on him, and stomping on him, and stomping on him. They want him dead. And that comes from the Department of Justice, who followed the Steele dossier down the road like a bunch of children. And these NBC reporters and CNN reporters who are reporting on Danchenko today, they are all going to hell. Every single one of them is going to hell. And these stories they're doing on Danchenko and Suspin and all these other scumbags who put this whole crap together, this is not going to redeem them from burning in the fires of hell. God damn them all to hell. Every single one of them. I did all this research myself for a long, long time. I had great attorneys, a former U.S. attorney from New York, a very dear friend, a Republican, a very dear friend of mine in Florida, who was former U.S. attorney under Clinton, has also been advising me for free. My attorney in New York was very expensive, but very worth it. Ladies and gentlemen, I had more powerful, more intelligent, better attorneys than anyone else in the Russia investigation, including the president. And the reason why I knew is because they wanted my balls. They wanted me bad. They wanted me so bad that they sent an FBI informant to me to offer me information on Hillary Clinton. If you haven't heard about this, his name is Henry Greenberg, a longtime informant for the FBI, a violent felon, came to me and offered me information on Hillary Clinton when I was working on the staff at the Trump campaign. And I turned it down and said, "You want to talk to somebody? Go talk to Roger Stone. He's outside the campaign. I'm here in Trump Tower. I'm too busy." He went to Roger. Roger met with him for like 10 minutes and told him to pound salt because the guy wanted some millions of dollars for a bunch of information we didn't even know was worth anything. It wasn't even emails. It was something about the foundation or something. Completely, probably a by the by. I was on the phone with arranging that for about 2 minutes. I didn't even remember it. But when I did remember it, I researched the guy and found out he had been an informant for the FBI for 10 fucking years. 10 years. And he had been in the United States on an FBI informant visa for 10 fucking years. And they sent him to me and they set me and Roger up and we discovered it ourselves. I hired a private investigator, cost me a lot of money, and I pulled up legal proof, federal filings in federal court that proved this guy, Henry Greenberg, fake name, was a federal informant, an FBI informant. And when I gave that information to Robert Durham, I never heard anything back. When they brought it up in the Mueller report, they lied about him. They lied flat out in the Mueller report. I could go through it hammer and tongue if you wanted me to, but I don't want to spend too much time on it. Henry Greenberg, a FBI informant, was was sent to me and sent at Roger Stone, and the Mueller team lied about it. Absolutely lied through their teeth. There are lies throughout the entire Mueller investigation. And here's the problem I have with Danchenko's arrest today. The same problem I had with Sussman's arrest. The same problem I had with the other junior lawyer from the Mueller team who was arrested. First of all, the Sussman and Kleinsmith, the lawyer from the Mueller team, are never going to see a fucking day in jail. If you think Sussman's going to jail for lying to the FBI, I got a fucking bridge in Brooklyn to sell to you. These are all team players, ladies and gentlemen. They had to arrest Sussman in order to get these other people in. And Sussman's never going to see a day in jail. If he does, I'll be happy. He should. But those motherfuckers from that law firm, Mark Elias and all these guys, they should all go to jail. They destroyed my family and a dozen plus other families. Let me tell you something, ladies and gentlemen. I went from having my entire life destroyed, having my children threatened. I had men after man after me, and three different men arrested for threatening my family. One, a 35-year-old Democratic socialist from Buffalo who was who was harassing my 7-year-old daughter. I had each of them arrested, and they were released by the judges. I went on to serve on the COVID task force as Assistant Secretary of Health under Trump. So stressed out by all this, I got cancer. I got cancer on I diagnosed September 16th last year, and I went down hard. 35 radiation treatments later, I wanted to die. This stress gives you cancer. We had 5 people involved in the Russian investigations who got cancer. One of them died. God bless him. What a great guy. Roger Stone's wife got cancer. She's being treated right now. I hope she's fine. You know, Rick Gates, who gave up his friends because he was under pressure from the Mueller investigation, his wife got cancer. When she got cancer, the Mueller investigators put the screws to him and said he was going to watch his wife's funeral from a Zoom in prison if he didn't cooperate. These people are sick fucks. But what bothers me and my wife about the Danchenko arrest is that I know Danchenko, not much, but I met him in the 90s when he was just a kid. Late 90s, I was involved in the elections in Russia, involved in the Kremlin. And Danchenko and a lot of kids like him who went to second-rate schools in Russia were pushing around, dawdling around Russia, grifters trying to push their way into U.S. projects, USAID projects. Danchenko was a grifter, going to receptions, trying to, work at different organizations, U.S. organizations that they were funded by USAID. And I think I met him twice. I disregarded him as a grifter, just some kid who probably bought his diploma from Perm University. Because, by the way, in the 90s in Russia, everybody bought their diplomas from their university. Nobody went to class. If they had money, they didn't have to go to class. They paid their instructors and they got grades. They bought their diplomas. Perm, where Danchico went, was one of the worst, selling diplomas like they were selling ice cream. So I dismissed all these people that came to me. Danchico was a grifter then. He was a grifter later. He's a grifter now. And if they built the entire goddamn Steele dossier on that grifter, then it was not worth a goddamn thing. And here's what I can tell you. Steele knew he was a grifter. The FBI knew he was a grifter. They all knew he's a grifter, but they built their case on him anyway. You know why? Because what they wanted to accomplish, they needed somebody, just anybody, to say what they wanted to have said. And Danchico was willing to say it. We heard about it, right? Danchico was given information by a Hillary Clinton connected PR guy. Danchenko was introduced to that PR guy by Fiona Hill, that bitch. Fiona Hill, we all know her, is participating in the second fake impeachment of Donald Trump. I always laughed when people talked about the deep state. I laughed about it. I am now a graduate of the Deep State University, ladies and gentlemen. My cancer is gone. I'm going to be fine, but I've lost everything. I'm still here for my children. But last year when I got cancer and I went down and I couldn't even lift my head, I couldn't afford attorneys anymore. I relied upon the research of people who were just posting it, who were able to, access public documents, digging up things that I couldn't dig up because I couldn't even lift my head. Let me tell you something. If it weren't for the work of independent journalists, we wouldn't know any of this. Let me tell you something. I don't even think there'd be a Durham investigation if it weren't for that. Do I believe Durham is going to come at the people that deserve it the most? Weissman, that scumbag. Zelensky, that scumbag. All these scumbags who just relentlessly pounded on all of us. Are they going to get it? They're not going to get it. What bothers me and my wife about the Danchenko arrest today, about the Sussman arrest, about the Kleinsmith joke of a prosecution. You think Kleinsmith altered that email because it was his idea? Bullshit. He was told to alter that email to try and make it look like poor Carter Page was guilty of something. He was told to. He was a junior attorney on the goddamn Justice Department who would have sucked any dick to be advanced in that scummy organization. If you think Weissman, Zelensky are going to be suffer 1 second of scrutiny, I don't know what to tell you. The person, Mark Elias, should be arrested. There are so many people serving in the Biden administration who must be arrested. But most of all, the person who needs to be arrested is Hillary goddamn Clinton. She laughs about this today, ladies and gentlemen. She laughs about this. She knows what she did. She put the entire weight of the deep state, the corrupt and stench-filled federal government. The Department of Justice is so broken. It is shattered beyond repair. The FBI needs to be disemboweled completely. And we need to start a whole new organization all over again. The FBI, by the way, I've said this before and I'll say it again. I have worked for the feds on and off throughout the last couple of decades on Russia. I have provided information to the FBI over and over and over again on Russia because, as a patriot, when the FBI called me, when the CIA called me, when any government organization called me and asked me questions about Russia, I was proud to answer because I am proud of my country. But if the FBI called me today, they wouldn't get an answer. If they came to my door, I'd slam it in their face. This whole thing is fucked up, ladies and gentlemen. What's going down today with Danchenko indicates to me that the real culprits in this are not going to be arrested. They are not going to be punished. I want to be wrong. I want to be wrong. Please prove me wrong. But my family, ladies and gentlemen, the other families that were wrapped up in this, and the Trump family, ladies and gentlemen, and your family, we all deserve better. We live in Russia, ladies and gentlemen. There was no Russian collusion. We didn't need to collude with Russia. We live in Russia. This is the kind of shit that goes down in Russia. We live in Russia. So I'm looking forward to listening to this tonight. I want to thank every single person who has put out this important research that has kept me alive for the last year. I want something good to happen. I want Hillary Clinton to be arrested. Arrest Mark Elias. Arrest Weissman. Arrest Zelensky. Arrest all these scumbags. Disband the FBI. Turn the DOJ on its head. Thank you.
Well, I don't know how to follow that, Michael. That was incredible, and I mean, it's almost bringing me to be speechless, even though usually I am. I only tweet, but I mean, that's what I felt the last 5 years. I mean, obviously, like nothing like you have, but all these families, dozens of families, have just been tortured by these fucking idiots that basically goes up to Hillary Clinton. And I just want to thank you for fighting the entire time, and I wish I was. I mean, I'm in the same boat that I don't think it's going to go up to the people that actually deserve it, but at least we're getting some of this stuff. And I want to say that, like you're talking about with your cancer, which I mean, prayers that we're so glad you survived it, and everybody else. Prayers out to you, and hopefully, you'll there will be a vengeance in your future. I hope Weissman and other people get that. But as a scientist, I know exactly what you're talking about. Cortisol and inflammation and stuff like that, and stress will definitely lead to cancer and stuff like that. And I'm sure the numerous people that unfortunately got cancer surrounding this situation is probably because of these lower scumbags.
Well, again, I just want to say one thing. I'm in remission, and because of all the harassment and the death threats, my family and I left New York, and we now live in the free state of Florida. We're living in an undisclosed location. One of the things I've done is that I've left politics. I even though I did it for 35 years, I was pretty good at it globally. I'm now in another industry entirely, and I'm also enrolled in a master's in theology. When 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 Danchenko was arrested today, and I got the news. My wife knows I get very upset when these things happen, and I walked over to my Roman Catholic cathedral here near my house, and I sat there on my knees saying the rosary because I want to be calm. I don't want to be stressed. I want these bastards to go to jail, and but I'm okay. I lost 100 pounds beyond everything else. I lost everything. I'd even lost 100 pounds. Now, I was a fat ass. I can tell you that. I don't need to gain that back. But I'm still recovering. I'm really weak. My health is not good, but I don't have cancer. And I also want to say hi to Svetlana. I've never met Svetlana, but she also suffered a great deal in this situation. There are probably other people on this call who've been through hell. But Svetlana, I know you have. And one day I hope we meet, and God bless you and your family.
Yeah, thanks for that, Michael. Or
yeah, thank
Svetlana,
you
you're
so
here.
much, Michael. It was very nice to hear your voice, and I'm very grateful that first of all that we meet like this. Probably not the best circumstances, but here we are. And secondly, I think it's very important that and I think it's great that the people here, you guys are like this amazing researchers, but I think also it's your humanity that I think is really important, because I think as interesting as some, making kind of, discoveries, etc., for all of us has been, but I think we need to remember what Michael was talking about, and a lot of you have been talking about, is the cost. And it's the cost to the individuals, it's the cost to families, it's the cost to your country. It's this cost of last 5 years where so many better things could have been, been done instead of this nightmare happening. And I'm with Michael in the sense of it's a bizarre feeling when you have, you have developments in this case, and it's good that something is finally happening, but it's also almost kind of, if you're like person who suffered through this, it almost like gets you even angrier because you're reading it on a piece of paper, but nothing can give you, those years of your lives back. And so I think thank you for everyone who supported people through this. Thank you for Michael to making, um, you know, um, this very, very important speech about the human cost of it. And thank you to those who are maybe not here, but the other families, like you said, that suffered through this and, hanging there.
Yeah, thank you so much, Svetlana. And I mean, we've talked so many times, and I mean, there's so many dozens of other people, but you, Michael, uh, Carter Page, so many people that are just destroyed by this. But I also want to bring up Sergei Milyan, who was just completely exonerated today by the indictment, who Igor Danchenko mainly probably drugged down potentially the most, given he actually said that Sergei Milyan was a source for the dossier when he had no part in it. He had no contact with Christopher Steele or any of these fucking idiots. And then they go on and Simpson and these other guys leak a story that, like, in January 23rd and whatever it was, that Sergei was a source, and they try to blame the dossier on Sergei as him being the main source. And I just want to say that Sergey couldn't be here today. I know it's kind of bittersweet, but his family, his mother and his sister, he told me, have COVID and they're struggling with it. And he said he's in a very hard place right now with that. So I wanted to do a little 10-second prayer for him, and of course for all the other people hurt by Danchenko and the Mueller entire thing. Prayers for Michael and Svetlana and the entire crew, but especially, or not really especially, but for Sergey too, because I wish he could have been here. So let's just take like a 10-second prayer for all the victims, if we can. All right. Hopefully that collective consciousness might have sent something towards Sergey's family, because I know he deserves it. I think we can get into it now. I mean, we're all here basically because this asshole Igor Danchenko was indicted today. And if people don't know who Igor Danchenko was, he was Christopher Steele's primary subsource, or only source, they say, for the Steele dossier, which obviously led to this entire cascade of events that Michael and Svetlana were just talking about. I wanted to go on off of what Michael said. Without some of these, I mean, not just me, but all of us here, we probably would have never known Igor Danchenko's name, to be honest, until today. Durham might not even know his name. But about a year and a half ago, we started, or maybe started the Horowitz report. When that came out, it came to be known that Steele had one primary subsource for all this information. And me and Steve and Hans and Walk of Fire started a little group, and we wanted to figure out who that primary subsource was. So we kind of set up this sort of foundation of what the primary subsource could be. He obviously wasn't Russian based. We figured that out, other things like that. So we started this little project to try to figure out who the primary subsource was. So when Lindsey Graham started up this investigation, and finally Bill Barr released this, they call it an electronic communication of basically an interview with Igor Danchenko, we got a little bit of a glimpse into who this person was around July 18th or something like that, maybe July 17th when that was released. So we started going through that electronic communication where a bunch of stuff bunch of names and everything was redacted. But Walk and Fire has this great system where he can take a redaction, turn it into various coded codes of how many letters there are in a first name and last name. So we figured out that the code of that name was a 4-letter first name and 9-letter last name. So we started looking into Steele's background and possible connections. And I think 2 days later after we got that, I remember it was my birthday. I was at the Lake of the Ozarks. So I wasn't working on it, but kind of a person popped out of nowhere named him. You guys all know who he is. He's still around. I still talk to him today. But he figured out who Igor Tanchenko was, and he created a blog post, and then he popped it on Twitter, and we went to that blog post. It said Igor Danchenko is Steele's primary subsource. So at that point, we figured out who the subsource was. That led to kind of a little project. So once we knew the subsource was, we could figure out who the sources were of Igor Danchenko and basically the Steele dossier. So after that, it took us probably about a month or something like that. We figured out there's 5 subsources. We figured out all of them. And Olga Galkina happens to be one of them, who's the source of the Cohen and Prague crap, and she happened to be mentioned in the indictment today. So that's where it started. So I just want to say, without us, I don't think we would have ever known Igor Danchenko is. I don't think maybe Durham would have even investigated it. But we figured out all this stuff. Like Steve likes to say, we figured out that this supposed phone call between Igor Danchenko and Sergei Milyan never happened. We pushed that heavily, and I think that's kind of led to these events today. So obviously we got this indictment today talking about Igor Danchenko lying to the FBI multiple times, and especially lying about his connection to this PR firm executive named Charles Dolan, who's also an associate of the source Olga Galkina. And I don't really want to go on any further, but maybe somebody maybe since Steve's in here, I don't know if we want to go into any more background, but I'm just going to bring Steve McIntyre on because he hasn't got to talk in much of these, and maybe we'll start off with him where we want to go on the indictment. If we want to go in the background of the indictment or what we want to do. Steve, you there? Am I talking to you guys still? Anybody else?
Yeah, I can hear you there.
We can hear you. We can hear.
Oh, okay. Hans?
Cool. Can I jump in, yeah?
Yeah, you can jump in, Hans. Go for
it. July 17th, that was my birthday. We were out in near Lake Huron camping, and I remember running around the forest like a madman just trying to get some internet. That's when Lindsay published the electronic communication with Danchenko. Yeah, no, thanks to Michael and Svetlana. I mean, that's you guys are the victims here, obviously Sergei as well. And, you know, it's terrible what you all went through. I think today was like a little ray of hope. I just wanted to add something that kind of maybe makes it a bigger ray of hope, in my view anyway. I agree with Michael that we're not going to get the big guys because I think Durham is on this private track, private actors, not the public actors. I think he'd have been shut down if he was after the other ones. I think that's the only reason they allowed him to continue. I think that's sort of the sad news. That said, I think there's a clue in what we got today that it might go further, or at least we'll find out. There is certainly a clue. We'll find out whether Durham takes it any further. And that's the fact that Danchenko, when he went in to do his interview in January of 2017, he had this Queen of a Day deal. So he was basically scot-free. He could do whatever. He could just walk away. No matter what he had done before, lied or whatever, it doesn't matter. You go there, you tell the truth, and you're scot-free. You're good. And he didn't do that. Now, that's just incredible. You know, no one would do that. His entire incentive would have been tell the truth and be done with all this crap and just move on. He didn't do that. So the question is, who put him up to lying to the FBI while he was under this immunity deal? That's something you basically never hear of, which, by the way, will cause him a lot of trouble going forward because that's not good when you lie to the FBI to begin with, but when you lie to the FBI while you're under an immunity deal, that's really, really bad. So bad news for him. But I think if Durham is really interested, and this is the clue for us, whether he is or not, he's going to go and try and figure out why Danchenko lied. Who put him up to it? Someone put him up to it. We know Danchenko's lawyer is a guy called Mark Shamel, another total scumbag. I don't know what's going to happen with him. Did he give Danchenko bad advice? I don't know. Did he tell Danchenko to tell the truth? I don't know. Who paid Shamel? I mean, this is a question I've been asking for over a year. Who pays this guy? This is a high-powered DC lawyer. These people are expensive. Danchenko doesn't have the money. Someone pays. So up to today, I kind of thought probably Simpson and his gang. You know, you bring in Daniel Jones and the money that's coming in from there and so on. Somehow, you know, that was arranged through there. Now I'm not so sure anymore. You know, is it Dolan maybe? We don't know. But anyway, that's a huge rabbit hole that is totally unexplored. And as I said, I think if Durham does something with that, then we're in much better shape. If he just lets it go and just says, you know, he lied and he's going to go to jail and we're going to all blame this on Danchenko, then yeah, that's not so great. Anyway, those are a couple of thoughts from me. I'll just hand it over. Is Steve back? I see he is.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yeah.
Yeah. One thing I just in the sort of introduction of the identification of Danchenko, the connection to Sergei Milian in that process is important and worth recalling. On the Saturday, on the Sunday when the initial identification of Igor Danchenko was proposed by the we sent Sergei a suggestion that he go through his emails in July and August of 2016 and see if he had any emails from Danchenko. And he found two emails, both of which are mentioned in the indictment. The two emails were what I would say clinched the identification of Danchenko and enabled us to go from just some guy putting a name out there on a blog to making a firm identification. And we did so. We waited to do so while we were trying to harvest Danchenko's social media, but it started disappearing just as we were doing it. So Danchenko, so we announced it, and that our announcement was what sort of put him in play. And the elements of the indictment, there's nothing in there that we hadn't figured out by the end of July of last year. And it's really quite startling where the information from the PR executive is new, but none of the allegations or incidents that relate to the PR executive they're sort of in the chicken feed aspect of the Steele dossier. They don't connect to elements that were in the Intel assessment. And in a sense, it's much less central than the Million, which Durham's had for a year and 3 months, and they haven't added anything to what we had in July of last year.
Yeah, I think so too. And like one of the main takeaways I take away from the indictment is, I mean, I'm assuming everybody read this, but they kind of stray away from, I mean, obviously they say that the PR executive was sort of a potential source from sort of kind of interior Russian politics, but you don't mention sort of the meat of the Steele dossier that sort of actually pushed into the Mueller report. You wouldn't have, I mean, the sort of interior Russian politics didn't have any effect on collusion between Trump. So, like Hans is saying, who was putting up Igor to lie when he had a freaking immunity deal? It wouldn't have hurt Steele if he just would have said, "Oh, I just made it up to steal." I mean, it might have hurt his business, but that wouldn't have hurt him legally or anything like that. There's something bigger where Igor can flip on, and I turned to Reports 95 where they actually bring in the week where there's some sort of conspiracy where the Trump campaign was involved in the hack and led to the WikiLeaks dump. And also the same thing with the Cohen in Prague, where he supposedly met with Russian officials about the hack and stuff in Prague. And what they say is, or at least Igor Danchenko says, he got that information from Olga Galkina. and Olga Galkina from the indictment, all I can see is that she really just wanted a job potentially with the State Department in the Hillary campaign, and she's a huge Hillary Clinton supporter, which is another story. There's another person who wanted to be in the Clinton administration, but I didn't see anything about the Cohen and Prague stuff coming from Galkina. So potentially Galkina is also exonerated too. So you want to look if you're going to flip Danchenko at all, you got to flip on the big stuff. So who came up with this idea of Cohen and Prague or the conspiracy that involved WikiLeaks and hacking? And you go back to the Ratcliffe letter where they said that the Hillary Clinton campaign, one of the foreign policy advisors, whatever, approved of this operation to pin Trump to that. So that's where I see where Igor could flip up from where we are now.
Well, yeah, I think the big step and the difficult step will be finding the link. I would say that the idea of Russian collusion was put into play in a big way on July 25th by Robbie Mook on the Sunday. It was the 25th or the 24th. It was on the Sunday, a couple of days after WikiLeaks dropped, and Podesta and Mook and others had met on the Saturday to put the Russian collusion meme into play as a way of deflecting from WikiLeaks. And I think that it's important to keep the events of that last week in July separate from the Cohen incident, which is a strange incident and deserves lots of attention on its own. Because in the week between, because on July 29th, there's a summit meeting at Perkins Coie, at which Steele flies over. One of the new pieces of information in the indictment is that Danchenko says that he had issued a report in the previous 36 hours, which led to Steele coming over for the summit meeting. So that, I think, puts a timestamp on Report 95 that we didn't have before. So it's coming out on July 27th or so. And at that time, all hell's breaking loose when you think about it, because the Papadopoulos story is on reported into the FBI on the 26th. Brennan meets with the Obama office on the 28th or 28th. Sussman and Elias meet with Steele and Fusion on the 29th. Crossfire Hurricane opens on the 30th. So there are a lot of moving parts in that week, and it's still unclear sort of exactly who was doing what to whom.
Right. And especially that Ratcliffe memo or letter, or whatever they call it. I feel like that was released on the 28th, I believe. And that's when Report 95 came out. So I think there's some sort of relationship there.
And
Yeah.
I think, sorry, hi. And I think it's very interesting, Stephen, and I'm not sure how it's okay to call you fool.
Yes, I prefer that.
Okay.
That's what my mom calls me.
Mr. Nelson. I think it's a very interesting point about the CIA, because I think one of the things we discussed on and offline is that somehow the very same, quote unquote, intelligence that was in the Steele dossier somehow ended up being independently given to Brennan. And there are three kind of aspects to that. So obviously, there's a bunch of stuff that obviously Danchenko either admits that he's done, or obviously we see from the indictment he's definitely done, about, for example, the P tape and stuff like that. But the unresolved question, for example, and I think Mr. Nelson did a lot of work, and I think Stephen also did a lot of work with regards to the Strubnikov story, where basically there was this allegation that this former head of Russian intelligence was the source of the main, allegation that Putin somehow installed Trump through Russian intelligence. And Steele says that to Orr, Steele says that to Kavalech, the State Department. And also that is, the key aspect of the Steele dossier, in the first memo. And obviously, no matter what one might think about Danchenko, he clearly is not the guy who could be reasonably considered to be in a position to have ties with Russian intelligence at that level. At the same time, Brennan, and this is what, Stephen, I think you were referring to, there are two aspects to that. One is obviously there is this plan by Hillary Clinton to, create scandal about Trump that Brennan knows about. But the second thing is that, remember that story with the brown envelope where Brennan sends this for your Zion only message to Obama, where he says that he has the source at the top of Russian intelligence who's telling him that Putin is going to install Trump. And that's an independent CIA source, allegedly. So the question is, and Brennan says he didn't read the Steele dossier, or he didn't have any information like that. So is Brennan lying in the sense of, did he receive some information from Steele that he then presented as his own CIA intelligence, or did he have like a separate source that was also actually the source for Steele, who was not Danchenko but someone else, who was responsible for that other false allegation that Russian intelligence was installing Trump?
Okay. I think that's an important issue, and Svetlana, we talked about this before, but I think the key tracer on that is the false allegation of Carter Page meeting with Sechin, which Brennan briefed to Harry Reid in August of that year, and
Right.
and is only in the Steele dossier. So the very fact that they had the same false information is more diagnostic than if they had the same true information. So it seems inconceivable that Brennan would have got the same false information about the Sechin Page meeting independently of Steele. So either they were both fed the information from a common source, or Brennan got it from Steele. Just one other editorial comment I just wanted to make about Danchenko is, I know when we first, I know from talking to Svetlana about this early on, we were starting to compare, thinking of Le Carré novels, that this was reminded you of, and sort of whether false information was being fed to the intelligence services under the sort of the guise of counterintelligence. And I think, I mean, more and more, it seems to me that the better model in fiction, which was in turn based on fact, was Graham Greene's Our Men in Havana, and or Le Carré's Taylor of Panama, where there was an agent who wanted money, who had no sources, and made stuff up. And everybody who keeps trying to look for reality in Danchenko's story is on a wild goose chase, because it seems very clear now that not only did Danchenko never get information from Millian. I mean, that can be proven, but it doesn't seem like he got information from Vorontsov, Galkina, or anybody. And that the huge failure in this that people that sort of hasn't quite hit the fan yet is the failure of the FBI to carry out routine validation of Danchenko to find out that none of his sources were in communication with him. So the fact, and that's clearest with Millian, where they've known for years that there was no communication between Millian and Danchenko, and yet this festers. It's the same problem that was in the curveball fabrications, in the WMD Iraq fabrications. And what is worse about the Russiagate situation is that by 2005, the intel community had done its soul searching to figure out that they'd been played by curveball, and they needed to up their game. And in the case of Danchenko, instead of sort of instead of acknowledging the Intel failure, they covered it up and perpetuated it and promoted it.
Yeah, if I could just jump in there on that point. I mean, it's the FBI totally is as culpable as Danchenko. They had him in there on January 24th, 5th, 2017. He told them a bunch of lies. These lies are totally obvious. I mean, the most obvious one is that he said that he got this info from Sergey Milyan on a phone call at some point in late July because he only reached out to him on July 22nd. Well, by that point, there had already been 2 reports written with Milyan as a source. So obviously that was a total lie, and they ought to have known that right at the time. I'm sure they did. But I think another important point is that I saw on Twitter today, a lot of people thought, oh, shoot, Steele's going to get away with it because he looks like he was kind of duped by Danchenko. Oh, what a shame, I was duped. I don't think that's certainly not going to fly because Steele knew these people, these so-called sources. I mean, he even arranged a language course in London for one of these guys back in about 2010 or 2011. He knew they were total nobodies. They were like Danchenko's friends from his hometown in Perm, which is like 1,000 miles east of Moscow. They don't know anyone. They don't know anything. Steele knew all that. So the idea that Steele can just say, oh, Danchenko duped me, that's not going to fly. And I don't think it will fly with Durham, under my theory that Durham is after private actors. So there's probably an indictment of Steele sitting somewhere, and you're probably going to find he will never, ever, ever return to the United States, something that he used to love to do all the time. So, a small solace that he can never, ever come back to the country. But anyway, that's where we are.
I agree with that. And back to Svetlana, your point about the sort of laundering of the dossier and potentially Brennan getting it. And someone's requesting, but with the Ratcliffe letter, they say they got like this information about Hillary approving this operation from the Dutch intelligence. And my theory about that is kind of that we see Chalupa getting her emails intercepted by the Russians at that point. It could be that I have this hypothesis that the foreign policy advisor isn't Jake Sullivan, that it's actually Ali Chalupa, and that her emails were getting intercepted of the dossier getting passed to her. So the Russians were reading these dossiers and just looking at it and saying, oh, the Hillary Clinton campaign must be trying to tie Trump. If they would have saw it in 95, they would have been like, oh, the Hillary Clinton campaign are trying to tie Trump to this WikiLeaks hack. And then that gets laundered back potentially to Oleg Smolenkov, who is that source of Brennan that you were talking about, and potentially pushed back into the CIA that Putin and whoever approved of this. But that's just speculation.
I think that Jake Sullivan as the foreign policy advisors, I think that's pretty firm. I think you're reaching. I don't think that Chalupa would be called that.
Right. It could be, but I was reading the Elias indictment, Elias deposition. He was saying he was just passing everything to researchers at the DNC. So it could be that he was passing it to Chalupa because I know she was working on the Manafort stuff. And
we don't, we don't actually know that Chalupa's emails were being read by. We don't know whether she was hacked or not.
That's true. Well, we know she was hacked or phished, but we don't know who actually.
We don't know. Well, we don't know that she gave up her. She didn't go full Podesta when she was phished. She just saw the phishing email and threw it out. I get, if you go through your spam email, you get dozens of phishing emails, and they don't bother you.
Good point. I don't know if Walkifire's been in here for a while. I don't know if he has anything to add on this. Anything that jumps out in the indictment or anything like that?
Yes. I'm still here. Let's see. There's been a lot discussed already tonight. One thing I can't even remember who said it earlier, but it made me think about, Galkina. And if you remember, Fool, I'm sure you know the actual footnote number. But where
347, something like
possibly, when they talk about Galkina's being under 702, and they knew this by June, either June or July. I think June.
Yeah, June
June
2017.
2017, and they talk about where she mentioned her support for Hillary Clinton, yada yada yada. Now, I mean, I'm sure she said that to more people than just PR exec, Chuck Dolan. But I thought it was interesting how he brought up those communications in the indictment. And again, if so, then that means that everyone knew by June 2017 about this guy's involvement here and what was really going on with the dossier.
100%. And they had in June 2017, that's when they went back to Igor to interview him again, because they obviously swept up Dolan's communications with Galkina.
Yeah. So, speaking of those dates, I mean, that's new information that about the Danchenko interviews in June and in the fall. Horowitz didn't seem to know about that. Horowitz just had the January, March, and May interviews.
Yep.
And so one wonders why wasn't that in the Horowitz report?
Right, and that's another big topic too. Obviously, I mean, what we've seen from the Horowitz report is that the Washington field office was interviewing Igor Danchenko and I believe Galkina. Mueller's purview, he keeps on going, Steele dossier, not in my purview, not in my purview. Why the hell wasn't it in his purview? And who the fuck was interviewing all these sources in Danchenko after this? Because that's where the real meat of the collusion is, not in whatever the hell Durham or Mueller was doing. It's going to the sources of Steele and being like, where are you hearing this stuff about collusion and other stuff? It's almost ridiculous.
Yeah, actually, I was just going to say that's a seg into an interesting issue that arose in Strzok's appearance on Lawfare today. I don't know how many listeners heard that, but it previews what the counter reaction will be to the Danchenko indictment. And what Strzok said and what Benjamin Wittes said is that in fact, if the facts are true, that Danchenko did lie and deserves to be charged. But Strzok claimed that that Danchenko, Steele dossier, and Alpha Bank were just a very small slice of what Mueller was working on, and that even if these things are discredited, it doesn't make any difference whatever to the legitimacy of the Mueller investigation or the Russiagate investigation. And so that raises a number of interesting issues that I don't think we've collectively talked about much on Twitter, but my take on it was that it raises the question of what actually was the predication for the Mueller investigation and for Comey's announcement on March 20th of 2017 that changed Michael Caputo's life, because at that point they knew that the Steele dossier, there was no predication arising from that. The Alpha Bank, Strzok said that they knew that the Alpha Bank, the FBI knew early on that the Alpha Bank wasn't anything, and so he argued that didn't affect anybody and that it wasn't involved in Mueller. And yet, as of March, there was this tremendous drumbeat to have a special counsel, and Strzok argued that the sort of what he portrayed as the meat of Mueller was the Flynn allegations, Papadopoulos, Manafort, and Stone. So that's where the argument is going.
Right, but there has to be like some crime committed. Like I guess Strzok's going to argue, oh, these are FARA violations, but you look at the scope memo and it's clearly dossier stuff. So he can't.
I'll jump in real quick. So I mean, just I don't know if this would be considered playing devil's advocate here or not, but the appointment of Mueller as special counsel, and whether this was done as a, someone too smart for their own good, but is okay. Let's say all this. They know the Steele dossier is tainted, more or less. It's poisonous tree, as they say in the legal world. So we need a separate investigation without looking at the Steele dossier, without looking at however the FBI came across all this information. Do your own investigation without looking at that. And I think that was kind of the way it was spun from the right and the people advising Trump of like, look, this has to happen. Like, fine, cut all that out and let them do one clean and show that you're innocent. And I think if you really start digging into some of these things that seem like little throwaways, that sort of starts bubbling up to the surface. I know I think FOIA fan is on here. He's been really big on FOIA, obviously, and he's been trying to get the 302s for at least the March and May interviews of Danchenko, and just not able to get them. Same thing with some of the later interviews of Bruce Orr. I think they mentioned it real quickly in the Horowitz report, but then they've also responded saying there is no written record of those. In this indictment today, we saw that, I don't have it right up in front of me, but I'm pretty sure I saw that both his March and May 17 interviews were secretly recorded by the FBI. Now, as I understand it, I don't think they would have someone draft up a 302 when you have an actual transcript that's recorded. We've seen this with Papadopoulos in his first interview. They won't release the 302, but that's probably because there's a transcript, so there's no need for a 302. And so then it starts clicking into place. Okay, so if Danchenko's March and May 2017s were recorded, then yeah, they're not going to have a 302, and hey, that helps them kind of shove some of this stuff under the rug. We've seen with one of the Carter Page Halper meetings, they didn't even type up the entire transcript. They only found the juicy parts and typed those up. Same with Bruce Orr and lots of his later meetings with WFO. There's no written record of those meetings. Why? Well, that hasn't been confirmed that they were recorded, but that would seem to make sense as well. So you've got the FBI, whether they're doing their own sort of fake investigation or not, but kind of tracking down where's all this Steele, Danchenko information coming from. Maybe they're just doing it, a pro forma, maybe not, but they're also keeping Mueller walled off as to, okay, go see what you can find without using this stuff. And look what they came up with. They came up with Manafort not, filing his FARA reports back in 2012, and Greg Craig and the Skadden stuff. I mean, it's all just little process crimes here and there. And then, volume 2 of the Mueller report. Oh, Trump obstructing. Oh my goodness, it's all crazy. But none of that really fits with the actual allegations that were so hyped in the media, which I'll circle back to, which is what the point of this dossier was, which is why Danchenko is so much bigger than, as Stroke was saying, the Flynn lie, the Manafort stuff. None of this stuff had anything to do with it. The trolls, the Russian trolls. Yeah, because no one cares about that. We troll people too, I'm sure. Everyone trolls everyone. Who cares? That's not some sort of huge scandal that we need to delegitimize our president over. But that's how it was spun. I kind of went a little long-winded there, so I'm not sure where my train of thought was supposed to end. But those are a couple thoughts ahead.
Well, I mean, you're saying that I mean, there might have been the necessity of a special counsel, but it turned into Mueller choosing a bunch of Democrats that turned into them just basically using the Steele dossier as a predicate to investigate everything. Where it was probably a good idea maybe just to do a little bit of investigation, see if there's actually any predicate or anything to this, but once Mueller was basically Biden's deputy of dementia, it turned into basically a witch hunt that led us to where we are now, to basically ruining Michael's life, as we talked about before.
Yeah.
But there was probably a good, decent idea of having an independent person look at this. It just was Rosenstein picked the wrong independent person, obviously.
But the strange thing in terms of the Steele dossier, because obviously it had a very important role in creating the pressure for a special counsel, is that there's no evidence that Mueller sort of investigated the allegations in the in the Steele dossier. I mean, Walkenfire's done an extraordinary job in figuring out about 80% of the redacted interviews in Mueller, and he didn't even try. So they must have known that the Steele allegations were dead in the water on the day that Mueller was appointed, because they never investigated it, and instead Mueller sets up. I mean, the whole Weissman's team was dedicated to Manafort from day one, and they weren't investigating Steele dossier.
Absolutely. And Michael wanted to pop in, I saw.
Yeah, I did. I just this is all really compelling to me, and I've been following so much of all y'all's work ever since I got sick, and I wasn't able to do any of this myself. And we go back. I mean, and every little iota of what you're saying, I devour like manna, from heaven, and when you find your 5-year-old daughter crying hysterically over something that she heard on television about her father, these kinds of things really, really matter. Every tiny little morsel. But I want everybody to understand, we were talking about Russian collusion, Russian involvement, Russian trolls, and all this stuff, and I mentioned this very briefly in what I said, and I want you to understand how I ended up in Russia. I became director of the International Foundation for Electoral Systems office in Moscow. I ran one of a dozen portfolios funded by the United States Agency for International Development, all of which were intended to interfere with the Russian election system or influence it positively, as they'd like to say. But we had hands-on influence, training candidates on how to run elections, blocking parties that we didn't like from taking this training, completely, absolutely, the blood of the Russian election system all the way up to our elbows, right? And we were invited there by the Russian president, Boris Yeltsin. This is a long way around the barn to tell you that we interfere in each other's election systems routinely. I mean, Vladimir Putin kicked us all out when he came in because he was tired of American interference in their elections. But we still do it. We do it deeply and fundamentally every single day. Did Russia interfere in the 2016 elections? I'm absolutely sure they did. Did they interfere in the 2020 elections? I'm absolutely sure they did. Did they try and get involved in the Virginia elections? Probably. But it might have amounted to 20 different troll bots on Twitter, spending, some $50 on. They always interfere. And the fact that these guys trot that out there is some kind of reason to spend hundreds of millions of dollars to investigate and basically stop in its tracks the presidential administration of Donald Trump. It's just not work. It's just not valid. I was sent to interfere in the Russian election systems by Bill Clinton, by Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton supervised the interference in the Russian Election Commission when she was Secretary of State. This is what we do. This is statecraft. And my wife gave me permission to do this, and she's telling me I have to stop because I'm getting too wound up. And I have to apologize to Catherine, who who was very
Don't
who
stop.
was very sweet to me on Twitter and said, "Please don't swear so much." Honestly, I'm now taking a master's in theology,
Fuck
and I'm
that.
not supposed to swear at all. So I apologize for the swear words I use. I'm just so wound up over this. And my wife also reminded me that that I didn't tell anybody, and I should. I never talk about it because the Biden National Director of Intelligence apparently alleges that the Russians somehow paid for my book, or no, they paid for my film that I did for OAN, which they didn't. Of course, they're idiots over at the NDI. They're liars.
I forgot about that. You're
They're
right. Yeah.
liars and cheats and thieves. But I do have a book on Amazon called Russia Hoax, which I wrote, retelling some of my stories from working in Ukraine and the history, the corrupt history of Ukraine and U.S. corruption there, including the Biden corruption and how it led to the bogus impeachment of Donald Trump. So my wife reminded me, you're spending all this time and you don't even talk about your own book. So there it is, Russia hoax. I'm sorry, Ukraine hoax on Amazon. And that was my commercial. You guys have been great. I'm going to listen for a little while longer until my wife takes away my phone.
Michael, Steve here.
Sure.
There's just one suggestion that that you could maybe help us with. In term, like, because you personally know a lot of the people that have been interviewed. Uh, it would be helpful to document which agents were involved in different interviews. I mean, Walk of Fire has done an extraordinary job of sort of figuring things out, but the which agent is it which interview becomes a thread that permits one to reverse engineer what Mueller was doing. And so and even the smallest details are important. So, I don't know what you can find out from somebody like KT McFarland or other people that but whatever, or maybe just put a shout out to them that if they get contacted by one of us to see what they can figure out. But getting that's something that would be constructive.
I'm happy to help, and I'll talk to folks. I mean, of course I've known Roger Stone since I was knee high to a bullfrog, and Paul Manafort as well. But most of these people I never met. I've never yet met Svetlana, but I've gotten to know some of them, like J.D. Gordon, and God bless Carter Page. God bless Carter Page.
Yeah.
This man, I can't.
But
I've never met him before, but I've spent a lot of time with him now.
well, find out find out which FBI agents were at his interviews. He's but not been very helpful in terms of any of our research.
I'm happy to talk to Carter. Carter is has one of the sunniest dispositions of anyone I've ever known that's gone through what a man like he's gone through. I hope he gets paid on this one day. He's a
Okay.
good guy.
Okay.
Thank you very
Michael. One other thing that been this maybe Svetlana can comment on this. I mean, sometime like in the ICA, it's taken for granted that Russia was interfering in U.S. elections through the 70s and 80s. And the source for that was the Mitrokhin dossier. And Svetlana, who's an actual scholarly expert on Soviet espionage, I remember saying at one time that the Mitrokhin was bogus and was feeding information to the CIA that they wanted to hear, and that much of that in fact a lot of the time that Russia's main sort of espionage effort in the Soviet period was to get economic information, and they weren't trying to meddle politically, contrary to what American intel agencies were saying. Svetlana, can you comment on that?
Yeah, just very briefly. So just for those who might not know what Mitrokin thing is there was this KGB archivist that immigrated to the West, and he allegedly, and this is a very convoluted story, but basically, apparently, he took some KGB documents, and he actually ended up working at Cambridge with my Professor Andrew. Who was actually there at that fateful dinner with General Flynn, which is a different story. But anyway, and so the two kind of key findings from the ICA. One is basically based on the Steele dossier, because of course, although it's in the appendix, but the main finding in the ICA itself, which is that Putin installed Trump, is actually directly lifted from the Steele dossier, just wrapped up in something else, right? So that's one main finding. And the second main finding is that Russia has a history of interfering in US elections. Now, we don't know whether it's true or not, for sure. What we do know, however, is those two things. One is that, from my own research, mainly Soviet Union rather, was focused on SNT, which is science and technology, in terms of, arms race and that kind of stuff, and industrial stuff. But so I haven't really looked myself at the political aspect of that. But the bits from that they quote in ICA from the Mitrokhin, they don't call it Mitrokhin, they call it KGB archivist, but it's the same thing. They're actually referring to research, the book by Christopher Andrew, who was my professor at Cambridge, and they actually misquoted, because what they said, that there's loads of questions about Mitrokhin archive in general, which is a separate story, and you can find it online, but specifically the bits that they quote in the dossier, and then later went into the mass media such as NBC, they're actually wrong. So, for example, Christopher Andrew actually said in his book, based on the Mitrokhin archive, that there was never any meaningful interference by the Soviets in the US election. Yet the finding says the opposite in the ICA. The second other thing that they quote from the Mitrokhin archive, the only other, is that there was this situation where a operative, a political democratic operative, was being paid somehow by the Soviets to do some work, etc., etc. But they've interviewed people who were involved in that, and they found that this is back from the 70s, I believe, and they found that this allegation was not true, and even the kind of basic points were not true. For example, they're describing a meeting where something is being discussed, and in the room in that meeting are both Republicans and the Democrats, which is obviously highly unlikely, and basically all the people who were around the time basically declined it. So the bottom line is that the premise, the central premise, which is that the proof that Soviets interfered in the political side of the American life, as opposed to other sides, right, such as the industry, etc., that is just not reflected in the research, either not reflected in the research that was done by Christopher Andrew based on Mitrokhin, or Mitrokhin is wrong in the one specific occasion they quote.
Yeah, that's a fascinating story.
That sounds about right.
Fool, can I jump in here with?
Well, Hans, let me go real fast. Back to Michael's
Yeah, that's
story.
where I want to jump back to. Yeah.
Well, with the Sussman indictment, it's interesting that Rodney Jaffe was bringing a document to his internet companies about 6 individuals related to Trump. One of them had a person that his spouse was mentioned, which I was thinking it might have been Michael Cohen, but it could have been Michael Caputo. So
there was a lot of curiosity in this about my wife and also my former wife. For a time, I was married to a Russian who was of interest to them, but we had been divorced since 2004. So, but my love life has been of interest to all of these creeps for a long time. I at one point I told one of these folks that they needed to get laid.
Yep.
Can I just, really sorry, I have to step up here. This is ridiculous. I was just thinking about this. Michael, you're so right. It's all these people who fantasize about prostitutes, who fantasize about, the 3-star general of the United States, finding some girls. Okay, I'm the girl in question, but you know what I mean, like on business trips, and all these stories, and you kind of really think not only obviously the stories are fake, but it just basically reflects on their own perversions, and actually whatever they're accusing you of is clearly something they're either doing themselves or dreaming of doing, and these people are just sick, and not in a in a physical way, but in a mental way.
They certainly are. I just want to jump in back with what Michael was saying about the Mueller people and how that all started. So Michael's point was really well taken about this election interference. I'm old enough to remember in 1996 there was an election in Russia. Svetlana, I'm sure you remember that one as well. And there was a guy called Gennady, and he was I think it was Zuganov. I probably got the pronunciation totally wrong. And he was running against Boris Yeltsin. And Boris Yeltsin was like the superhero of the Western elites. But unfortunately, Boris Yeltsin was a total drunkard, and you couldn't keep him sort of sober long enough to do a speech or whatever. And then right sort of towards the end of the election, Boris Yeltsin had a massive heart attack. And everyone in the Western press, probably in Russia too, the Clintons, everyone was colluding to suppress the news that Boris Yeltsin had a heart attack, and then it didn't come out. The election took place. Yeltsin won by a few points, and right after the election, he was flown out to the U.S. to have like a quintuple bypass or something like that. So I guess that was the first real election interference in the name of democracy, whatever you want to say. So. But I digress. The whole point about Mueller is, I know Strzok said, it had nothing to do with Steele. We had to look at other things. Well, what are those other things, right? He said Manafort. Well, Manafort was all Ukraine. Everything was Ukraine. He said Flynn. What was Flynn? We've seen the Flynn stuff. I mean, when Strzok was speaking, it's as if that never happened. The investigation was going to be shut down because there was nothing there. And we even have the handwritten notes of Flynn being set up, make him lie to get him fired. That's what it says. So then we're left with Papadopoulos. Unfortunately, that's a little straw that these people can clutch at, because Papadopoulos is a total grifter and a total liar. And unfortunately, he ended up, when he had his interview, late January of 2017, telling a lot of lies. Unfortunately, we've never seen that interview, as Walker Fire mentioned earlier, because when it's video recorded or audio recorded, they don't do a 302. So we've never seen that. But we know from what was in the Papadopoulos statement of offense that he lied his ass off. And I think he thought he was more smart than the FBI or whatever, but that caused tremendous problems because he sort of opened the door a bit again for everyone else. But that being the case, I mean, that still wouldn't have meant you need a Mueller and you need all these things. I don't think Michael said that we needed a Mueller or whatever, but I think the way to view this is that there was only a Mueller because of the media drumbeat, and that drumbeat got louder and louder. And it all started with the ICA, the Intelligence Community Assessment, January 6th, 2017. What was in that ICA? The only thing the media cared about. I mean, if you read the ICA, it's all about, Russia television, like RT, they ran a story that was bad about Hillary. How many people in the US watched that? Maybe 10,000 or whatever. It was a total joke. The reason why the ICA became important was because they put the Steele crap into the ICA. Then the media thought, wow, this is fantastic. That validates Steele. Then they ran with it for a couple of months, and the drumbeat got so loud that we got a special counsel. And then, of course, the special counsel, as we all know, never ever touched Steele. He's barely mentioned in the report because those assholes like Weissman knew that that's poison. So they just didn't go there. But coming back to Strzok's point, the people they did go back to, Papadopoulos is just a grifter. He's just a liar. He's just a total lowlife. Flynn, they set up. We know that. Manafort, whatever issues he had, taxes or whatever, had nothing to do with Russia collusion. Even the Russia collusion stuff was actually Ukraine stuff. So there was nothing there. There ought to have never been a Mueller.
Hi, this is Michael. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
I wanted to say a couple of things
Yep.
here. I wanted to say a couple of things here. First of all, the 96 election interference, I was there. And I founded Rock the Vote Russia, which was paid for, the research behind it by the United States government. And it was directed in order to get young people to vote who were almost entirely Yeltsin voters. We put a lot of money behind that and included all the Russian rock and roll stars. We did a national tour of a Monsters of Rock tour on a train. My God, the stories I have about that. They had a whole car filled with vodka, and this is all U.S. government stuff. And we got the young people out, and the drunken president won. But and Zuganov, as you pronounced it correctly, um, got within a hair's breadth of being president of Russia, which would, according to the U.S. policy, have been a terrible tragedy. We were deeply involved in that election, deeply and fundamentally and profoundly involved in that election. So this clean hands idea about Russian troll farms changing the results of the 2016 election is hilarious. Um, and secondly, excuse me for a second. Um, the you're right. I mean, first of all, Papadopoulos. I never met him, and I still haven't. He was never in Trump Tower. He was a volunteer. He wasn't much involved in the campaign. He's a young man who got a bit of a portfolio as a volunteer on the foreign affairs side and tried to make some hay with it. It happens a lot. Um, but I feel badly because when his sins came out, the lies before the FBI, I was on CNN a lot at that time, and I called him the coffee boy, and that really stuck to him. It's unfair because I don't think he ever actually served any coffee, but he wasn't deeply involved, and I was trying to diminish him so that it didn't fall back on all of us as you were just speaking, and it did. It came back on all of us, but it stuck to him, and I feel badly about it, even though you're right. The lies that he apparently told in his interview really ended up rolling this ball up even bigger than it was. And the media, as you said, really ran with it. And it's irritating to me to watch them all break these breathless stories about indictments today. I this character Tom Winter from NBC and Ken Delaney and Derek Gregorian wrote a story today. Analyst who worked on Steele dossier arrested as part of Trump era DOJ, blah, 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 on NBCnews.com. All these people at one point in time or another were on Rachel Maddow or whatever, right? Rachel Maddow, if you know anything about my relationship with Rachel Maddow, she thinks that that I work for Putin. Um, and she said as much as that even in April. She's a nut job, right? I sent a tweet at this guy Tom Winter, and I said, "Yet you and your bloody network reported this Clinton campaign con like it was biblical information for years. You destroyed dozens of families, including mine. You're going to hell. This reporting does not absolve you; it implicates you." And here's what he wrote back to me just while we were talking, Michael. I've never written a story about you or having to do with you. This is the critical race theory story of the Russian hoax, because he himself never wrote my name into a story, nor spoke my name, or maybe he did, on a Rachel Maddow interview. He thinks he didn't damage me. He thinks that there are dozens of stories he did about the Russian dossier and the innumerable interviews he did on MSNBC and CNBC did nothing to hurt my family. The fact that these guys cheered this on, inflated the balloon and drove it out of control for 4 years because he never said my name. He doesn't think that he did any damage to my family. Um, yes, he damaged my family. Yes, um, uh, you know, um, Papadopoulos hurt my family. He didn't intend to, but Tom Winter did.
I think this is very powerful again, Michael, because I think it's very, very much needed point that the effect on people, because otherwise it just becomes sort of almost like a victimless like crime, like so what Trump won, and so what kind of we're finding things out in the end. But I think it's actually really important to remember what they've been doing to you and others throughout those 4 years. And I think this not mentioning the name is something, for example, that happened to me a lot, where I was just a Russian woman. They dehumanize us, they don't think we're people. Those because they're not, they're not journalists. They're operatives, and for them, they have a goal. I remember that my husband was shouting at this reporters in the middle of the night. I was lying in bed with a newborn, and he's like, why are you putting her name? The stories were false, right? But why are you putting her on the front pages? And they're like, but like, we're not after her, we're after Flynn, right? This is like Wall Street Journal editor. And we couldn't understand, like, now I understand everything, right? Like, we couldn't understand that. And they almost wanted us to buy in to the fact that we should just shut up because they're out there to get this, bigger targets. And it doesn't matter to them. They're actually not human, right? Because to them, people's lives, people's families, they don't matter. They're on a job, they're on operation, and it doesn't matter what you tell them. You can plead with them, you can send them evidence, you can say, but this is really, really hurtful. They don't care, right? Because they had a job to do, which is to take on Flynn, to take on Trump, to take on other people at the top, and who in the process got hurt, they didn't care.
No, absolutely. Sorry, my Twitter's lagging a little bit. Um, uh, I'm getting a lot of DMs for a second. Anybody else have any points on that? Sorry, it's lagging really bad on my end. I didn't hear half of Svetlana's thing. Are you guys there?
I'm here.
Oh, okay, sweet. Because I am cutting in half in and half out.
Yeah, I think probably time that we wind up. I mean, we can do it. Why don't we can do another one next week? I mean, everybody's got a lot to say.
No, well, I mean, if everybody's done speaking
or open it up, yeah.
On the indictment and everything, we should open it up for sure because we got Shem here, we got, I know Nick's here, Budsman, and everybody else.
Cool.
Mine's kind of cutting out, but let's do it. I'm gonna bring Shem in first because he probably bring some good energy. Let's go. Shem, can you speak? Yeah, baby. Get out the candle. Is he there? Shem, you're muted. Svetlana, are you there?
Hey, I'm
I saw you
muted.
waving.
Yes, I'm waving at Shem.
Is my
There he
thing
is.
working? Okay. Hi, Shem.
Hey, what's up?
Yeah, what's up, man? What's on the mind?
Well, I mean, if you would all been lighting your Durham candles every night and saying about 30 national anthems per time, I mean, maybe this would have got done quicker.
Well, I was probably doing maybe 20 at most per night, but that's
You got to do
that's fine.
at least 25. At least 25 national anthems. Come on.
And to be honest, I probably actually fell asleep way too early to do. Maybe 6 to 7 nights a week. I completely forgot about it. So yeah, I'll definitely take the blame for that.
You got to do at least 8 nights a week, 30 national anthems, and then Durham will arrest them. He will.
You hear that? The entire group needs to do 30 national anthems before bed and light your Durham candle. So, Shem, what do you think? Like, what do you want to happen? What do you think the ceiling is?
The ceiling for me is Peter Strzok in prison. I mean, that's the top. Like, I don't care about Comey, Clinton, nothing. Strzok needs to go to prison.
I'll take that. I'll take McCabe and Strzok.
Yeah, just Strzok. You know,
okay.
maybe Page flips on him. That'd be fine.
Is that a sexual innuendo or anything
well,
like that?
You know, like she flips him over, and then Durham's there, and he's like, "How many national anthems have you said tonight?" And then she's like,
in the case against.
Oh, you've been a bad boy.
This is Caputo. I'd like Strzok to go to prison I would like Lisa Page not to be allowed to visit him for conjugal visits. I would also like to see Weissman run through the ringer and perhaps even disbarred. And of course, I'd love him to go to prison, but I'm not. I'm being realistic. I would also like to see Hillary Clinton condemned, at least to a treadmill for the rest of her life.
Well, at least somebody could. I wish somebody would ask Hillary Clinton a question about any of this. That would be great for me. I mean, I would take that any day, but it's never
Well,
going to
I'd like
happen.
to see her ask.
Maybe one question, maybe two questions about this entire thing. Maybe about Sussman, maybe about Danchenko, maybe about Steele. Somebody ask her a goddamn
I'd love
question.
that.
Except, what pantsuit are you wearing tonight,
At
or whatever?
least I would love that, but she'd have to be chained to a treadmill for me to be satisfied.
No, I'm with Caputo here. I'd like Stroke to go to prison where Page couldn't visit him. I mean, that's perfect.
And the one problem with the focus on the FBI, though, is that it was the intel assessment that really did the damage, and those people have mostly flown under the radar.
Yeah, the entire
the
little fusion cell, whatever they
right.
had.
Yeah,
going
I mean,
on.
the FBI guys have been in the spotlight, and so we know a lot about them. But the people that made the ICA, that were in the DNI office, and I mean, there's an intersection there with Eric Chiramella, was in that group. There are a couple of other.
Steve, you can't say that name on Twitter.
You're under arrest.
Well, no, I can say his name as a member of the fusion cell in December 2016. That was working on the intel assessment.
That works.
I also think people sort of myself included, underestimate Clapper. Just going back to Steven's excellent point, because Clapper comes across as this old fool, right? But it's interesting that Obama personally instructed him to do this ICA, right? And I mean, we probably all watched the Devin Nunes interview where he said basically just after the election they all got briefed by the intel community, the Congress guys, right? To say, well, there was normal stuff, just as we were discussing, everyone interferes into everything on kind of some minor level, but nothing really extraordinary happened. And that was that. And then suddenly, all of a sudden, all this stuff begins to come out. And the Republicans, they were like, where is this all coming from? And they almost consider that as a joke. And then there's all this secret briefings and all of that. And then they get hit with that assessment. And actually, I think people underestimate Clapper. Because I think there was a reason why he got appointed, by Obama. Sorry?
Oh, sorry. No, I was talking to somebody else.
Yeah, and no problem. And actually, Clapper, he's the one who puts together, obviously, this whole thing. And there's a lot of things he says about, Michael Flynn, about Donald Trump. And there's a lot of things about how he's briefing people, how he's leaking the Steele dossier. And you remember this famously, he's very recently basically hung up on the interviewers when he gets asked difficult questions. Then, of course, there is Brennan, because, of course, this intelligence community assessment, we had this famous 17 agencies, but when you look into that, there was actually 3, and NSA gave it not a good assessment. So basically, we were just left with the CIA, FBI, but specific guys who were handpicked by Clapper and Brennan. So probably maybe Stroke was in that group, but basically these were their people. And basically anyone who disagreed with their assessment or actually came to the opposite conclusions, they were just being disregarded. And I think that's very important, that assessment was one of the things that led, together with the Clapper, Brennan, Comey testimonies. Remember all these testimonies they gave? That's what were the steps on the road to Mueller, which was then that 4 years of hell that we've been talking about.
Oh, yeah. I feel like Clapper might have been a useful idiot because they can just kind of filter any intelligence through the DNI, and he'll just be like, oh, this is all I know. I'm fucking Elmer Fudd. But it could be that he's more devious, and than previously thought. But I wanted to bring on Nick Whale because he's a legend from way back.
Yeah, not so much anymore.
Spygate.org, and I've been talking for a while.
But I appreciate that, and it's really cool that you guys have this space. It's just like kind of phenomenal that it has grown so big, and I don't know. It's really cool hearing everybody and talk that stuff. If you don't mind, I'd like to go on like the media side of this, and really, I mean, it's this whole concept of like dropping facts, but not all of the facts, and how this is kind of what Mueller did, and this is what the New York Times does, where it's like they present a version of the story which isn't necessarily wrong or incorrect. I mean, some of it is incorrect, and that is truly wrong, but some of this it's not necessarily wrong, but they are not giving the full story, so it looks like something completely different than it really is, you know. And I mean, you can chime in, but I mean, I think there's no doubt in my mind that they knew the name Rodney Jaffe, you know, in early 2017. They knew the name. Who was the guy today? Charles Dolan. Yes, I mean,
Yeah.
they knew all these guys.
Igor Danchenko still.
Yeah, I'm sure they knew about
Washington Post knew
Danchenko, you know,
about him.
because they have sources in the FBI. Yeah. They probably knew as Peter Strzok was, you know, discovering all these things. That whole team, they have sources and all that kind of stuff, and they knew this story way back when. And instead of telling the story as the newspaper of record and a journalistic enterprise with some ethics would do, they instead dropped the things that would fill, you know, their side of the story or their version of it that they want to tell. And it's really, really bad, you know. And I kind of this is what
Peter
Mueller did
Strzok
too.
is the demon weasel. I agree.
Yeah.
Nick.
Yeah, and you know, this is what Mueller did too. It's like he investigated the things.
It's lying through omission throughout all. Like, you're not lying. You're just lying through omission.
Yep. And so that's kind of the most upsetting thing about this whole thing is that, and not only that, but then once something starts to come out and they think that Durham's going to release something, then they try to spin it, you know, and it's like, and you know, it's just really kind of embarrassing that that is supposedly the top, you know, newspaper out there. And I mean, the Maddow stuff, I mean, that upsets me, and I'm really sorry that her lies affected so many people's lives in such a real way. I also see that as sort of entertainment and downstream of the reporting side of it. You know what I mean? Like, she's not the one that's delivering facts necessarily. She's the one spinning facts, and people go to her for that. So, I mean, really, I feel like the source of the issue is the people that are that can distribute that entire story, who know the whole story, and could have done that a long time ago, which would have put our whole country in a lot better of a position and been the right thing to do.
Yeah, the media.
Yep.
Yeah, especially like ABC, those Snuffleupagus and Mosk and all those, Brian Ross. Fuck them. They knew the entire story for the entire time. They're not doing a service. They're supposed to be somebody who's going against the government, not just being a vessel of the deep state. Hans, what were you gonna? I saw you waving.
Oh yeah. So while we were on, some guy called. Well, I've seen this guy before. He's former CIA. He says Mark Polymeropoulos, another Greek name. You know, another. Anyway, I used to live in Greece. I like these people, so it's a shame that you got all these types. So he tweeted, the intelligence community assessment on Russian interference into the 2016 elections used nothing from the Steele dossier. Total liar. We obviously know they attached the Steele stuff at the back. But it didn't matter where they put it. The front part is even more ridiculous. The front part, as I said earlier, is just a bunch of totally idiotic stories like, oh, on September, whatever, 2016, RT ran a story that made Clinton look bad. I mean, what the fuck? Seriously, right? So...
Well, Hans, I mean, yeah, I mean, the stuff we've seen, but there is an entire classified ICA that we haven't seen. But the point is that, yeah, the appendix has basically the clipped up dossier that makes it look like it's real.
Wasn't it McCabe that did that put it in the appendix?
They all agree they could put it in the appendix, but it's in the appendix.
Well,
And that's the whole point. Because it's in the appendix, the media doesn't make those distinctions or whatever. If you look at the CNN reporting of, I think, January 10th, 2017, they say it was in a, I don't think they used the word appendix. It was in a special report because it was so enormously like important and so on. So they totally turned the thing around. Like the fact that it was in the appendix was made it super more important. That was like made it special. So that's the whole point. Because the ICA had the Steele stuff in it, made the ICA, attractive to the media. There was an ICA this year in January, if you go back. Media never ever talked about it. No one cares about that stuff. That one in 2017, they cared about, but only for one reason, because it had the Steele junk in there. So all these people like this Mark Polymopoulos or whatever his name is, and anyone else who says, oh, this had nothing to do with Steele or whatever, the ICA is the key. The first part was when the Clinton people tried to push the Steele stuff into the media. They kind of largely failed. You got Franklin Foer and a couple of idiots who ran stuff before the election, but not many people. I mean, if you ask around, just survey the public. Not many people in the public knew about any of the Steele bullshit before the 2016 election. So that kind of largely failed. But they used the ICA to put it in the public domain after the election to basically cripple Trump. And they totally succeeded with that.
Yes.
Bullseye. Walk of Fire, were you trying to chime in there?
Yeah, I mean, just real quick. Someone was asking me the other day, and I couldn't answer because I'm always so confused about it. Even though I think one of the SSCI reports walks through the whole thing. But I always think back to Solomon had an article where he said, I'm told that there's an email between Brennan and Comey in December about, does it go in or does it not? And what I'm always confused about is, was it Comey that was pushing it or Brennan that was pushing it? And then, was it McCabe that was pushing it? It's never, at least for me, and I haven't gone back to review, but been very clear on who was really pushing it and why. But even bigger, I think, is the fact that Solomon saw this email, wrote an article thinking that this email was about to be released, and then it wasn't. And what does that mean?
Yeah, and Gowdy was pushing that too.
Yeah.
I thought McCabe was pushing it for the ICA.
Well, we've heard that the FBI was pushing it very hard to put the Steele dossier into the text of the ICA, and then Gowdy and Solomon were talking about that Brendan was saying we want it, and then there was pushback that FBI that Comey said he didn't want in the ICA. That's what Gowdy and Solomon were saying. But there's some emails saying that, except now it's been reversed, like into the narrative that, oh, Brennan didn't want the Steele dossier into the text of the dossier. It's only the FBI that wanted it. So
Comey
like
was always trying to push himself like out of every decision ever. He was like, I don't want to make a decision.
Yeah, he's scum.
Can I chime in?
I would say kind of just to wrap up that point is lots of times, as part of this, research and digging and everything is, what do we know? What do we actually know that we know? And what do we not know? What are they telling us? And what are they hiding from us? And lots of times when you can look at, wait a minute, how come we're not getting any information about X or Y? You can extrapolate from that certain things. Sometimes it's theories. Sometimes you can say, oh, well, this is clearly what it's about or something. So I've always found it interesting that email and that whole, who wanted it in the text or an appendix or what story kind of fizzled. Makes me think that there's something really big there that got the kibosh put on it.
Well, also, I mean, even in New York Times articles, they're talking about what information the NSA and whatever the CIA wanted to share with the FBI in this ICA group, and they're saying that there's a lot of stuff about context and whatever you can't read into context. And I mean, just researching this stuff in emails, like we'll think one thing and then you get more context, and it's like, oh, now I understand what they're saying. So it could be contextual, whatever they've seen. But fuck Brennan. I would love to see him in jail, anyways. I know Foya fan would. He used to be Brennan's orange jumpsuit.
What does Technofuck have to say about this? That's what I want to know.
Probably not much. He's like R2D2. He just beeps and boops.
He's
I'm going to bring
listening.
on the ombudsman of truth.
Oh,
So,
thank you.
what do you think?
Appreciate having me
He's been
on.
waiting a while.
I just want to go back to Stephen's analogy to Our Man in Havana. It's important, I think, because it's funny in the movie, the book, the guy makes up intelligence. But what is really funny about the movie is that real life events start happening all around him that appear to start to make his intelligence come true. And even he starts to freak out and think, wait a minute, I made this up, but now it seems like it's coming true. And that's because if you start examining any kind of random event, you can start looking at it from any different angle. And the perfect example of that is George Papadopoulos drunk with Erica Thompson and the other young people repeating what he heard on Fox News that Vladimir Putin has Hillary's emails. That had nothing to do with Danchenko, had nothing to do with the Steele dossier. And when Strzok tonight said, you know, we had all these other things that we were looking at, there could be any number of things like Veselnitskaya going to the Trump Tower. I'm convinced that was just a fluke thing that had nothing to do. It wasn't a setup. It wasn't related to anything. There could be any number of bizarre real world occurrences that when you're looking for when you have a hammer, everything looks like a nail. So there could be any number of things that they were trying to run down. But the problem is that, you know, all of this was getting leaked to the media and spun, and you can't investigate the opposing party's political team and then let it all get leaked out, you know.
But she met with Simpson the day before.
Well, we'll leave that aside for a second. But my main point is that any number of real life events could have been fueling the investigation, just being misinterpreted with the hysteria that was going around.
Yeah, on the Papadopoulos thing, I agree 100% with that. Now, the really bad thing that Strzok did, and the sort of a combination of partisan and incompetent, is that the DNC emails were not exfiltrated until May 23rd and May 25th. So there's no way that Papadopoulos on May the 6th could have known about the DNC emails being hacked, because a lot of them hadn't even been written at that time. Strzok knew, or ought to have known that, and yet, you know, 4 years later in his book, he is repeating the claim that Papadopoulos had advanced knowledge of the DNC hack, which he didn't. And the where it sort of turns into a bit of a gong show, I think, is that Downer, when he hears Robbie Mook talk about Russian collusion on July 25th, that's what triggers him to recall and misremember what Papadopoulos told him. And so he then rushes off to the U.S. Embassy, where Gina Haspel sits in, and they sort of get everything all wrong in terms of what Papadopoulos could have known and did know. And then one of the back channels that hasn't been discussed much is that that Brennan gets his hair on fire about a day or two after, just right after Downer comes in and talks to Gina Haspel. So there's my guess is that there's a connection there. And then in terms of Papadopoulos being independent of the Steele dossier, well, we know that Danchenko and the Steele dossier was influencing Mook and vice versa on July 25th. So I mean, all these things are happening at the same time, and it doesn't seem like it's. I think that the Steele dossier, in fact, ends up influencing the Papadopoulos report through this back channel. I mean, I can't prove it right now, but it seems that way.
That's interesting. And I'd like to say one last thing, and I'll let y'all talk. I suspect that George may be the next shoe to drop, and the reason I think that is because I think he made up his entire conversation with Mifsud, and you remember how important that was. I mean, Schiff still brings that up as the campaign got, you know, foreknowledge from Russia. They say that, and I think that he was just repeating rumors he heard on Fox News, and he made up. Mifsud was just a nobody. He made up this conversation with Mifsud because he was in under his head on all kinds of other criminal stuff he wanted to get out of. And I could see, and Durham's already on the record saying that the predication is problematic and that he's going to address that. So he's already done the dossier. He's already done the Trump Tower server thing. And the third leg of the stool could be the Mifsud story. That's my theory. But I'll thanks for having me on.
Well, that's Hans's theory too.
Thanks, Ombudsman.
No, well, and Ombudsman is absolutely right, because the one thing we haven't heard from Durham is in relation to the reason why we first kind of knew about Durham, which is after Horowitz came out in 2019. Durham issued a statement and said, hey, this whole predication thing, Horowitz got it wrong. So that's the one aspect he hasn't addressed. And of course, that's the Papadopoulos aspect. So I totally agree. What I don't agree that Papadopoulos is next. I think he's just a fool, and he's gonna, he's just gonna skate off and do his thing, and no one's gonna come and arrest him or whatever. It is, and there's a reason for that. Not that I disagree with Ombudsman that he lied. He did lie. He lied his ass off. This guy just lies all the time. The trouble is that Papadopoulos lied about Mifsud because Mueller told him to lie about Mifsud. So if you go and get Papadopoulos on Mifsud, you have to go and get Mueller's crew. You have to get Jeannie Rhee. You have to get Andrew Weissman. You have to get all these people. And I don't think Durham's going to do that. So I think that's the reason why Papadopoulos gets to go and sail off into the sunset. But the general point I totally agree with. Papadopoulos lied about Mifsud because he had initially kind of lied about him back in January of 2017 because the FBI, he thought he wanted to tell the FBI what they wanted to hear. What they wanted to hear was Russia collusion. So he told them about Russia collusion. And that whole lie grew into something much bigger. Of course, there was no Russia collusion. Of course, Mifsud is just a totally innocent bystander in all of this. He had nothing to do with anything. But when Papadopoulos was arrested, and if you look at the arrest protocol, for which there is a 302, like literally every 5 minutes, this guy, Papadopoulos, comes up and says, let me tell you something. Flynn, Flynn is terrible. Let me tell you something. Manafort, he's terrible. The guy is just like, he's a walking time bomb. So he just went around trying to tell the FBI anything that they wanted to hear. Eventually, he figured out what they wanted to hear is Mifsud bad guy. So he went with that story. But, as I said, if they're going to charge him for lying about that, which he did, then they're going to have to go against the Mueller people, which they're not going to do.
Hi, it's Caputo. I just, boy, I'm the one thing that I want to say before I sign off here tonight is that I am recognizing so many people on this. Like everybody from Fool to Lee Smith to Walk of Fire to Steve to Hans to just Shipwreck and Ryan, all these people who I've been following, where I've been getting my information since I had to let my attorneys go because I couldn't afford them anymore, and since I got sick with cancer and the only way I could do anything to get information was to pick up my smartphone. I just want you to know something. I know you guys spend a lot of time on this and probably don't make a dime on it, and you do it out of your sense of decency and your own curiosity. But if you want to know what kind of an impact this has on a family, I can't even describe it for you. I piece these things together that you do. I read them all. I print them out. I bend them. I fold them. I make little hats out of them. I do everything I can. My God, what you've done for me and my family, I can't even tell you. I appreciate it so much. It makes I'm so humbled by all the work that you guys have done, because I know you don't just do it for the families, you do it for our country. But the families, all of us, we really appreciate it. I don't think we would see a Danchenko today if it weren't for the work you guys are doing. And I don't think we're going to see, I think we're going to see a lot more out of Mueller than out of Durham than I ever expected. I think I tweeted today a copy of the letter that Mueller sent me after we've done providing all of our documents to him. I lost faith or hope in the idea that Durham was going to do anything about this. I think you've held his feet to the fire, and I want you to know that myself and Marina, Leah, Anna, Maribel, my daughters, we appreciate you so much. Thank you for inviting me on tonight. My wife is sitting here with me. She won't say anything because she's too shy, but she's really intrigued by everything you guys are saying. It's also interesting. You know so much, and I rely so much on you. Please don't stop. Thank you, guys.
Well, thank you, Michael, and we will definitely never stop, because I mean that's what actually pushes me more than anything, because your lives were screwed over by these people more than anything, and besides just going for the truth and hopefully trying to wake up the country, but you guys need a vengeance, and that's why we work so hard to debunk the Steele dossier, debunk the Alpha Bank crap, and hopefully, who knows, even debunk the entire DNC hack narrative, but we'll see what's happening. We did it all for you guys first, the Trump family, everything like that, and the country. The country second, to be honest, because you guys are real people, and that's how I took it. And it's an honor to do that. I feel like that. If I'm speaking for the rest of us, I feel like that's how we've always taken it. I see Lee here, but I want to. Quinnick's been waiting for a long time, so I wanted to let him talk, and then we'll have Lee comments on the indictment, because I like to hear his perspective. Faux show. And then Chip, I saw there. Chip, can you actually? Are you not able to get invited, or what's going on?
Fool. Aaron Mate's on too. He'd be, if he wants to.
Oh, really?
Be worth. Yeah.
Hey, Fool, if you don't mind, I just have a real quick question. This is Quinning, and you guys are the experts.
Yeah, sure.
And I really, really, really appreciate this conversation. I'm just an average guy, but I spend a very large amount of time following all of you. It's shocking how many of you I follow throughout the course of the day and the week. But I guess my question is, we've had a lot of revelations today. That has answered, some questions, a lot of which I think we've all speculated ahead of time. It seems like this group is primarily focused on the Russian connection, the fusion connection, all of that side of things. My question is, there's a whole nother side of this related to Sid Blumenthal, Cody Scherer, Fiona Hill, and some of those connections have sort of come out today. Is there any further information that you guys feel is pertinent, or is that really just kind of white noise that was more of a loop back into the FBI to get their interest from a different angle? And with that, I'll just kind of open that back up to discussion.
Well, that's sort of a good intro, because you see this guy Charles Dolan sort of pop out of nowhere, which I looked back into the Olga Galkina deposition he was mentioned, and he's kind of an old Clinton acolyte, and I have no idea if he's connected to Sidney Blumenthal or Scheer or whoever, but Lee Smith is kind of an expert on that, so maybe I'll just bring him in to start it off there, and then maybe he can give his thoughts. Lee, are you there?
Yeah, it's Steve. Let me just
Sure.
Comment on Cody Scherer. And that dossier, I view that as mostly a red herring. It's not part of the main. There are a lot of people that talk about the Cody Scherer dossier as being a proto dossier for Steele, and that and Danchenko, and that Danchenko didn't, in fact, write anything. But 99% of the Danchenko dossier refer to things that other than the P tape and So I think the Cody Shearer thing gets somewhat oversold, and there's enough other stuff that I don't see it leading anywhere very interesting right now. But
Yeah, besides P,
but
there
these but
besides
these
P
things
and
can change.
FSD. No, I was going to say besides the P tape, I don't know how much more correlation there is, except the Aguilarovs and other things like that. But I know Lee's in here, so he might have more.
Hey, hey, how you doing? Thanks.
Fantastic.
Well, first of all, it's just great to see so many people here, so many friends, and so many people who've been doing excellent work for several years now. I agree with Stephen. I don't think the Cody Shearer, Sidney Blumenthal memos are that fundamentally significant on their own. I just think I mean, it's just a part of what we saw today, which is that it's the Clintons all the way
Yep.
down, right? Which we've known for a long time. So I agree with Stephen basically. I mean, I actually wanted to ask a question because I've been out of the loop most of the afternoon. What did Peter Strzok say?
Okay, I listened. He and Benjamin Wittes said that they thought that the Danchenko did lie and under FBI policies deserved to be charged. They whined about the fact that he was charged with 4 counts of lying in respect to the million thing instead of just one lie repeated 4 times, and they went on and on about that. Strzok argued that the dossier plus Alpha Bank was really just a small slice of the Mueller investigation, and the fact that it was that it turns out to be fraudulent is neither here nor there to the Russia investigation. So that small slice line of reasoning, I think, is going to be central to the containment strategy in the mainstream media when everybody's got their talking points straight.
Fascinating. I mean, this is what they've been doing now since December. What? Since December, since the first Papadopoulos story, right? And that's one of the things I think that I may have reached out to some of you here and said, I thought that was a really interesting thing. If you look at the opening of the indictment, it starts with, they say that Crossfire Hurricane opened July 31st. And, but then number 2 is they say, but the FBI is receiving reports on Trump and Russia stuff starting in early July. So I like the fact that early on in this indictment, the Durham team appears to be undercutting the standard where the Crossfire Hurricane and the press's narrative. I thought that was significant.
Okay, yeah,
And it was Adam
and,
Schiff
and,
who pushed
and
that
helpful.
line. That really came from him, I think.
Right.
Yeah, we've I know we've disagreed on this before, but for the broader audience, the issue here is a fascinating one. Is that, and people may have missed it, but the FBI interviewed Ivan Vorontsov in June of 2016, and that came out a couple of months ago in one of the Alpha Bank proceedings. I mean, and they asked Vorontsov about Danchenko, and so I mean, so if the FBI had Danchenko on their radar had both Vorontsov and Danchenko on their radar in June, at the very month that Vorontsov is supposedly telling Danchenko about the P tape. I mean, you wonder who's doing what to whom. Now, Lee has interpreted that as being the FBI already having a Crossfire Hurricane type investigation open in June. My take on it was that they had something else on their mind with Danchenko in June. But be that as it may, it's astounding that when Danchenko's name turned up in December of 2016, that fireworks didn't go off if they were asking about him in June. And making matters worse, the FBI to this day has never disclosed any information about their investigation of Danchenko in June, in which they interviewed Vorontsov. The only information we have that comes from the Alpha Bank civil proceeding. So it's there's a anvil to drop there.
Oh yeah, for sure. And I've talked to people that might be in the know, and they're saying like that interview might not have existed, but I think it probably existed. And it has to pertain to. I think it definitely pertains to the sort of Danchenko investigation that was started back in, I don't even know, 2010 or whenever it was. But Lee, that question going back to Shearer and stuff, with this Dolan dude popping up, have you come across him in relation to Sidney Blumenthal or Shearer or anything like that?
No, this was a surprise to me, as I'm sure it was a surprise to most other folks. Though that like, well, I mean, all you guys, I mean, we all ran down his different connections to the Clintons, and it's been going on for a long time. So that's what I mean. I mean, it's just another Clinton thug involved in this stuff, and I think that many of you guys, I mean, you're I mean, the idea that some of this stuff may have actually, that Durham may have underplayed it a bit, right? That actually Dolan may be the source for some of this stuff. And it may be an elegantly written indictment to try to get people to talk in different ways. So, no, but I mean, other people contacted me later, Washington people saying, I know this guy Dolan, I worked with him, I did this and that. But, I mean, nothing that's surprising. I mean, that's to me one of the things that comes across. It's like it's an all of Clinton world effort. That's what is so bizarre.
Yeah.
All of these people, all hands on deck. Let's see what we can do and get out here and push this on behalf of Hillary Clinton. That's what's so disgraceful.
Which that
But
like points to how much like a pay for play Clinton deal there actually was. Like, which
yeah,
is so obvious.
I don't even.
but I mean,
I don't
all of
even know
that.
how much of it is for pay. I don't even know how much of it is for pay. It's just sort of like this is the home team.
Yeah.
How can you not stand up and wave the banner of the home team? Here comes this lunatic we never heard of before, Donald Trump. You're going to tell me you're going to sit right here and you're going to root against Team USA and vote and root for the Soviets when they come in here and they're playing us at Lake Placid? How dare you? That's what it feels like. Everyone is on Team Clinton. And it's important to remember that it's not just the left, it's parts of the right as well, right?
Yep.
They got a whole bunch of people on the right to sign on around the same time. It's really amazing, but it goes to the deeper corruption of Washington.
Lee, hi. First of all, nice to hear your voice.
Hi,
Hi.
Svetlana.
I have one question, I think, and one kind of point for discussion. So, in terms of the question, because you've been obviously the first one to point out about the proto dossiers and the Shearer dossiers, and I think, obviously they're not important, as you say, on their own. They're important as to show this connection. And of course, then we have Strobe Talbot, who is the president of Brookings Institute, and he, of course, contacts Steele in August saying, "How can I help? How can I help with your dossier?" Right? And what I was curious about is this chronologies, where obviously we have the proto dossiers, and maybe you can clarify to people, including myself, the difference or similarities between sort of the proto dossier and the Shearer dossier and the sort of dates of that. But also what I'm quite intrigued about, and that kind of touches on the point that I think Stephen was mentioning, and I think Stephen was actually the first person who found that, is, of course, they don't interview Danchenko until January, right? And on this subject as a subsource. And that flows from the fact that somebody from the national security team, I.e. Flynn, inquired about the dossier sources, and Comey says, yeah, we looked into them, except they haven't, and he sends that email. And what I'm curious about is there's some stuff like about the P dossier and P bits and whatever that obviously Danchenko somehow, we think of is responsible for, which is interesting, what comes from the Shearer stuff and from Danchenko stuff. But there is other substantive stuff that you can't sort of pin on Danchenko. And I think the finding by Stephen here about the sequence of events of how they go to speak to Danchenko, plus some of the theories Yuli had, I think it was about the circumstances of that interview, who was present at the interview, and it's almost like some of the stuff they were sort of feeding him to say. Can you just kind of go back through all of that and just basically maybe place Danchenko in what we know now and what we've thought in the past, in kind of his real role, how much say he had as opposed to what kind of his name was attached to? I think these are my two sort of points.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, I'm trying to remember to what extent, you and I have talked about it in the past. I mean, I mean, the way that I've seen it is that sort of Danchenko was another buffer, right? Or another avatar in a larger operation. Danchenko was necessary. And I think you and I did talk about this, because they kind of built in the Russian disinformation aspect from the beginning, right? I mean, and it looks like that's at least part of Danchenko's role. Is that what you're thinking as well right now?
The Russian disinformation angle, but also what, in a sense, he was because obviously that interview that he has in January is very curious, because they only go to see him as a result of Flynn and co, digging into the dossier, in effect, into the subsources. And the people who are in the interview, the Soma, who is obviously a very dodgy character, the FBI agent,
right?
Isn't Laufman there, etc. So how much of it the sort of Danchenko we could sort of track that he might have said to Flynn, versus how much they got him to kind of take the credit for or put his name on in order to save their dossier.
Right. I mean, the way that I've seen, I mean, here's one of the important things from the indictments. First of all, we didn't know, I think, about the last interview, right? Or that they did other interviews after March and May, right? And we hadn't seen the March and May interview with Danchenko, so we didn't know why, but we could have imagined that maybe Durham was using it and that this was an important interview, right? We saw the January interview, from which these guys like Stephen and Fool, we got the name of Danchenko, and God bless you guys for some of the great, for just fantastic journalistic work, great investigative work. But Danchenko, they don't. We wanted to see the March and May interviews with Danchenko because it seemed from the IG report that those must have been much more pressing interviews, right? And it looked like from the Horowitz report, that's where they got more solid stuff on Danchenko and what the nature of the operation was, right? I mean, some of you guys will remember much better than me, but that I think it was a Washington field office agent who was doing the interview in March and maybe May as well.
Yep.
And I'm not sure if we know who that is. But I mean, right, Svetlana, I think you're entirely right. I think we talked about this. I mean, the fact that Laufman and Soma are interviewing, I mean, it's the Crossfire Hurricane team that's investigating or that's questioning Danchenko in January. So they're all these people are in the same room, and they all know what the story is.
Lee, the interesting thing is, as much as Strzok laments that, oh my God, they charged Danchenko with the same lie 4 times over, the far more interesting aspect is, why did Danchenko repeat this lie over the course of an entire year, which we now know, which, as we didn't know before, because we all knew that there were 3 interviews. We didn't know about the interviews in September and November of 2017. So for some reason, the FBI, and by the way, another interesting aspect of this is when they went back in September.
He's been interviewed.
Right. But when they went back in September and in November of 2017, was that Mueller? Was that, what was that, right?
Right.
So they kept going back and they kept asking him the same damn question. which
Oh,
was
wait, you're right. May, that was
May,
almost certainly Mueller,
March,
right?
May,
Right,
September, November, right? And they
right.
kept
So
asking him the same damn
those
question.
must all be Mueller, right,
Well, no, I think
right.
it was the
Well,
Washington field office. I think like Mueller said that he didn't have that purview, and they kept on talking about this counterintelligence investigation out of the Washington field
Hmm.
office. And I think they're just doing it separately, which doesn't make any sense at all.
Huh.
I mean, I'm going to bring Ship on in a little bit to discuss why the hell this freaking happened and in a legal perspective, but I think it was a completely
right.
separate investigation that we don't know who
No,
was
no, no.
running.
This is a really good
I'll
fool. This is a really good point, right? So in January, he tells them, "Hey, I spoke to this million guy on the phone. You know, he called me. Okay, 4 times over the course from January all the way to November, they go back, and that's why we got Virginia. They go back to his home and say, they knock on his door and say, "Hey, Danchenko, you told us that you know this million guy called you on the phone. Can you tell us more about that?" Again and again and again and again. Why?
The other element of this that well, Lee, one point about the January interview, I think there's I everything that was alleged in Horowitz and attributed in March and May was already in the January interview. So there's a bit of sleight of hand in Horowitz there. The other another event in this that we haven't talked about was the what happened to Brian Otten's long report on the Danchenko interview, which according to Otten, he just placed in a file nobody ever read, and that he never briefed anybody on it. And Comey and McCabe say they never knew that Danchenko had resiled from the Steele dossier or raised any questions on it. And then the people like Lindsey Graham and everyone seized on the idea that this was bar talk to the phrase I use on that, they gaslight what Danchenko had actually admitted, because the most shocking thing that he admitted in the January report was that he'd never met Millian, and that there was no source. And Graham all turns this into gaslighting about his buddies in Moscow, and which makes the whole thing a bit indeterminate and conceals the elephant in the room. But no one knows what happens. But the fact that Otten's report on this gets buried in the FBI, and Comey and them play dumb is I think a real dig here. Dan Bongino said at one time that he had a source in the FBI that said for sure that Comey had been briefed about the Danchenko interview, but he's not been able to sort of dig out what it was. He hasn't been able to back it up, but he was quite firm that somebody had told him that.
But Steve, can I come back and maybe we can bring Shipwrecked in here? Why would the FBI go back 4 times over the course of 1 year and ask the same question?
Right. But it doesn't look like it was I don't think it was the Mueller people, because there's it looks
Right.
like it looks to me like the Mueller lawyers never attended a Danchenko interview, or else they've sort of concealed it from the 302 productions, which is possible, or it's in the redacted ones. But it seems more likely that it wasn't anything to do with that it was off book, or not off book, but it wasn't the Mueller. Like Zelensky didn't ever interview these people.
I'll say just real quick, I did cross check the dates that we learned of Danchenko's interviews with the Mueller 302s that are out. There aren't any that actually fit. It's still possible that they just withheld them completely, but there weren't any redacted ones that would fit with those dates.
Guys, sorry, and also wasn't there an interview with Steele in London by 2 FBI agents? Is that September, Stephen? Do you remember? September 17?
Yeah, that was September 17th or October.
So
But
would that kind of match up somehow? Because that's not Mueller, right? That's FBI, and that's in
right,
London.
so like Mueller even says that this counterintelligence side that was working on it on some other project, which I'm assuming is the Steele dossier. But I know Ship's been patiently waiting. So, Ship, what's up? This is the first time we
Me,
ever talked.
I don't. I have no opinions at all.
No, that's what we got you on here for. Is some type of
Oh man,
opinion.
I'll tell you, this has been great. I mean, I've been on for like 15, 20 minutes now listening, and this is wild. It's like a QAnon gathering.
Hey,
No,
easy.
okay, here.
This is fooling on. This is fooling on.
Hey, okay, yeah, Jack's listening. Jack's recording everything. Here is okay. Here's mechanically. This is how I would guess the explanation goes on the interviews. Don't lose track of the fact you had 90-day TDYs that started this thing, and then so you're going to come to a point in time like Soma wanted off. So Soma rotated out back to New York. You know, he was done. He didn't want to do this anymore. And so he's in the Danchenko interview in January, but he's you know, his ticket's already punched. He's going back to New York. He's done with this. And he probably could, you know, he already had the stink of it in his nose. He didn't want anything more to do with it. So it is, I'm telling you guys, it is unheard of. Absolutely stunningly unheard of for an analyst to be the only one that takes notes and writes an EC, an electronic communication, not a 302, of an interview of somebody like Danchenko. That is so far out of bounds. And what it tells you is Soma didn't want to write it. And nobody else in there wanted to write it. So Outen said he'd write it, and they said, fine, you write it. And then everybody that's in that interview except Outen, they're gone. So when March rolls around, those are new people. That's the Case Agent 6 or whoever it was, whoever took Outen's place. And what's remarkable in reading back through that stuff was, remember, Case Agent 6 is the one that said, I sent Soma a couple of emails asking him questions. He never responded. Well, how do you think, how does that happen in an organization like the FBI? Somebody just gets away with not responding. Okay? That's the old rule. And I have reasons to know this, trust me. That's the old rule that says, I'm not putting anything down in writing on this anymore. You want answers? Call me. Or meet me, you know, in the parking lot. But I'm not putting anything in writing. And I guarantee you that was Soma's attitude. So that explains the March re-interview, is the new agent has questions. You know, he reads the EC written by an analyst that you know, for a 2-day interview to be memorialized in a 54-page EC that's double spaced. There's a shit of stuff left out. You know, I've seen ECs that go 200, 300, 400 pages, and 302s single spaced that go 8, 10, or 12 pages in one day. This is a 2-day interview, and you get a 54-page EC because that's all Outen knew to do. Because he's not yeah.
Just real quick, is it possible that I think it was actually a 3-day interview, but is it possible that those were also recorded, and so therefore there was never any 302s for any of them, and that's why an analyst could be the one to write the EC?
I think I think he just volunteered, and nobody else was going to do it. Soma wasn't going to do it. Soma said, you know, because a 3-day interview of somebody like Danchenko, you're talking about 12, 15 hours at the computer, getting it all right. And it's like, I'm out of here. You know, my bags are packed. I'm not doing that. Brian Outen wants to do it. Have at it. Knock yourself out.
Excuse me, Ship. I'm sorry. Why are you assuming the point was to get it right?
Exactly.
Oh, no,
I mean, we're talking about Soma, for goodness sake.
Yeah. But at that point, you know, they're still just, you know, they're only a few months into the investigation. They're still doing what they would typically do. Look at other 302s they wrote in the same time frame, you know, and they come out of there. You know, Soma's the one to me who comes out of there based on what he wrote, saying, "Oh my God, look at how much he confirmed," and just ignored everything that he undercut. You know, he comes out of there with the attitude that he validated parts of the Steele dossier.
No, I think that's right. I think that's how I read the January interview as well, and that's exactly how I read it. That January, he goes in there and he's talking to Crossfire Hurricane agents. He's talking to Laufman and Soma, and the whole point is to corroborate Crossfire Hurricane reporting. Yeah, so Danchenko's going to like soften the edges on some of this, but basically, this is how it went down. I totally agree. That's what happened in January. In March and May, it was
Well, in
different.
March and May, you got new agents, and they have questions, and they're not, and Soma won't call them back to answer their questions, so they go back to the source. They read a
Yeah,
54-page EC and they
it's
think there's
different.
got to be
It's
more.
a different source.
They have new
It's a
questions,
different.
right? They have new questions because the Crossfire Hurricane
Well,
guys are doing the interviews in January.
No, but
of course they should ask different
but there's
questions.
a different handler of Danchenko at that point. There's a Washington field office agent on Danchenko at that point, and then they have a case agent 6 who's on the Carter Page investigation.
right, but okay,
So
but hold on, but keep in mind what's happening. You have 90-day re-ups on the FISA, or is it 120 on a FISA? 90 on a T3. I think there might be 120 on a FISA. When they get them, they got them in October. 90 days, okay. And I guarantee you, those FISAs were coming up dry. They weren't getting anything. So they keep going back to Danchenko to see if there's better information that maybe got left out the first time around that they can use because you're supposed to renew your PC. You can't just use the same PC that you used 3 months ago when you don't
Yep.
when your warrant doesn't turn anything up.
Yep.
Normally your new PC is what you got over the 90 days. We got all this great information from our warrant over 90 days, so we want to keep listening or we want to keep digging.
Yeah,
what
about September?
No, but that's great.
September, November,
the Crossfire
2017.
Hurricane guys didn't go back to Danchenko. It was the Washington field office.
No, they're running Crossfire Hurricane.
No. The
Whoa,
Washington
whoa.
field. No, the handler of Danchenko got switched to a Washington field office agent, not involved in Crossfire Hurricane. The case agent 6, the case agent, I forget the SSA at that point. They're not interviewing Danchenko. It's a different Washington field office dude.
Well, but again, that doesn't necessarily tell you anything because the way.
No, but I mean, like it does though. You would think they would shift Danchenko to a case agent in Crossfire Hurricane.
No, yeah, but it doesn't. But the case agent is not always going to be the one that does the interview.
No, I understand that.
The FBI uses leads. They'll send out a lead and say, "We need this guy interviewed on these subjects," and then whoever's closest to him will go do it.
Right, but if you thought you were going to say, "I'm going to get another FISA warrant," why wouldn't they have case agent 6 in the interview with Danchenko?
It's just the FBI works. He doesn't have to be there as long as there's and that's sort of the fiction. Hold on, the fiction of the Bureau is one agent's as good as another. It's crazy. It used to drive me crazy when I would find out that my case agent didn't go to a key interview. They sent a lead and had some agent who knew nothing about the case do the interview. It happens all the time.
Right. I mean, but also about those, I've heard that potentially Danchenko was made a CHS. I don't know if that is even possible.
Well, sure, they can make anybody CHS. There's no magic in making somebody CHS.
No, right. But I mean, I'm saying, would there be a point of making him a confidential human? Why didn't we get the ECs or 302s about Danchenko? Is my point. Is it because would it make more sense that he was a CHS at that point? Is that why we're not getting that information? Because we obviously got the January stuff. Why didn't we get the March, May, and beyond stuff?
Well, this is sort of to me, this is kind of a little bit of a misconception in the public that you're ever entitled to that stuff. I mean, we're
not. We're not obviously, but Ballard said we can have one of these.
Yeah, so
we know it existed. We know from the Horowitz report it existed. So why didn't they say, "Oh, have a redacted copy of these other shits"?
My guess, and it's just a guess, is that the only thing that's been coming out is what Durham said. Okay, that can go out. And if there's something being held back on Danchenko, he just got indicted today. My guess is Durham held it back for whatever reason.
But that still wouldn't be entitled to a Glomar response or anything like that. They should still say, okay, we found X amount of pages and we're withholding them all or something like that. But instead, it's delays. It's, oh, there's no written record. Oh, we don't know what you're talking about. Blah blah blah. I mean, FOIA fan, I think he's already logged off, but he's been pushing this through appeals and all sorts of places, through OIG, through FBI, through DOJ. He's like, someone has got these and can't keep them from FOIA.
Yeah.
But
So
they're keeping it somehow.
On the CHS, I just make a couple points, and I'll let somebody else come on. You guys don't want to just listen to me nonstop. On the CHS stuff, one of the only reasons they would make him CHS is to pay him. And I'm not like talking about paying him a lot of money, but just like $500 a month or $1,000 a month, or if he's got needs that can't be met because he caught up doing all this stuff and he can't work. There's all kinds of reasons why they make people CHS, but generally it's just to pay him and keep him friendly. Because Danchenko could just walk away. He could just fly to Russia. He could do whatever he wanted. He'd disappear, and then they don't have him. So it's sort of, I mean, the whole kind of CHS thing is a little bit of a mystery that it doesn't need to be, and the reason why the Bureau does it is in 99% of the cases not nearly as sinister as people suspect, and the amount they're getting paid is not huge. It's a few $100s a month just to keep them on the books, and they're supposed to close them out when they're not providing any useful information over like 60 days. There's generally a process where they close out. They can open them up again. If the guy, if an agent closes a source out for unproductivity, and then the next week the source calls him and says, "Hey, just what I heard," they just open them back up again. It happens every day.
Yeah, but in the case of Crossfire Hurricane, both Steele and Halper are dirtbags, right?
And it seems
I'm sorry, there was no use for them.
Yeah, Halper is. I don't really want to trot out all the stuff that I suspect about Halper. I've probably written it over time, and now that my identity is no longer a secret, I probably should be more circumspect about what I say about him, since there could be a process server show up with a libel suit. But his history, it just so reminds me of somebody who was maybe a governmental player that wasn't quite what they looked like on the surface, and just kind of now is a little long in the tooth, but still plays around at the edges and can be useful under some circumstances to be tasked to do certain things.
Don't even get started.
If you get my drift. Yeah, it's like, so that's why you keep that. I mean, that's why agents keep guys like that around, because they're savvy enough that you can say, "Hey, can you go do this for me?" And they say, "Yeah, that sounds like fun."
Let me ask this way. Assuming we have, and we have, I mean, we've looked at a number of reasons why Danchenko, after his initial claim about the phone call, would then be asked over the course of an entire year again and again and again and again about that phone call, new agents and so on, as we discussed. Now, let's look at it from Durham's perspective. Why would Durham charge it 4 times?
I got to say this. I haven't read it closely enough. I was reading through the narrative, and when I got to the counts, I didn't pay that much attention to what the actual charging language in the counts was, except the first thing I looked at is, are they all Eastern District of Virginia counts? And they were. He could have charged the District of Columbia in the Eastern District of Virginia, and then you have a venue issue, and the defendant can always waive the venue issue. And that would have said to me that Danchenko's already agreed to plead guilty, and he's going to waive venue, and that's why Durham put them both in there. These are all just kind of mechanical things that can be made to go away. I haven't looked at the specifics of how he charged each of the 4 counts. I thought it was 5. That tells you how close I looked at it.
No, you're right. So the first one is in relation to this Charles Dolan fellow.
Okay, all right.
Forget about that one, okay? 2, I had a very close look at them. Very, very close. 2, 3, 4, and 5 are the identical lie told over and over and over and over again between March and November of 2017. So, of course, you can charge a lie that's told at different times again and again.
Right.
That's absolutely
Right.
fine. Cool. But what might be the tactics behind that?
Well, that could be that, the specifics of the words he used or the questions that he was asked and responded to were different each time. And it might be that it's stronger in one instance than in another instance, that he might have had some equivocation in his answer in one of the four instances. So it's a little bit of a weaker play. So you charge all four of them out of recognition that maybe maybe two of them are better than the other two of them, but you want four chances for the jury to say guilty, because you're not confident they'll say guilty to all four because of the factual particulars of each circumstance. It's hard to know without having the discovery, where you can see from the discovery how the FBI wrote the 302 about what he was asked and what he responded.
Yeah, no,
Hans?
thanks for that.
Hans?
What about the idea of him being recorded clandestinely? So in January, that was not the case, but after January, it keeps saying that he was recorded without his knowledge. Can we read anything into that?
I think that somebody figured out that he is not being square, and he's probably a subject or a target at that point. Now, I've said over and over again that when Mueller took over, from my point of view, the special counsel's office ran from the Steele dossier once they kind of had a good look at it. I don't see where their footprints or fingerprints are anywhere going in any direction based on the Steele dossier. That would have included Danchenko. I just think that's, the Mueller prosecutors, who are a pretty savvy crew, got in that and said, this is a mess. We can't use this for anything. And whereas, up to that point, remember, up to the Mueller group coming in, this was basically just an all FBI operation. I can't find anything that says there was a lot of DOJ oversight. Yeah, Loftman was in the interview because he wrote the proffer letter for Danchenko, and the FBI agents can't write proffer letters, only the prosecutors can, so they needed him for that. But by and large, in this kind of investigation, and until it turns overtly criminal, the FBI is working on their own, and they're using idiots like Kleinsmith for their legal advice.
Hans? Hey, Hans?
I'm here.
Yeah. Interesting. You raise an interesting issue. Right. Why does Durham, I mean, obviously it's to make it a little harder on Danchenko, but why does he underscore the fact that Danchenko lies to the FBI 4 times and the FBI does nothing about it? Not Mueller, not the FBI. They do nothing about it. He lies to them 4 times successively, yes. And they do nothing about it.
No, you're absolutely right. My theory on this is that Durham. I mean, I agree with Ship. I mean, it just might be like, tactical. Let's make sure we get him on one of those. But I think it goes beyond that. I think it's because that particular lie. So that means 2, 3, 4, and 5 of the indictment. That particular lie goes to the heart of the entire case. Because what is that lie? That lie is that he lied about having spoken to Millian. So he lied about that. And that gets repeated 4 times. Why is that so important? Well, because Millian is supposedly the source of everything. He's the source of the grand conspiracy, that language. He's the source of the P-tape. Supposedly he's the source of the Alpha Bank. And he's the source of WikiLeaks. So all 4 big issues, Millian is the source. And so that of course goes further, right? Because why would Steele make someone who Danchenko never met and had to make up some lie about a phone call, which is what those 4 lies are about? Why would Steele make that person the sort of the centerpiece of his entire dossier? Well, he would only make that person the centerpiece of an entire dossier if he thought, and this is Svetlana's point, which she's been making for years and years and years, if he thought that Danchenko and Millian were in the same room at the same time at some point in time, because then you can make up whatever. He said, right? The beautiful thing about this entire thing is that, and Sergei is really, really lucky here, right? he was so wise as to just ignore all these outreaches from Danchenko. So he was never in the same room with these people, with Danchenko or with anyone else. And that kind of blows up the entire dossier. So I think probably, in my view, that's the reason why Durham goes on and on and on 4 times about the same issue.
Well, and I would add that Millian is important because he's known well enough that the information allegedly coming from him has a veneer of plausibility, as opposed to sub source one, who's some girl he knew from his childhood, in Russia, and the other ne'er do well characters that were the other subsources. Millions not in that class. If this information really came from a guy like Million, then the chances of that information being solid go up dramatically. And so he created a fantastic story based upon somebody who would be credible if they offered that kind of information.
And also, Million is the source of like Hans was saying, the extensive conspiracy that led to the Russian hacking and the dump to WikiLeaks. That's the treasonous shit, and that's why he's sort of important, and that's why it's great that it's actually debunked today.
Ship is absolutely right. Millian is the only one. Well, first of all, they have a photo of Millian and Trump. This was back in 2008. It is a fact that Sergei, who was a realtor, an American citizen who is a realtor, that's a normal thing, right? He happened to have sold Trump apartments down in Florida. Well, that's a normal thing. That happens. But that was enough for the Steele crowd to run with it, because you've got someone who you not only can connect to Trump, you've even got a photo of him and Trump. So then you can make up all kinds of shit. And that's why he was so important. But what I think is that Steele actually believed that Danchenko had Millian in the same room. So at that point, you can make up whatever you want to make up. And the beautiful thing about this whole story is that Sergei can prove that he was never in the same room with any of these people. And the beautiful thing about today's indictment is that Durham can prove that Millian was never on the phone with any of these people either, because that's what it says. And, that's the part that Danchenko made up as a sort of a last gasp attempt to sort of make it work somehow. I never met the guy, but he phoned me. And of course, that was bullshit. Durham was able to prove that very easily, as you could, when you look at phone records and so on. For some strange reason, the FBI never ever looked into that aspect.
I think they were waved off of it. I think they were waved off of it. They were told, if you go down that road, that unlocks Steele. If you unlock Steele, you're going to start looking at Fusion GPS. Then you're going to start looking at Simpson. That's going to take you into Perkins Coie. And so it's like, where would the grand jury subpoenas stop if they went that direction? And so somewhere in the Democratic establishment, a signal was given that let's look at Russian active measures and Concord catering instead. Because in the summertime, when the special counsel's office is just getting up and running, and they're getting their own 40 FBI agents. They didn't just take over who was already operating. They kept some and got rid of some, but they got their own little crew of FBI agents, and they got their offices and they got their computers. And so between May and June, they were getting staffed up and getting off and running. The first thing they did is go knock over Manafort's house and storage unit. And the reason they did that, I don't think this is maybe well enough known. The Manafort case had existed since 2014. It was a grand jury investigation. They could immediately get grand jury subpoenas, and behind the grand jury subpoenas, immediately get search warrants on Manafort. It was quick, it was easy, it was direct. They already knew.
That investigation was closed, and I think it was like reopened in January 2015
exactly.
or something like that.
It doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter whether it was closed. They knew they could reopen it and go right after it. And Weissman and a couple others who were recent alums of justice knew it was there. They knew they could immediately make access of it, and immediately go to the grand jury and get what they needed. They may have known that there was already PC for a search warrant. All they had to do was put it on paper. They knew Papadopoulos was a dry hole. They knew that wasn't going anywhere. The FBI had already figured that out. So that was a zero. They knew by the summer of 2017 that the Page FISA had turned up nothing. They had 9 months of Page FISA material. If the FBI hadn't found anything in the Page FISA material in 9 months, they weren't going to find anything. So they knew that was a dry hole. So what did they wheel to? They wheeled to Flynn, who the FBI had already closed out. In the spring, the FBI had said, there's nothing there. We're closing that out. That after January of 2017. Okay.
Well, they wanted to even before that.
Yeah.
Wait, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Ship. Can you go back through that chronology again, please?
Okay. Mueller takes over in the middle of May, but you're going to have a lag period while they're getting staffed up and they're trying to figure out what the FBI knows. And there's time there. I mean, the FBI's been at that now for 11 months, right? At least. July of 2016, the FBI starts. Mueller takes over in the middle of May 2017. A couple of people come on board right away. They have to go recruit, others, or bringing them out of private practice. They grab a few bodies out of Main Justice that are well connected. The FBI, brings over a whole new squad of 40 agents, and they've got. They've got 5 targets, and the fifth target is who is that? The Middle Eastern guy that they quickly tossed out. I've actually talked to him a couple times.
Walid
Ferris.
Yeah, Walid Ferris. He was 5. He was number 5. But that was a dead end. So they've got the 4 targets, which are the 4 Crossfire Hurricane targets. But they can immediately know that Papadopoulos is nothing because the FBI has looked at him for a year. But they twist him with a charge. They basically get him hung up on a false statement charge, and so they got leverage over him. But he's not taking them anywhere. He doesn't know anything. He doesn't know anybody. Nobody knows him. The Flynn case, the FBI had wanted to close that in the spring, even after January. There was a non-pros. They were not referring Flynn for prosecution to DOJ based upon the January interview. They wanted to close that out, and it was a special counsel's office that said no, we want to look at that. You have Manafort. They immediately went right for Manafort, probably because they knew there was PC there. They just had to put it on paper and get the search warrants, which was within 30 days they had them. I think what was that? It was July 30th they kicked in the door, so maybe 45 days they had Manafort the search warrants. And so who are we missing? Flynn, Page, Papadopoulos, and Manafort. And now, as is common, I have completely lost where the hell I was going with all this. You should see me in front of a jury. I
don't remember where we were at.
Yeah,
what was the question again?
We were talking about the SEO. Yeah, can you read that back, please?
No. My question was about chronology. You said that they dug dry holes on different people, and that's when they went to Flynn. So I just want to get a sense of what your chronology is. I'm just trying to follow that. I'm sorry.
So Flynn basically is the last resort, But I think from the perspective of the SCO, if there was,
I'm sorry. What do you mean Flynn is the last resort? At what point?
Well, Page was a dry hole. If they're really looking for Russia stuff, presumably, at least out at the outset, they're looking for some actual Russian connection. They've looked at the Steele dossier and they know we're not going anywhere with this information. Okay, the Steele dossier is to me, if the Steele dossier is put down in front of me and they want me to do something with it, I'm laughing. This is nonsense. It was facially nonsensical. The only reason the Steele dossier got the play it did is because it fell into the hands of a few people who wanted it to be true. And I'm talking about the small Crossfire Hurricane team. They wanted it to be true. And they had 60 days until the election, from mid-August until November. I mean, if they didn't act within that time and Donald Trump won, that's the old, what's our insurance policy issue? We're going to stop him. Remember all those conversations? That small group of people They were terrified.
That's not
Well,
that's not
well,
what
well, well,
that's not what the insurance policy was.
well,
I'm sorry.
Lee,
The
like,
insurance policy was not stopping Donald Trump. That's not what it
well, what
was.
happened is in like Svetlana talks about this a lot. Like in April, May, the stories about Svetlana start coming out, and in the news and the Guardian, shit like that. So like, and then Brennan comes up and he said there, I forget what the exact verbiage is. In that interview, he starts saying there's some traitor that he's talking about Flynn, and that's when the Svetlana story really started popping out,
Yeah.
and that's when they started re-upping this stuff.
Yeah, but I think that I could be wrong, and I read this Svetlana stuff very carefully at the time. Um, that all just struck me as sort of a dirty trick payback. They were just trying to make Flynn unemployable by the Trump campaign, or nobody. Hey, in the
Yes.
spring, nobody was thinking about a Trump administration. In the spring, nobody
No,
was thinking
yeah,
about
but
Trump.
but I'm talking about 2017 when that actually once it started getting past because I mean I've heard from sources that they're about to shut down the entire Russia thing, and then all of a sudden their get out of jail free card to keep on investigating was like in May or whatever, and Brennan starts talking about this traitor that was involved with Russia or whatever. That's when these stories about Svetlana started coming out in January 2017 or May 2017, I believe. And it's about Flynn and her because it wasn't in public at that time. But then Brennan started talking about it in his hearing. I forget with the sissy or whoever it was.
Well, I think in that time frame there were still people wanting to prosecute Flynn. Okay, the FBI was not on board with prosecuting Flynn in April or May of 2017. In fact, I mean, you get that from Barnett, the case agent. He was the one that tried to close it in December, and then he didn't get invited to the party to interview Flynn. He was excluded from that. And then, they get the interview, but it's done by Pietka and Strzok, two guys who probably haven't actually interviewed anybody in years because they're kind of beyond that level in their work. And you can see how that plays itself out with their 302. The idea that Peter Strzok, an um, assistant, what the hell's
He's
his
a
title?
dad, but with
Yeah, deputy assistant director is typing a 302. That's just like
yeah.
comical.
But shit, we're talking about how it just kept on getting pushed forward because at the time it was all these other things are sort of shut down. But once Brennan came forward and he started saying there was like this treasonous aspect in these hearings, and he was talking about Flynn at that point.
Right.
And then all
Yeah.
these stories came out about Svetlana and him, and they're like, "Oh, what is going on here?" And that's what sort of pushed it again into
Well,
this Mueller
that
stuff.
story. I mean, that story. I mean, she's still on here. She should come on. I don't
Yeah,
remember
she's here.
what that story was out there before, not necessarily in public, but the FBI had it because they got it from Halper, and it was a false story when Halper gave it to him.
Right, but it was bigger when Brennan started giving it credence in a congressional testimony.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. I that doesn't come back to me right now but I mean, it would make sense because Brennan's got yeah. But my point of view on Brennan has always been he lost his next 4 years as the CIA director because Clinton would have kept him on, and so when Clinton loses, he loses his dream job, and now he's out on the street, and he's just a bitter, you know, mean, not very bright man.
Ugly
So
too.
he's just going to talk shit about everybody at that point.
I don't know if Svetlana wanted to say anything, but
Well, I can. Yes, thank you. So there are a number of stages in all of it. Thanks, Mr. Nelson. I never call you fool at the moment. Too clever for that. So the first stage, if we're talking about, basically we need to remember that January is when Flynn is about to become officially, in charge, the NSA. And they are closing on him, but then they can't close on him because they have this meeting between Obama and the famous seventh floor. So the decision is actually at the top of the FBI, comes from the seventh floor. So that's Comey and McCabe, who just met with Obama, to keep the investigation open. Despite the fact that they know that it's all bullshit, they have to keep the investigation open. We're talking about January 2017, because Flynn is about to become, the spy chief then, and basically find out everything they've done and become very powerful. So they need to destroy him. And they go back. This is where Peter Strzok sends this famous text message saying that our incompetency saves us, where he basically orders, from the orders from McCabe and Comey down to Barnett and others to keep the investigation open. And then in February and March, they proceed to obtain national security letters. So they can't obtain FISAs on Flynn, because for that they would have to tell the FBI that the national security advisor is a Russian agent. They can't do that. So they don't obtain FISAs, instead of which they obtain NSLs. And they obtain a number of them between February and March. And actually, Kleinsmith, who's actually quite a senior guy, he's the one in charge of putting those together. We're talking about 2017. So by that stage, they know for nearly a year that the Flynn story is bullshit, but they do that anyway. And that coincides, the obtaining of the NSLs. It coincides with first stories about me in the various newspapers, which in turn also coincides with the testimonies. So the first one is Comey, and they basically are sort of coordinating that all, because Flynn is the most important person for them. First of all, because they need to get rid of him, which they do, he resigns. And second is because he's the most important person for Trump. So there we're moving on to trying to get rid of Trump through two ways. One is the competence, which is that he put national security into national security advisor position, a traitor, and that's what I think Fools was referring to. And the second thing is obstruction. So they want Trump to basically say something or do something to stop investigating Flynn. And that's where I think we're going into the testimony. So we have Comey, Brennan, Clapper, others, all basically saying things about Flynn in order to create this, although they know for sure privately that there is nothing to the Flynn is not a traitor, but publicly they're making all the statements. And that's one of the reasons why Mueller investigation comes across. So basically it's a very, very serious op, which is post the election, is actually then designed to get Trump through getting Flynn.
The other event in February that's relevant to this is there's a big article in New York Times in mid-February about the repeated communications between Trump campaign and Russian intel. Remember that one?
Yep, and I remember Peter Strzok's notes about it as well.
And I'm 100% convinced that that's a recycling of the Alpha Bank story, so that when Strzok, when they say that the Alpha Bank story didn't matter, well, that February story really inflamed the Congress. I mean, there were at that point they were up to about 20 senators demanding a special counsel based on that one false story.
Well, the other thing that happened in I think it was February, which in my view maybe did more to launch this whole thing, or at least prevent it from being shut down when it should have been and could have been, was Sessions recusing himself without establishing that there was a real need for him to recuse. Sessions should have stuck in there long enough to say, you want me to step aside and allow an investigation of the president to go forward, you're going to have to show me the evidence that says it's legitimate and it's bona fide. And if it doesn't stand up, I'm shutting it down, and I'll explain to the country why. And he didn't do that. He just said, oh, I need to step aside. Well, I guess I better step aside.
Yep, guaranteed. And that same thing with investigating Hillary Clinton or whatever. He just prematurely basically did that shit.
Yeah, he had an obligation. I mean, he had an obligation to his oath to say, I can't do this until I'm convinced there's a legitimate reason for me to do this. It just can't be because somebody else says I need to.
Yep.
Well, not only that, that there's a legitimate reason to even investigate anything.
Exactly.
It's like that sort of it's like that old scenario where like you're asked to withdraw from some committee or some panel or whatever because a friend of yours has applied for a job, but that friend of yours hasn't actually applied for a job. I've seen that many times in real life. So, Sessions, the first thing he should have done before we even talk about Kislyak and all that stuff is like, yeah, fine, okay, so you say I need to recuse from this investigation. Before we talk about why I should recuse, what's your reason for investigating?
Exactly.
Because at that point, they didn't have one.
Exactly.
Yep.
And he would have sniffed that out, or at least a smart attorney general would have sniffed that. A smart attorney general with a good deputy, would have said, this doesn't add up.
I mean, 100%. He was just weak, and he didn't have a deputy, and he just felt like he was too politically involved. That's why Trump probably should have never appointed like a senator for that job.
Yep. He appointed. Imagine if Bill Barr was that attorney general.
It would have been.
Can anybody imagine Bill? Yeah. I mean, you needed somebody who was savvy and understood the ways of the world and not the Senate, which is, an institution and environment unto itself and operates like nothing else anywhere else.
Yep. But I mean, if Bill Barr would have came in earlier, we might not have known all this fucking bullshit. Who even knows? It's like a gift and a curse. But I'm going to bring on some of the. I know Johnny Dice has been waiting patiently for a long time, so.
All right, I'll be on for a little bit and then I'm probably out. But this has been great. I will participate enthusiastically if you put something like this together. I'm writing a story on the indictment right now. So
awesome.
Great, nice to hear from all you guys. Nice to share the thoughts. This has been terrific.
Yeah, we'll share it out for sure, and keep fighting in the cases I know you're involved in. So, thanks, Ship.
All right, great.
Yep. Johnny Dice, you there? Johnny Dice. Roll them dice.
Hello.
Hey, welcome back.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Once again, great stuff. I just have to say that for Durham, for me, I was an optimistic guy that faded to pessimist. Now I'm back to optimist, just because in the last two indictments, he really does lay out the Clinton campaign involvement, right? Now, if he does not throw Clinton people from the Clinton machine in handcuffs the next time around, I have to be shocked, right? Because is he not laying out that it's coming?
Well, I mean, I think you're making like a little bit of a fallacy there. I like to say that these are Clinton people, first of all. That's where we need to go first. That these are the Clinton campaign. That Danchenko and Sussman are the Clinton campaign. But like you're saying, he is definitely laying out an indictment, especially in the Sussman one, that he's going to go farther up in that chain. But I don't like. For me, I don't want to separate these people. These people are getting paid by the Clinton campaign.
I guess that's the important point. I think that's the important point.
I think the narrative needs for narratives. We need to say that the Clinton campaign members are getting indicted, because that didn't happen with the Trump campaign. They didn't get indicted for anything they did during their situation with the Trump campaign in 2016. It was indicted for process crimes and stuff like for Manafort stuff that happened way before. This is the Clinton campaign getting indicted. And I feel like we should always just say Danchenko is a member of the Clinton campaign, and so is Sussman.
I guess my point being is, still there was money involved, right? So he's lying because he's getting paid. Same thing with Danchenko. But when you get down to the Clintons, right? They're lying to lie.
Yeah.
They're not lying for profit. And that's my point. That's why I think Durham is maybe going after these guys with these lying statements and not anything further. I mean, to butcher to the whole comedian, I forget his name. I'm sorry, Jesse Smollett, right?
Oh, Juicy.
Right,
Juicy Smollett, that French
right?
comedian.
Now, so yeah, exactly. So he lied to the Chicago Police Department and has been indicted. The Hillary campaign lied to the FBI. Why should they not be indicted?
Well, that's what I'm saying. That they have been indicted. They are the Hillary Clinton campaign. They're members of it. But it's going to go. That's what I'm saying. It's going to go up.
But they're paid
up
members. They're paid members, right? There was some financial gain that paid, right? You see the difference, right?
Not really.
Well,
what I'm saying is, paid or not, who gives a shit? They're members of the Hillary Clinton campaign. I know we want to go up further, right?
Listen,
and I think that's what Durham.
I'm not saying Hillary Clinton's going to be an orange jumpsuit. I don't think that. But if you get a few people in the higher ups, I'm happy. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. I mean, I think from the indictments we are already laying out a conspiracy with the people higher up. But I mean, like what Ship was saying, like you got to go through. This is the problem with Perkins Coie. You got to go through this attorney-client privilege thing to get to the Clinton campaign. And I think Durham's trying to get up there. Who knows how high it's going to get? But the Clinton campaign. This is what I'm trying to set the narrative. The Clinton campaign has already been indicted twice.
Yes, but my point being is not publicly. It won't happen publicly until one of them is indicted. Do you agree with that? I mean, we don't know.
What I'm saying is we have to say it. I'm saying that all of us, when you write, when Lee Smith writes a story, he needs to say these are Clinton campaign members.
Yes.
When you talk about it, you say these are Clinton campaign members. I mean, they're never. I think we need to set that story straight, right?
Well, I totally agree. But my point being is the American public will not understand it until they were indicted for working with the campaign, the Clinton machine.
Yeah, but I mean, it's written in that stuff. That's why I'm saying, like, this is the point of us. Like, we've already taken over a lot of the sort of information of space. And we just need to spread it out that, like, this is what happened.
No, but that's why I'm here. I'm here because I understand that. But for the majority of the people out there, it won't resonate until it happens in the news, you know? The real news.
Oh, for sure.
You know? It's not going to resonate until then. But I'm optimistic now because he's mentioned it twice in these two indictments. He didn't have to. He could have ignored it if he wanted to, Durham, but he put it in there. So I'm optimistic that Clinton indictments are coming. That's all I have to say. Thank you so much.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thanks for coming on. Walkenfire just texted me and he said he's still not on this thing. Yeah, thanks, Johnny Dice. I agree with you. I feel like it needs to go up farther than this. But
and Fools, I think very important point here is that this is where I think Sussman's indictment is so huge, is that Perkins Coie were in charge of, what is it, the $2 billion they raised. I was just reading the Fusion GPS book, and they're describing how they met up with, Mark Elias, who's a partner of Sussman, and ILS tells them money is not an object. That's because they raised 2 billion. That's literally from the Fusion GPS book, right? And I think when you're actually looking at Sussman with Elias controlling this $2 billion, that's a lot of money to buy the election, right? And then you have to have kind of understanding that, I think, which is very important, and that needs to be explained better to people. I think you're right, is that it's very rare that you kind of catch the person who orders the hit, right? So ordinarily you can catch someone who's the executor. So for example, like let's take, Danchenko or even Steele, right? They're the guys doing the dirty work. But the fact that the Durham team were able to catch the guy who orders, right, who puts people in place, who puts money in place to achieve a specific goal, that's like really, really rare. And I think that's the significance. Is Hillary Clinton lawyer, Hillary campaign lawyer, in charge of the funding, in charge of the strategy on all levels, have been caught in such a dramatic way. That's huge.
Yeah, I think Svetlana is absolutely right. The Sussman indictment is much huger if you look at it from the Hillary Clinton campaign side. That goes straight to her. That goes straight to, well, he was a Clinton campaign lawyer. Today's indictment, the Danchenko indictment, is kind of much bigger in terms of what that lie, the Danchenko lie and the Steele lie did in terms of ICA. ICA led to media led to Mueller, that whole thing, that whole dominoes kind of thing, starting to crumble. But I completely agree. If we're talking about Hillary and her involvement in getting to her, the Sussman one is a much bigger deal.
I agree with that too. Sorry, I'm trying to navigate some of this administrative shit because I lost Walk of Fire. Damn it. But whatever. Mansour has been waiting. Should I bring him on? Oh yeah, I will. Come on, Mansour.
Hello.
Mansour. There he is.
Hi. This is just kind of some technical stuff that I thought about when reading this indictment. The 2 charges are actually the 5 charges that are split into 2 parts. The 2 lies, 4 of them, as people have noted, are about Sergei. And the other one is about, who is the guy, Dolan? Who, if my reading of this is correct, he seems almost like a primary subsource of Zone. He is reflected in all kinds of paragraphs in this indictment where Durham is basically tracing where certain information originated and flowed through, and who it flowed through, and how it flowed, and how it ended up in the dossier. And, whether you think they are important allegations or not, and whether they're true or false explicitly or not, I forget Durham's language. I think he says they are reflective of the underlying information. And so, anyway, what I think is interesting about this is that Durham goes through all kinds of paragraphs detailing certain information that the Dolan guy basically provided as a source for the dossier. And the first lie that Danchenko gets charged for is that he lied about where this information came from. So I think this is interesting because Danchenko's asking, he's providing a cover story for where the information actually came from. And with Million, it's almost not quite the reverse, but he's lying about his failure. So with Dolan, he actually collected and harvested a decent amount of information. If you highlight the sheer amount that Durham covered, that Dolan provided to Danchenko, and Danchenko lied about the source of where it came from, that's all under the Dolan category, which I would call it, that's a successful collection of intelligence, quote unquote. Whereas with Million, his goal there was again to create a bridge to Million. We know he failed on creating the bridge, as we call it, or creating the connection to the in the room, as people like to call it. He failed there. Why? What's the motive? Hans keeps asking, what's the motive? Why would he keep lying about this thing? I think this is because it's his job. I don't think Steele's fooled by this guy, his employee. I think that this is part of Danchenko's job, is to cover for the true and what we see as a more nefarious source. Dolan's connected to the Clintons all the way up, as everyone is saying. So, of course, this source of legitimate, even like hearsay gossip information, it has to be covered. I don't think Danchenko's got everyone fooled about that. I think there's other information that Danchenko's covering for. But let's just go through some of the things just really quickly that the PR exec is responsible for. This June situation, which is really interesting to me, because now, do we really know what is the true reason that Danchenko was even in Russia for his June trip? Was it because he was tasked by Steele, or was it all because of this setup for this June situation that was going on? So they get all of the June information, they're saying, from Dolan, including all of the so-called confirmation information in September at the hotels. Stuff in the Manafort memo, specific mentions of Kislyak and Kulagin, which is also really strange to me, because Danchenko has purportedly his own connections to Kulagin. And he provides his own story for that. Again, so why is he providing, a cover for where even this just random information about Kulagin came from? I think there's just deeper stuff there. So I kind of look at it from like a sourcing element. And I think all this information coming from Dolan is really interesting. And hopefully, to me, if we see that Durham is starting to map where specific traces of information originated and ended up in the dossier, that he will continue, because I think there's lots of other sources that are still to be uncovered and explored.
Right, I think so. I mean, we're talking about, obviously, like you're saying, like who sent Danchenko to the June Moscow stuff. I mean, it could have been both or whatever. But I mean,
also,
whatever was sourced from Dolan doesn't seem that very much important to the entire conspiracy, right? In my opinion, from what I'm reading from the indictment, I feel like there's more to dig into there. That's why Durham's doing it, because he can flip Iggy to see who the hell came up with the actual juicy stuff.
Well, definitely.
Then I think that's right, but you got Dolan lying to Danchenko about this GOP story.
Yeah.
That is a bit of a red flag. So yeah, maybe Dolan just tells him a lot of stories, and Danchenko repeats those stories to Steele and so on, and maybe it's all a big coincidence. But the one about him lying to Danchenko about the GOP is just, it's just one of those where it makes me think that, maybe there's more to this. On top of that, you've got a whole narrative within the indictment that Danchenko lied to a whole bunch of people. They're not specified. It's just basically a whole bunch of people about the fact that he was working for Steele. So he told the FBI, no, I never told anyone I was working for Steele. Turns out he told a whole bunch of people he was working for Steele. So what are the chances he told Dolan? I mean, I would say extremely high, at least, sort of in a braggadocious way, like, oh, there's this guy in London and I work for him and I tell him stories and so on. I think Dolan would have known at least that much.
I thought that's actually detailed in there.
He knew.
Yeah, that's I think documented.
Yes, Dolan knew.
Hans, if I can ask a question, like, or any other lawyers, what will it take to go from, Danchenko to the FBI? What is your guys' sense of this?
My personal sense of it is that if Durham either has the authority or has the guts or whatever you want to call it to go after the FBI, he's got all he needs. Because Danchenko told the FBI a totally incredulous story in January of 2017. He said that all this stuff from Millian was based on this phone call, which came after the outreach on July 22nd. So whenever the phone call, which Durham says the phone call never happened, but let's assume the phone call happened, right? It would have been after July 22nd. There were already 2 dossier reports written by that time. That's a red line. That's it. That's game over. So the FBI knew the guy was lying, and they let the whole thing fly. And so at that point, you just have to go after the FBI. You have to go after everyone in that room. They might say, total incompetence. We didn't understand what he was saying, whatever. Bullshit. You go after Laufman, who gave him the fucking deal. I mean, why did he give him the deal? The Queen for a Day deal. What was the reason behind that? You go after all of that. My hunch, again, as I said earlier, is that that's kind of out of bounds for Durham.
I guess that's why I'm asking about well, you raised this before. Like, why did they charge him for lying to the FBI over the same issue 4 times, which seems to underscore the FBI's, if not malfeasance, incompetence, right? So you think he's just trying to say that they were not honest players in this? Or you don't think there's any way for him to go? You don't think he's got a move to go after them, or what's your sense?
Yeah, my sense is he knows that, why is it that this Garland fellow, right? He was in front of Congress the other day and he said, "Oh yeah, we renewed his budget." I mean, if it was actually a special counsel in the sense of the word, like an independent guy, he wouldn't need Garland or Monaco to extend his budget. You remember on Twitter, all of us here were like sweating it out. Like, is he going to get his money? Is he going to be able to go on? That shouldn't be an issue if he was truly independent. So I don't think he is truly independent, and so there are certain boundaries, and I think the boundary is don't go after government actors. You got to whitewash for the FBI.
Wow. So then what's your sense of like what the what do the boundaries look like? Just like lower level Clinton, not lower level, right? I mean, Sussman is not lower level, but what's your sense of what's available to them? Yeah, what's your sense of who can they go after? Who's untouchable? How high do they have to go for someone to say, okay, you've had enough, we're calling this off?
I think it's public-private. It's very simple. You can go after Elias, you can go after Sussman, you can go after all these people who are private, but you cannot go after public, institutional, not FBI, not CIA.
I mean, Hillary Clinton is public right now,
Yeah,
right?
That's a really good point. She's kind of in the middle, right? She's sort of both public, both private. So I don't know what's up with her. Same for Sullivan, right? Jake Sullivan. He's kind of in the middle. And when all this happened, he was private. Now he's public. So I don't know.
Why would they name Sullivan? That was fascinating, though, right? Like, they don't name Sullivan, but they outline it's Palmieri, Sullivan, and Mook. Why do they go after those people? Like, you would think the Biden administration would like, okay, step back. You don't get to name the national security advisor or put him in the middle of this. So I thought that was very strange. Why would Durham even go there if those people are untouchable? Is he like, putting a fastball under someone's chin, or what's the point of that?
I think he was testing his boundaries.
Interesting. And so you think he may have gotten pushed back since then and said, you can go after these people and these people, but not these people?
I don't know. I think any message that was sent to him would have been very subtle, which is why I still think that the raid on Deripaska was not Durham. It was DOJ. It was the message.
Can I chime in? Hello? All
Sure.
right. Now, if Durham has his budget extended, why does he care? Isn't that like free game at that point?
Well, in my opinion, I don't think Durham actually cares. Like you're talking about this pushback. I don't think Durham gives a shit. Why? I don't understand why Durham would give a shit about any pushback or any sort of boundaries by the DOJ. I feel like he would just quit. Like, why would, he's like a 70-year-old prosecutor. What does he have to lose? He would just quit. That's why I don't actually.
That's very interesting, right? What's he trying to hold on to? What's he worried about?
He doesn't.
I don't need the right. I don't need the hassle. You're not going to pay me. I'll go into private practice or I'll retire.
Well,
I'll play wiffle ball with my grandkids.
Oh,
Who needs the hassle?
that sounds better than any of this. But like, like that's why people always talk about that. It's just like, no, I don't think Durham took this job just to be like, yeah, I'm gonna. It's like what Bill Barr said, which I mean, Bill Barr is more political than Durham from what I've seen. What does Durham give a shit about any of these guys? I've always said that Durham's more powerful than Garland or any of these other players in the DOJ because he's actually a career prosecutor. He's been a prosecutor his entire life and a counselor to U.S. attorneys and whatever. He's actually like unlike Mueller, who went to FBI director and back and forth to political positions. Durham's actually a career prosecutor. He doesn't have anything to lose, so he can just retire. He can just resign whenever he wants. He can make a fool out of the administration whenever he wants. That's why he's so powerful. I think he can do whatever he wants. I don't think he gives a fuck about Monaco. I don't think he would give a fuck. He's in the DOJ in the grand scheme of things, he's more powerful than all these people who jump back and forth between the DOJ and political positions and whatever. So that's why they're afraid. They should be afraid of Durham because he has way more power in the DOJ than any of these people. Mueller really had the power until Bill Barr stepped in and said, Mueller, I'm dragging my balls across your face because I used to do that when I was Attorney General before.
I think
when I was your boss before.
I think another interesting point is that look at the behavior of Strzok, right? So he's been relatively quiet for a bit, and then in the last couple of weeks, so one before this indictment and one after, he suddenly gives us interviews, right? And what does he say? Well, we discussed what he said in today's interview to an extent. Actually, there was one interesting bit where he was basically talking about how there's so much unnecessary verbiage in the Durham indictments, which is, I think, what sort of Lee and Hans were sort of referring to, which is that it's not just about like specific individuals who are charged and with that specific charge, but it's a much bigger conspiracy. And Strzok is like, why do we need all of that? It's like, well, you know why you need all of that. People, start feeling the heat and maybe, cooperate or something. But the second thing is that there was a previous interview. I don't know if you guys listened. I think you did, some of you, about how he is going on about a stroke, is going on about confidential human sources. And there he goes on about how, so previously we were told, and in fact that's what was put in the FICE applications, that this FBI sources like gold standard, like they've been reliable, Halper, Steele, others, like they're like, gold standard. That's why we believe them, right? That's why we relied on them for investigation. That's why we relied on them for surveillance applications. Well, what Strzok said in this interview with Lawfare the other day, about a week ago, I think, he's like, oh no, like, these confidential human sources, they're like bad guys. Like, majority of them like are bad guys. They're like mafia guys, and anyone can just like walk in. And what can I do if I'm an FBI agent? Essentially, I have to like work with bad, unreliable, lying people. That's what I do, and it's a huge shift. And so I think from that perspective, it looks like Strzok is concerned about his position. I don't know whether that means that he would be gotten at or not, but he clearly feels that. And there's clearly this now this division, this finger pointed as to who, like, is it the fault of the FBI for accepting the evidence from the confidential human sources, which is what basically people like Steele would say, right? They would say, look, we just gave you the information, you took it, versus people like Strzok saying, no, we take any information because that's the nature of the confidential human sources. I mean, the reality, they're both at fault, right? Because of course, Steele lied and the FBI went and submitted this lies to court. But I think what that indicates, the behavior of Steele and the behavior of Strzok, indicates that there's definitely this concern which is larger than what we've seen in terms of the indictment so far.
I think that's all of that is right. Coming back to the point of what Durham's up to, I love the guy for everything he's done, and don't get me wrong or whatever, but I'm a realist. Both of the past indictments, Sussman and today's indictment, Danchenko, both of them are replete all over the place of the FBI was duped, the FBI was duped, the FBI was duped, all over again and again.
Right.
So that's just a fact. We
Yep.
can't deny that fact.
Fascinating. I wonder, right? And we've all talked about this, that this was, Svetlana was out front on this before anyone else, saying this was their play. They were going to say Russian disinformation. This was their escape hatch. So how much are they setting this up for this escape hatch, Russian disinformation, or are they just giving, is Durham just playing nice with the FBI now, saying like, we've got you guys in a lot of stuff. You should come forward because we have you on all these different things. If you think it's just about Danchenko and Sussman, you're in big trouble because we know everything you did and we know everything you said. So enough. We know that, for instance, there is nothing in the indictment about Danchenko being a Russian spy, right?
That was actually a surprise to me. I thought I was
Yeah.
I was all prepared for sort of a bitter kind of for the thing
me
to be
too.
total sort of Lindsey Graham gaslighting thing, that he lied somewhere about his
Right.
contacts with Russian intelligence agents and that he was charged on things that had nothing to do with the main plot. So, but the fact that they went straight down the throat of the million lies, I think is encouraging.
And I also think
I
another
agree with
thing
that,
is
but
that, sorry, just to answer Liz's point, is I think that one has to differentiate between the FBI as an organization, as an institution, right, and the individuals. So when they're saying that the FBI was forced to waste their time, the FBI were deceived, etc. So it doesn't necessarily mean that the guys who did these things at the FBI, right, they get off the hook. It doesn't mean that. It means that the institution as a whole has been duped. So basically, for lack of a better, simpler explanation, you guys pay your taxes, the FBI wastes your money, right, on chasing some things they shouldn't have chased, and in the meantime missing things, right? And that's what I think this indictments, my understanding, from reading them, then they're meant to stress that you shouldn't lie to the institution, right, of the FBI. That doesn't mean that the individuals within the FBI, for example, let's say Strzok, who is obviously behaving very strangely, or for example, Steven Sommer, who's already been, highlighted as quite significant sort of abuser, or for that matter, Kleinsmith, where people say, oh, he was just a junior guy. No, he was a very senior lawyer, and he had, a lot of stuff to do. So I don't think that necessarily gets off people like Strzok. I don't, that obviously we'll see the end of it, right? But I think the message is that you cannot lie to the FBI. You should not deceive the FBI, which does not mean that the individuals within the organization necessarily will get away with it.
Yeah. Well, just one comment again, which on the focus, one of the things that they leave out of the indictment is that the much more serious consequence of the lies was not so much that, the FBI wastes its time, but the FBI wastes its time all the time. But the damage, the false intel assessment, that's really serious, I think, because it changes national policy for years and creates unnecessary risks. And that gets kind of just swept under the table by the focus on the criminal process. And I mean, I'm a bit of a tired record on focusing on the ICA. I mean, Hans and I talk about this endlessly, but that, you really wish that there would be some process of just evaluating that as a catastrophic intel failure, and that the people in the DNI and CIA are held out in the sunshine, even if they didn't do anything criminal, but just that they did something stupid.
Well, while we've been on here chatting, I see in DMs that Lindsay's been on Fox News telling them that Igor is a Russian spy. And that the FBI, just kind of ignored that fact or overlooked that fact. So that's the narrative, and that's what Durham's up against. So he's up against the Democrats, obviously, but he's also up against Lindsay and his crowd, and that's that's really tough for him. So I think he's I just said that he hasn't gone after the FBI. He keeps saying that the FBI was duped. I agree with Svetlana. It's a very smart strategy because he talks about the institution, not about the individuals or whatever. I think he's probably just trying to do the piecemeal thing. He's just sort of inching away at it, trying to see how far he can get.
I don't know if I don't mean to make fun of Lindsey Graham, but I don't know if Lindsey Graham is like a real barrier for Durham getting through. I mean, I think that Lindsey Graham is probably messaging on a whole bunch of different people for a whole bunch of different people, and unfortunately, there are different Fox figures who appear to be doing that as well. So, but I don't think that would hold up Durham. I think Hans, I agree with you. I think there might be a whole many different things that are holding up Durham, but it strikes me that Lindsey Graham would not be one of them.
And I just want
I think that's a good point.
Yeah,
Sorry,
I think where Hans also is right is obviously the fact how much air they give to all these people who just say those things. And for example, this topic about Russian disinformation, which I think basically what Hans is referring to, and I think this used to be a favorite topic between me and Lee in the old days when people were seriously considering it, is that we remember that David Ignatius in that infamous article, where the Flynn, tapes were leaked, etc. He already pre-prepared the ground, years before everyone else, was prepared to say that still stuff is a bunch of lies. Ignatius already prepared the Russian disinformation as a way out, right? Because they planned that kind of thing. And so I'm luckily, I agree with, Stephen, thankfully, this doesn't seem to be really the main message. And hopefully, people like Graham won't get in the way of the public understanding of what these things mean. But also coming back to Stephen on his point about intelligence failures. I mean, exactly. I think the ICA is a huge problem because they portrayed it as this, the intelligence community assessment, the 17th agencies, etc., etc. So they definitely need to sort this out for people to have faith in the DNI. I think another thing on that subject is, of course, an assessment and indictment. We've seen how the government data that was being, given to this internet company as a contractor for the government, for the things, protecting, the public, keeping us safe. It was being used and abused against, Trump, campaign people for political purposes, right? And I think that's what a big chunk of Sussman's indictment, which I think people will come to realize, is just how horrific it is that the DOD data and other data, which wasn't public, right? And that's obviously a huge breach. It's a huge breach of security, and obviously something needs to be done about this outside contractors and people like Yofi, but also these internet companies having access to this government data and then abusing it.
One of the odd things about the DNS data that is a coincidence that sticks in my craw is that the DNS hits start on the same day that CrowdStrike arrives on the scene. And I mean, I believe it's a coincidence, but it's sure a dig here coincidence. And there are many issues in relation to the DNC hack itself, which we haven't talked about tonight, that remain, a loose end. The explanations by the FBI of the attribution are not nearly as professional as one would expect in a big case like this. And it's just odd that it's as unprofessional as just that the attribution isn't as tight in terms of evidence as it ought to be. It relies mostly on assertion and reassertion in an increasingly louder voice. And the odd thing about but nobody could really figure out, and I would say I still don't have any strong theories on it, but we do have this odd situation where Joff and his crowd are certainly capable of mounting some kind of operation to create a false flag with the DNC, with the Guccifer 2. And, whether they did or not is a completely different thing, but there's a lot of loose ends there yet to and the Joff just gives new names and that are suspicious.
And I even have like whistleblowers coming to me saying that Jaffe was involved with the attribution to the DNC. And I mean, like you were saying, like if you read any of the other like pretty decent indictments of like the Yahoo hack with Dokuchayev and all those other guys, it's way more detailed on how they attribute that to Baratov and the Yahoo and all that stuff. But didn't seem like Mueller went into that big of a detail because I think he actually gained it from foreign intelligence. So we'll see about that. I know Murray's been waiting for a bit. What's up, Murray? Rothbard?
Hey guys, appreciate the opportunity to chat. I think this is a really cool thing that you're doing. I haven't been here since the very beginning, but yeah, I just wanted to pop in with a couple of comments. Really quick one, Hans, you guys and Lee were talking about what do we think, Durham can actually do? Who can he go after, public versus private? I think that's a good line in the sand to draw. That's kind of how I see it, Hans. One of the recent pieces of news that I thought was interesting as these indictments started to roll out was the DOJ clearing Andy McCabe and reinstating his pension after he had lost it when he had been fired by Sessions. And I don't know if personally, if that's the DOJ's way of kind of fighting back against Durham or maybe testing Durham to see, how broad his investigation and his indictments are. I don't think we'd all love to see it rolled up, to the top. But I think there's so many players. The web is so deep that for him to actually expose the extent of what happened, not only after Trump's election, but, far before, reaching back into like 2015, the repercussions are so devastating that I think they're going to do, whether it's Durham or the government, they're going to do everything in their power, right, to make sure that he doesn't do that. And I'm not sure that he or anybody is willing to go that far just because of what it would entail. That's why my expectations are tempered. I like seeing what we've uncovered in the last couple of weeks with Sussman, obviously, and Danchenko, but I'm trying to keep my expectations tempered, but wanted to see if you guys had any thoughts on kind of the DOJ's recent decision to reinstate McCabe in the midst of everything that's going on right now.
Yeah. So, hey everyone, this is Walk Fire. I got knocked off somehow, I'm not sure, and couldn't get back on. So I'm now under my new Twitter handle for at least this Spaces. But the reason I was searching for something when I got knocked off, and I think it applies right here to your comment. You know, I was trying to pull up Barr's actual appointment of Durham to pull up the final paragraph in it where he says, you know, Durham should submit a confidential report and also any interim reports to the extent possible for public dissemination. And you know, I wonder with these speaking indictments with Sussman, with Danchenko, how much that he is actually able to dig into and indict some of these people versus how much is this just his quote unquote interim reports. Look, I can't indict these people. I can't dig into some of these, you know, ultra classified issues or something like that. And this is his only way of getting some of this out. And, you know, it's a kind of a depressing way to look at it, that maybe a lot of these folks might not get rolled up and actually face indictment.
Limitations is going to come into play there. I hate to interrupt, but I think the statute of limitations will come into play.
And I could agree, and it's unfortunate, and you know, at least this way it is getting out there. It's public. It's and then you've got, you know, the researchers on here that will identify these people and push that as far as possible. I mean, I would still think that we will get some sort of report at the end, or at least some more indictments. But I think this might be Durham's way of fighting back, as Murray is saying, against this DOJ, of saying, look, fine, you know, I can't issue a report about all this stuff, or I can't get, you know, indictments on certain people, but I can at least do a 39-page 1001 indictment and get some of the story out there, and, you know, at least continue pushing everything forward, just like what we're doing here, just like what we do every day. Of, you know, the more that gets exposed, the more they can't hide anymore. And so this is his way of continuing to get pieces out there. And whether Jaffe goes down, or whether there's something more that we don't know, or that he can't tell us, or that, who knows? So every single time one of these comes out, I'm just grateful for the extra information, and then we can dig in and learn as much more as we can.
Yeah, I was going to say I agree. I'm grateful for this too, but I think I have some of the same concerns as you do, because when I see these long indictments coming out, while I'm hopeful, I also feel like, well, is this guy just trying to put out information and effectively declassify as much stuff as he can before something is stopped?
Exactly. I mean, Sussman, they've got to declassify a bunch of stuff in order to turn it over to Sussman for his, you know, as part of his defense. So that might be a way to open things up for FOIA or something like that we can eventually get.
Yeah.
But back to Murray's point, back to McCabe, I mean, at the time point we're kind of at now, the big thing that McCabe was involved in, besides potentially sort of the Flynn interview, when he actually sort of sent out the investigation into Trump over the firing of Comey over the obstruction of justice, that's kind of the big thing that I'm looking at regarding McCabe, because that was an obvious, completely illegal investigation. I don't know if you can actually find an illegality out of it, but if there's something that he was communicating with other people saying, like, all right, fuck Trump, I'm going to start this obstruction of justice investigation right now. That's what I'm looking at. And we have tons of time with that, but who knows?
McCabe, Matt, remember, McCabe and I believe it's Lisa Page, they're meeting with Bruce Orr sometime in August after he's speaking, after he and his wife are meeting with Steele. I think that McCabe is involved in a lot of different things. That's always been my understanding, that that it could go very high with McCabe. It was unclear how much higher it would go at the FBI after McCabe, but that it looked like McCabe was involved in a whole bunch of different things. Certainly I mean, we all know McCabe was asking for the dossier for months, right? He knew it was there and he was asking for it. I think
the hard part with McCabe will be showing, but that he had a color of right, or a color of justification in terms of a legal reason for doing things. It's not as easy to pin a crime on him as people think. I don't think.
Right.
You're probably right. You're probably right. I'm just saying he's there fairly early.
Right.
No,
Steve, that's
not just May 2017.
Well, Steve, that's what I'm saying about
in.
the starting of the obstruction of justice investigation. If he has a sort of a malicious and reason to start that, and he told other people, I know Durham's going to want to understand why the hell McCabe was like, why did you start this investigation into Trump? And if other people are going to flip on him, that could be something to investigate. But he probably covered his bases, but we'll see about that.
He'll have like when Bill Barr was writing his memo about sort of somebody doing something that they were legally entitled to do, even though they possibly had a bad reason for wanting to do it, but that as long as they had a valid reason for doing it, you couldn't really dig into their state of mind, and that there was a relatively new amendment to the Obstruction Act, which came in Sarbanes-Oxley, that had some, there are constitutional questions about it. And so much of Barr's reason for getting involved was that, Trump had, to guard against the reason that Trump was prohibited from, doing something he was legally entitled to do because he may have had a bad reason for doing it as well as a good reason. And so the same thing applies with McCabe. So as long as he had a color of right for his actions, that he, the fact that he had a bad reason as well, I don't think that's he has a defense to any charge.
No, I don't think that's a unitary executive as a president saying that I control the entire executive branch. That if something is fucking up my duty as the president, I can shut it down. Whereas McCabe is the FBI director, where he can only say that he can't say that it's fucking up my duty as an executive.
But forget about all that. I mean, forget about all these esoteric points about McCabe. There's Murray's point is really well taken, and that's, to be honest, is the only relevant point here. McCabe had an ongoing lawsuit against DOJ. That could have dragged on. Look at Carter Page's case. They still haven't even gone to discovery because they keep dragging out. You can play a gazillion tricks. They didn't do that. They chose to settle exactly after the Sussman indictment, and that was a message to Durham.
Makes sense.
Well, what's interesting is that when Garland was asked about that, he was kind of playing the silly buggers, which is that he was sort of saying that, oh no, it wasn't about, that case where he lied and leaked. And it was basically that, that he wasn't indicted for that, or despite the Horowitz recommendation, he wasn't prosecuted under the previous regime, therefore would have nothing to do with it. Whereas this was simply to do with some sort of delays about him him not being given some documents on time. So some technical BS, right? Okay. But what Garland didn't explain is, so he was trying to say that basically it was cheaper for them to pay him off, which is also BS, right? But whatever. But what he completely omitted to explain is why they also then expunge his records, right? Because that's the bit that I'm shocked about, to be honest. Because I mean, I'm hoping that if there is, for the investigator, I mean, purposes, maybe you can't expunge the letters. But anyway, that was part of the settlement, is that you expunge his records. So that's that. And then the second point is we have this whistleblower, right, Barnett, who was this FBI agent in charge of the Flynn case. And he did say that the Flynn investigation was driven by Barnett even after it was already decided that that the Flynn case should be closed. So recall that we already discussed that in early January the Flynn case was supposed to be closed, and Barnett wrote up the closing memo, and then there was an order from the seventh floor, which is Comey and McCabe, to keep the investigation open, and then they started going after Flynn's records through the national security letters, etc. Barnett tells us that that wasn't direct orders from McCabe. And there's no possible good reason why you'd be doing that other than that, he was basically going after Flynn. And then there's this unfortunate episode where McCabe goes to Pence and is trying to persuade Pence that Flynn, is a really bad guy, and basically trying to persuade, Pence that Flynn is in fact a traitor. So McCabe clearly had a huge role in terms of overseeing the very important aspects of investigations, such as Flynn. The question then is, absent him keeping records, absent him sort of other people, having, I mean, obviously we have Barnett's testimony and text messages, but doesn't he still have a responsibility anyway as a deputy director of the FBI, even if you sort of can't find him writing, I want to get Flynn, or I want to get Trump, and let's do something illegal? But doesn't he ultimately have a responsibility as a second most important person at the FBI for things that took place under his command?
But that's a job related issue, not a criminal issue.
Yeah, I think so too. There's a lot.
So the things.
There's a lot of filtering upwards and sort of passing off the buck to whatever supervisor and whatnot. Thanks, Murray, for that question. Chris King.
Wow, you guys are amazing. I love all of you. You guys are incredible. I can't believe you let me speak, but I just want to say we should take a vote on Shipwrecked Crew, because I think it's totally possible that he's a plant. I mean, it's worth having him around, maybe because he's a good plays devil's advocate, but come on. I mean,
I like Ship. I fight with him, but I like him.
No, yeah, I'm in the same boat. I think Ship's a good guy, and he wants to sort of
and he knows stuff.
I co-sign. I think he's a jerk.
The inner workings of the DOJ and stuff or whatever, but yeah.
All right. And the only other thing I was going to ask was just, I think I might be mischaracterizing people here. I'm about 8 in the tank, and I started about 5 hours ago, so I'll just admit that right now. But Stephen, I believe, said that there was nothing new we learned from the indictment today, but I think Hans Monkey said that there was a lot we learned from it. So I just want to know.
Oh no! I said in respect to the Danchenko million count, the PR executive thing, and Dolan. That's all brand new.
Okay, thank you.
It was there was a couple of small chronological things in the Danchenko million count, but literally, if you'd taken what our working notes were as at the end of July, they could have written the indictment up on those 4 counts or those counts pretty much from our notes there. No, we didn't know about the further interviews in later in 2007. So that's new, and that Danchenko repeated the lies. But the fact that we did know about the lies in January, March, and May, and in terms of so we knew that, and in terms of the documents that he presented in respect to Danchenko, like the emails, we already had those.
Okay, and I'll just say, if you don't mind, I mean, this seems like what Durham does. I mean, he's not afraid to go after FBI people, it seems. And this is the only life that he knows for sure he's going to get. And this is what he does. And he's going to go as long as he can. And I think that the only person that can stop him is the AG or the president. So I'm not discouraged.
Great.
Can I chime in for a second? Hello? Anybody there?
Yeah.
Can I have a minute?
Johnny,
Is it
go
all
ahead.
right?
Go ahead, Johnny.
I just wanted to say a little bit about Ship. I've been following him for a while, and I learn a lot from the guy. I don't agree with everything he says, but I do learn a lot from the guy. And when he talked about a little bit earlier about like sending one agent to do a job for another agent that was already on the job, that rings true to me because I've worked with government, and that's the way government works. They don't differentiate things, even though they should, right? Like if you're talking about like a guy that is running for president, right? You would think government should treat it differently. Am I right? Right? But they almost don't. And that's the shame of the deep state. So my point being is there's a little truth and fiction in what Ship has to say. Thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry, I got cut off for pretty much the entire comment from Johnny. My internet isn't fucking up, but Steve, you can probably comment. Looks like you're ready.
Yeah, I agree that. Look, I think let's stop any of the discussion about Ship. I think he's just fine. He has knowledge that none of the rest of us has. He'll engage on he'll agree that we know some details of it that he doesn't, but he knows the law of it better than us. And we should just, in terms of how the FBI operates and the vagaries and stupidities that they have, I believe him on that, and I think we should just listen to it. So, but let's just go. Let's just listen to that.
Well,
but on top, but in terms of the facts, I mean, there are 6 or 7 guys here that know the details of the case better than Ship. So, we'll argue with him on those things because we do know the facts better than him. But in terms of the procedures, we don't.
I agree with that too. I mean, from listening to him in the spaces today, I mean, he definitely wasn't sucking up too much to the FBI, but he was trying to explain how it might work. But it's obvious he doesn't know the details as much as us. So there's sort of a disconnect there. But I don't really see him as any type of enemy towards us. I think he's more of a devil's
No,
advocate.
I don't want to describe him as an enemy. I think he's very knowledgeable, but sometimes when his tweets, at least, he comes across as FBI Keystone cops, and I don't buy that. You know what I'm saying? These are smart, intelligent people that got to where they got for a reason, and I don't buy the Keystone cops that sometimes Schiff likes to sell.
Okay, well, I think I mean, in some cases, I think I do. In some cases, I don't. I think we just have to look at the facts. I mean, yeah, we're not obliged to agree with everything he says. But it's more, But I think in terms of the preset, I think you have to allow for Keystone Cops things as a sort of base case and see how far that's reasonable. And uh, I think people are often too quick to assume that everything is planned and arranged ahead of time, and underestimate the ability of people just to screw things up. But I don't think we can generalize. I think we just have to take each incident on a case by case basis and arrive at our conclusion as to where the facts go, rather than an overall conclusion.
I 100% agree with Stephen. It's very difficult to underestimate the level of stupidity as well as incompetence in Washington, D.C. And I think if you look at the entire counterterrorism industry, you can get a pretty good sense of that. Now, I don't mean to excuse all of the corruption of U.S. spy services simply as incompetence. I'm just saying, absolutely, these are not 100% the smartest people who graduate great American schools.
Yeah, actually, I'll tell everybody like another incident I was involved in. I mean, I'm about ready to fade. It's here, but I was interviewed by there's an interview with me and the BBC that's going to be playing tomorrow on the ClimateGate hack, where I had a ground.
Please link it. Link it somewhere. I'd love to see it.
Okay, I'll put the link. It's on BBC Radio, but they've had 5 episodes, and the way that they were looking at it is that as the ClimateGate hack as a precursor to the DNC hack, and that it was really the earliest episode of Russian intervention in the in processes, and that there was a Russian attempt to upend the 2009 Copenhagen convention. And they interviewed various intel agencies, or an organization called Neon Century, and a former national security advisor in UK, all of whom talked about how this was exactly the sort of hack that the Russians did. And they talked to climate scientists who sort of went on and on about that it was Russians, or maybe it was U.S. fossil fuel corporations. And then I actually sort of had been in contact. The I mentioned in it, dozens of times, and the hacker. I'm one of the few people that was eventually given the password to the encrypted portion of the hack, and my theory is that the hacker was a reader of my blog, nothing more. He was a lone wolf reader. Also, there's evidence that one of the University of East Anglia scientists left his password in a publicly accessible part of his personal files, and that the FTP operations that the university had allowed people to drop into sort of supposedly private areas, so that there was no actual hack in the other than somebody found this password in plain view and went into the system. And ultimately, the BBC announcer or interviewer agreed that my theory was probably the right one. But at the same time, the closing argument was to sort of give oxygen to inflammatory theories that this was, even though it was probably just a blogger or a blog reader, that it was nonetheless the sort of the first act of Russian disinformation and led to the DNC hack, and they kind of ignored the fact that there's no evidence for that. So it but there's a large, but all the the corresponding people that we see in the sort of pontificating about the DNC hack, uh, and all of them are totally convinced that the ClimateGate hack originated with intel agencies and was was behind it. And it's just not, and I'm in a unique situation where where I know where I kind of know more about it than anybody.
That's
Can I just
amazing right there. Whoever wanted to
go
jump
ahead?
in, yeah, go ahead, Chris.
I was just going to say that I'm just totally smitten by all your work, and especially, I mean, it's just weird because like Stephen is really knowledgeable about two areas here that I'm interested in, and one that I don't know that I disagree with him with or not, but Russiagate, I'm totally on board. ClimateGate, I'm not sure. Like, I mean, I am a huge Carl Sagan fan, for example. Okay, but I am not convinced for sure that politics has not taken a hold of all of this. And I've heard about your, your work, and I see how good you are at Russiagate, and I just, I'm interested to hear about, I'm convinced that scientists, there's a consensus, at least, whatever, 30, 40 years ago or whatever, among all scientists that, human, climate change, recently, human intervention, 95% of scientists 10 years ago were on board with the idea that humans were responsible for the recent changes in, climate, and that it's going to lead to our destruction because it's going to lead to the melting of all of the polar ice caps and the destruction of, what's it called? It's like one living thing, and it's all across the equator. What is it called again? The thing that's like one organism. I'm kind of wrecked right now, but sorry. But anyways, it's what I'm talking about. The coral reef, the Great Coral Reef. But anyway, has politics taken a hold of it? But it actually, like, Carl Sagan was really, being honest about it a long time ago.
We don't have time to talk about it. I was just talking, like, in terms of big picture issues on climate, there, you could, we could talk for days on it. I was just talking about it, like, I think for present purposes, I'm just talking about the ClimateGate hack as a hack and how it connects to the present narrative. And
Right.
I guess one of and I guess one of the things that shall we call him, Mr. Nelson and I are both interested in is just, and I think I almost view as the next stage of this is, uh, we view the DNC hack itself as a dig here, and I mean there's just something odd about it.
Right.
I mean, I don't know whether you want. I mean, I'm baffled. I'm
It's a huge
baffled by
discussion.
it. I mean, yeah.
Oh yeah, I mean that's
Okay.
the next stage. Definitely the DNC hack with all this stuff going down with Sussman involvement in that, and potentially Jaffe and stuff like that. I'm trying to bring in Felix Sater because he seemed like an interesting person to talk to, but I don't know, Felix. Can you click like the? I haven't done this. I've only hosted it, so there's like a speaker button or something like that. But it'd be great to hear from you.
Is Felix here?
Yeah, he's there. Felix. Hopefully, we'd get to hear so much requesting. 1 second. Um, I've DM'd him that he's a speaker for sure. Oh, damn. Um, until he figures it out, let's see if Real CRNN wants to have a discussion. Welcome back.
Hi there, everybody. Thanks for all your work and sharing this important forum. I wanted to just ask a couple questions here. We were talking about where we think Durham's going to go. It feels a little bit like, to me, reading the indictment today, that he's continuing to lay groundwork and cover for the FBI, and hopefully that's not what's happening. I hope he nails and goes after Strzok and some of these guys and Page. Previously on the prior forum you guys had, Lee had mentioned kind of a two-pronged approach about this is both indictments and arrests and then also messaging. And the question I have for you guys is on the messaging aspect, how do we discredit what we were talking about earlier, that ICA report, and then also Warner and Burr had their Senate report and Schiff's had his House Intel memo. And I think that that political aspect is the public, informing the public. Do we think Durham somehow, some way might assist in discrediting those previous reports?
Well, I don't know if anybody else wants to comment. Oh, Jesus. I feel like from reports that Durham really isn't going after the ICA too much, but anything else he sort of debunks whatever he's going through in his investigation, was just pretty much leak proof. We'll see besides that. Lee,
yeah, if I can ask, because I know that that Stephen and Hans and some of you other guys have been paying very close attention to the ICA, and I guess one of the weird, if the Wall Street Journal and other publications are saying, well, yeah, the ICA isn't in Durham's crosshairs, how do they know, right? If the idea is that Durham is not leaking, and from what I can tell, this seems to be true, right? The Durham team doesn't leak. So where's the Wall Street Journal getting this information that they're not, or other publications, that they're not going to go after the ICA? How do they know? Who's telling them this? So all I'm saying is, I don't know if they're looking at the ICA. I think that they've probably been looking, my sense is they've been looking at the ICA for a long time. Whether or not this is a serious subject of interest, I don't know. But I think they've been looking at it for a long time. So the people in the press are dismissing it. Again, how do they know? If we are to believe that the Durham team doesn't leak, how do they know?
I think that's a good point, because I don't think anybody actually knows about what they're looking at, because they didn't even know they had a grand jury in the Eastern District of Virginia. So who knows what the hell he's been doing over there with the CIA over there and other things.
Right, but it's weird that they keep bringing up the ICA, right? It's like, why do you keep bringing up the ICA to say you have nothing to look at here? Who's telling you there's nothing to look at with the ICA, right? Maybe Brennan's spokesman was entirely 100% on the level, saying there is nothing to look at here. John Brennan was just speaking with the John Durham team for 8 hours. That's all it was.
Yep.
Maybe that's what happened. Maybe that's what happened. Maybe not.
It'd be really hard. It's going to be really hard to prove anything criminal in the ICA. Look back at the curveball and the WMD allegations, which were a big deal, and that unwound with the idea that with the sort of public recognition and statement that it was a colossal intel failure, and that the Iraq invasion was based on that. And it connects in a very interesting way to the Denchenko thing, because the curveball, the defects in the curveball reporting were eventually discovered through the fact that Curveball was not in Iraq at the time that he was supposedly a witness to things. So it was just ordinary cross-checking of dates and times, all of which should have been done before they invaded Iraq and relied on it. And the same thing is true of Denchenko, the cross-checking of dates and times of his, whether he could have met with, whether he did meet with Millian or did have a telephone call, are exactly the same failures as were made with Curveball and WMD. And but the difference being that they, at least a year after the false intel report, they sort of admitted publicly that they'd made a false intel report, whereas in this one, they've covered it up for 5 years.
Remember the Ratcliffe memo, which I guess was released. We had reports of it in January 2017, January 2021, but we saw reports of it in March, right? And the Ratcliffe memo was about how CIA management, meaning Gina Haspel, was obscuring, blocking reports of CIA or of intelligence community analysts reporting about Chinese election interference, right? I mean, and this was pretty clear reporting. I would not be surprised. Of course, I have no idea whether or not it's happening, but I would not be surprised, given that was very clear, right? They had an IG looking at that reporting, and then Ratcliffe wrote a memo about it. If they were able to find different people at the CIA who were saying, like, yeah, Brennan and his team were tampering with our intelligence product regarding Russia, that wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, the other angle, Lee, I think, which I'm curious about, is Admiral Rogers was the one on that ICA report who didn't have high level of confidence. And then apparently he went up to Trump Tower to meet Trump and tell him that he thought these other guys were pushing this thing through. And I believe it was Clapper immediately wanted to have Rogers fired. And so maybe, I don't know if there's any potential criminal activity there.
I'll say that this is something that I'd like to report more. And my reporting right now on this is very thin, so I'm not going to go too far out. But my understanding is that the heroism of Admiral Rogers is mostly on this count, that on the ICA, he expressed moderate confidence. That was the big thing that he did. Other things that are generally attributed to him might be giving him too much credit. As an IC, I don't know, whistleblower is probably not appropriate, but as an IC truth teller, how's that? But I think that the big thing he did was saying, yeah, we do not have high confidence in this assessment that John Brennan and James Comey are trying to push me into. The NSA, we don't have the confidence that they're saying they have, and they're trying to draw us into. I don't think Rogers was a big hero.
I think that's
everyone.
How do you raise a hand in this thing?
Hello?
Hey, BF, 1 second. We have Felix Sater over here, who's sort of another definite victim.
Hello,
Felix.
everyone. Yes,
Hey,
sir.
Felix.
How are you?
What's up?
Thank
Fantastic.
you for inviting me in. It's a wonderful conversation. I wanted to say something to one of the people here, to Svetlana. I guess congratulations. It's been a really difficult day watching this. It's on one hand vindication, on another hand, 5 years of my life just torn to shreds, and being accused by these scum buckets of exactly what they were doing themselves is just
Bingo.
mind-boggling to me. And how they picked this schmuck little KGB agent as who to arrest. He's a crawling little worm in this pond. They got the alligators involved in this, and who were knee deep. And I think everyone's missing the main story is forget this little schmuck who's a KGB agent, straight up. Who was feeding him? Dolan. Did anybody look up who Dolan was and how long and how close he was to Hillary and Bill?
Very close.
I
I mean,
think
he's been a Democrat opposite.
read the Politico article that's out today about this subject. It ties it up nicely and describes, who Dolan is. And there's a New York Post article. At the end of the day, there was absolute Russian collusion. Only it wasn't by any of the people mentioned, especially not me and Donald Trump. That's for sure. I spent 20 years spying on the Russians for the United States government, CIA, NSA, FBI, more operations than I could think of. And recently found out that the work I did for the various agencies in the 2000s actually led to uncovering the DNC hack by the Russians. And I'll give you my quick view of it, of what was going on. Part of which I can prove, and part of it, there will be another shoe dropping in this, that I could assure you of, coming from
Let's
me
go.
directly. Coming from me directly, ladies and gentlemen. The one thing I can tell you is that I know for a fact that this operation was ran by one of the KGBs, and I'll reveal in the future who that was. More importantly, there is a probability of high likelihood that it was blessed in Moscow, and that this entire operation was worked out with the Clintons, somewhat knowingly, somewhat unwittingly, because nobody thought that Donald would win, and Hillary and Vladimir despised each other with a passion. And if she was going to get in, she was going to do all sorts of nasty things to him. So actually getting some dirt and helping her out against her opponent was buying brownie points. These people are outright traitors to our country.
Guaranteed. And Felix, when you say the KGBs, what do you mean?
Well, the Soviet Union.
SVR and FSB, or
yes, yeah, basically the precursor. Okay. Who cares what their name is today? They could name themselves the Mickey Mouse Club for all I care. It's KGB.
That's freaking awesome.
Yeah, and they were absolutely involved. It wasn't this little schmo that got arrested, believe me, who is an agent, but he's like, he's one of 100 running around in the United States, pretending to be something that he's not. But the worst part is that the FBI knew that he was an agent. The FBI followed him. There's a lot of reporting on that. And there's a lot of years ago when he was still with, I think, Brookings Institute, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
And yet they allowed this suspected KGB agent, I'll give him that just for sake of argument. The suspected KGB agent was the source.
No, wait. Charles Dolan said he was too young to be KGB, so FSB.
Right.
We'll say FSB.
Right, FSB. Amazing correction. Yes, I give it to them. It wasn't the KGB, it was the FSB. This is earth-shattering. I'm happy to answer, but I just want everyone to understand. The wife of a president of the United States, a secretary of state, her people, senior people, such as Dolan and others, by the way, there are others who are involved. Sussman just rolls off the tip of the tongue, but there are others who are not yet named, who will be. We're colluding with Russian intelligence to interfere with the US elections and had the gall to actually paint that candidate with that brush. I mean, it's like living in an absurd alter universe or something. Anyway, I'll shut up and listen or answer any questions you have.
Oh no, that was awesome, Felix, and obviously you got brought into this shit for no fucking reason. And it's ridiculous. But I mean, like you look at like the FSB pretty much right after the election when Dokuchayev and Igor Sushkin got brought down, but it all seems to kick back to Sergei Mikhailov, who they say might have been working for Brennan, and it sort of brings me back to that point where I don't know what the hell they were doing, but Sergei Mikhailov was sort of protected, and it seems like that FSB side might have been sort of in the bag for the U.S. government doing whatever the hell they were doing, and that makes a lot of sense for me.
Look, you're gonna love this. I was first recruited by the U.S. government by a guy named Milton Blaine in Moscow, and he was Defense Intelligence Agency. He was DIA, and he showed up at a restaurant where I was sitting with a bunch of KGB not KGB, they were all GRU guys. There wasn't one KGB guy there. They were all GRU, which was military intelligence. And one of the guys, literally in an open restaurant in front of all of these people, screams, "Hey, Milton, come on over here. Why don't you sit down across from Felix? Both you guys are CIA. You guys are going to love talking to each other." So then I went to the guy's grilling me and asking me all sorts of questions. Later, I found out that he was asking me questions that he knew all the answers to. I go into the bathroom. He follows me in and says, "Can I have your phone number? I'd like to talk to you." I said, "Sure, no problem." I meet him at this expat bar in Moscow, where mostly Brits, Australians, Americans, they would all go there. And I met him there, and the guy turns around and says to me, they seem to take to you or let you in. And Felix, you have to understand, me and my friends have spent 20 years, and we'd have a party if we just found out the license plate number of one of the guys sitting at the table. You're sitting there drinking vodka with them and singing Russian songs. Your country needs you. And I turn around and said, "Done, I'm in." He turns around and says to me, if you get caught, you're going to hope and pray that they put a bullet in your head, because otherwise it's going to be a lot worse. You're a Jew who escaped Russia, betrayed the motherland, and then came back to spy on them. And I looked at him, I said, "Milton, are you trying to talk me into this or out of this?" I said, "Let's go." And that was my introduction to spying against these evil empire pieces of shit. And then
Are you kidding? Are you kidding? That really happened?
That was a fact. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. I mean, to a T. His name is Milton C. Blaine.
What jurisdiction you in?
I'm sorry. Which what?
What jurisdiction you in?
What do you mean, right now?
Yeah.
I'm in Florida.
Not in New York?
No, I'm not in New York. I'm in Florida. It's too cold. It's getting cold. I mean, around Thanksgiving time, I'll show back up to have Thanksgiving with my family. But right now, it's getting a little too cold.
Okay, so
I'm actually doing some work down in Florida.
May I ask you a pointed question?
Please.
What do you think is going on specifically with everything? If you can sum it up, just in
when you say it's kind of too broad of a question. Could you narrow it a little?
Well, I mean, it's crazy, right? We have normal citizens like scrambling to understand what the hell is going on, and I seen your profile. You're an investment, yeah.
Yeah, I'm investing. I was a real estate developer for a long time. I was partners with Donald.
I think a whole bunch of people on this feed are like, what the hell is going on? What is going on? And in your from your perspective, from your background, what the hell is going on? Because we can't figure it out. We can't figure out what our governments are doing, what private enterprise is doing. It's extremely troubling. Yeah.
Well, it's kind of, I don't know. To me, being born and escaping from the Soviet Union, and you have to understand
Yeah.
when I say escaping,
Yeah. My parents escaped from Poland.
no, dude, you don't understand. Both my great grandfathers were executed by the Soviets.
Yeah,
My father was
I
taken
hear
off a
you.
prison train to be allowed to immigrate and get the hell out of the country, and we ran from there.
I hear you. What
And
is
what is
going
going on? But
on?
hold on. I'm
BS.
going to tie this up.
No,
Hold on.
no,
I'm going
no.
to tie this.
BS. Do you actually have like a pointed question
No, I
besides
have an
what is
answer.
going on?
I think I hear what he's asking. I'd like to answer it. What's going on is that we are seeing long-term embedded operations that started in the 50s by the KGB and the Communist Party, uh, starting with everything that they started doing, starting to take root in this country. And I'm actually, I hate to sound like an asshole, but I truly believe that the socialist sort of undercurrent has grabbed a hold of one of our political parties. And the shit that's going on is a combination of elites not wanting to lose power, push through their agenda. If you look at what's going on in the bigger picture, this is just, we're talking about treason and interfering with a presidential election by a presidential candidate with a foreign power. And that's just the tip of the iceberg, because the rest of what's going on is all connected.
Yeah.
No, there were no 10 people sitting in a room who decided, let's pull this trigger, let's pull that trigger, whether it's a Brennan or even a Clinton or whoever. But I can assure you that there were 10 people in a room, well-trained little Marxist KGB boys, who in the mid-40s and 50s under Stalin decided, how are we going to destabilize the United States? You have to understand, they published papers when the Soviet Union collapsed.
Yep.
All that paperwork exists. Let us start seeding racism and all of that into the United States. This was all
Cultural Marxism is what they're doing.
So no. Specifically, let's start feeding. You have to understand, in Russia, a major hero when I was a child, I mean literally a child, 5 years old, was Angela Davis. And
inform me, I don't know who that is.
Yeah, Angela Davis was like a Black Panther party member,
yes.
who now lives in Cuba, and Glorious Hollywood is now making a movie about her because she happens to be Tupac Shakur's aunt. Oh my God, let's line up and kiss her ass now, please. You're Tupac's aunt. Shit. No.
Yep, Asada Shakur, and yep.
What's going on is really, really simple.
If you
look at what the progressives are doing and the elites are doing,
Felix, your history is from
over.
Russia?
I was born in Russia. I was born in Moscow.
Yeah.
We emigrated and ran away from there. We're political refugees.
Yeah.
We were literally bought U.S. grain accords by Henry Kissinger and Richard Nixon. We were bought. Jews for sale, baby.
Yep.
And we left when I just turned, I had not yet turned 6. I was 5 or 6. I was 5 or 6. Went to Israel for about a year. My dad fought in the 73 war, and then we immigrated from Israel to the United States.
Yeah.
And I arrived on the shores here, and it was stamped in my passport, political refugees from the Soviet Union.
My family, for what it's worth, and it's worth nothing for this audience, they were in Ukraine, and they fucking left in the 30s because they saw what was going on, and they're like, oh my God, it's coming. Okay? And what we're seeing today is it is mirrors and shades and echoes of everything we've seen before. What the hell are we not doing about this?
Dude, I don't know. There's no shades or echoes. I watch certain shows on certain programs like MSNBC and certain shows on CNN, and it's like watching Channel 1 News in Moscow with the entire fucking propaganda. It's Pravda. And groupthink and the bourgeois, and let's slaughter the bourgeoisie.
It's dog whistles all day, every day.
All day, every day.
Right. It's
dog
Pravda.
Whistles all day,
It's
every day.
Pravda directed towards whatever you want the end result to be if you are in power. And it's crazy.
Yeah.
That's not what
exactly what's going on.
not what the media is for. The media is for every objective perspective to give the masses something to slice on and figure out their own clue. And that's not what's happening. And it's all around, and it's particularly bad in the Anglo-West. And I can't figure out in the Anglo-West why it's so bad in the Anglo-West.
It's getting even worse. There's a trend. Well, there's a situation. There's a shift, a historical shift right now. When we say the press, I mean, who gives a shit about CNN? On a good day, they get good.
CNN is a fucking shit show,
dude. On a good day. Well, what do you want? It was started by what was her name? Hanoi. What's her name?
But I mean, it sounded good when this was CNN.
Hold on. Yeah, it's really cool. They got 700,000 people. There's some 14-year-old kid on Twitter playing a video game who's got 10 times the followers. So we are now moving into social media, and these people don't even have any rules, and they have zero rules. There are hundreds of millions of people on places like Twitter and Facebook and all of that, and they are canceling people.
Right.
They're not allowing a former president to even have an account. Do you understand the gravity of that?
No. Wait.
Who gives a shit what Rachel Maddow has to say?
Hold on. The gravity is they cancel the president of the United States, who is, quote unquote, the leader of the free world.
Yes.
That's
and
nuts.
Nobody says
and by the way,
they're protected. They're protected.
I know.
And they have a license that says they're allowed to do it because they're nothing more but a platform.
I know.
Right? But they're not a platform. Now they're an editor. But they're an editor. They're not a platform.
This is nuts. By the way, I have to give a shout out to Lee Smith, who's active on social media and real media. Kudos to you. Just for a sec and continue on. Sorry.
No, Lee, I haven't read your stuff, but I'm going to tonight because this is one of those nights that I'm staying up and just reading everything I can.
Well, thank you guys. I appreciate that, but I can't advise you staying up all night reading my stuff.
Lee, by the way, Lee, I do anyhow.
It might very well put you to sleep.
Also a good solution.
No. Lee,
there you go.
By the way,
suggest.
I'm in Canada, and we're under tyranny, so your stuff is good.
Where is Canada?
Yeah, but I don't know actually. We're just one iota. We're one iota less than Australia.
You're somewhere south of Australia. I've heard of your country. Someday I hope to visit. I understand you play a game on ice.
Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do. We play hockey, but we're not allowed in the. By the way, Lee, we're not allowed in the rink unless I'm vaccinated for some reason. Apparently, this is nuts.
Yeah.
We're in insane land now. My God.
It is kind of great. It is kind of great. The country that has hockey, where you run people up against the boards and stick your knee in their groin. You put your stick in their jaw. And it's like, hey, by the way, you can't do that unless you have a vaccine. Wait,
you almost killed them on the ice. But if you don't have the vaccine, you're not allowed.
You just skated across that 15-year-old's wrist.
Yeah, and you also endangered him for a risk you don't know. Yeah. What the hell is going on?
My favorite comparison is actually to basketball. So a bunch of guys running around, sweating on each other,
Oh,
handling the
just
same ball,
one
but they
moment.
have to sit
Sorry to
down.
interrupt.
Sorry.
Is that a New York accent?
That is a New York accent.
Ah, goddamn. You
I
guys
grew
in
up
New
47 years.
Have you not been
47
paying
years.
attention?
Brooklyn, baby.
You
Coney
you
Island.
Brooklyn folk? Oh Christ.
No, but basketball, think about it. You got like 10 guys running around sweating, handling the same ball, all of it. But when they sit down on the bench, they have to put their mask on.
Yeah, I know.
Fool,
It's
this is
idiotic.
fool.
It's stupid.
Or Mr. Nelson,
What's up?
Professor Nelson. I have to say, this is like totally turning into like a late night TV show now.
I know.
Or something
It's
like
because of
that.
me.
Like when I was a kid,
By the
it was
way,
like,
it's because of me.
Yeah. It was like Tom Snyder. We used to watch this like, I don't know, 70 years ago or something like that. That's what this feels like. It's like, look, everyone's talking about Brooklyn. For God's sake, man. It's like, all right, let's all meet at Coney Island and get some vodka.
This, I mean,
All right,
yeah, this,
you know, no, it's
yeah,
fun.
this feeling definitely like
Lee,
SNL, like
Felix,
way.
by the
it's great
way,
to talk to
I'm
you.
from Edmonton, Alberta, and I would have loved to have grown up in goddamn New York, but not really.
Yeah.
Well,
you say that. Yeah, you say that. It's better than growing up in that wasteland in Edmonton or whatever, man. Come on.
You better look up Edmonton.
Really, this is like an insane TV show now.
Do you want? Hey, Lee.
After hours
Lee
with
and
Fool.
company.
Yeah.
What I'd like to say is that this thing and the craziness and the idiocracy of what is going on, I think, has brought so many people together in so many different realms. It's incredible.
Yeah.
Amen. Amen.
Yeah, absolutely.
You have no idea.
Absolutely.
So let's blame the Canadian.
I feel like I should move on to other people that have been waiting for a little bit. Ever says?
Yeah, I had a quick comment on just on the ICA, but once we're talking about the media, yeah. Also, I was gonna chime in that arguing about why the media is the way it is when we have Lee, the foremost expert on the history of the media and why it is the way it is. So yeah, so I'm glad you chimed in. But I mean, yeah, I guess once we're on here, it's Lee. One of the best things I've read in years was that column you wrote in Tablet a couple of years ago about like basically the Arabization of the U.S. media. How now when you used to be when you read the paper, you wanted to know what was in it, you wanted to know the news, and now you just look at which apparatchik in the government is this columnist a mouthpiece for, and it's totally changed the way I read and view the media. And I mean, it's basically you just got who is their constituency. It used to be the public was the constituency. You wanted to sell a product, which was the news, and now that's just not the case.
Hey, Lee,
Thanks,
I have a question
appreciate
for you.
that. But
Lee is one of the greatest.
Lee, do you want to read everybody the text I sent you 2 days ago? Not today, 2 days ago.
I don't know. It's pretty short. I mean, I think I probably memorized it. No? It's just like something like nice to make your.
No, you remember I sent you. Said wait till. Well, 2 days ago. I'm just.
Oh yeah,
wait till.
yeah.
This
No,
was 2 days ago before this guy got arrested. Wait till I tell the world who Steele and Simpson were actually working for. Story will blow up a lot of secret shit and all of it illegal.
I think you had that in public actually, so it wasn't just to me. So I think that was a public notification. Thank God, that was a very very important thing.
Yeah,
thanks.
we're having an interesting moment in our history, and it's not a healthy moment, but maybe it is. Maybe we need a little bit of a cleansing.
It's absolutely necessary, Felix.
Well, there's a problem with cleansings because they're usually associated with a little shitty thing called war. And the shakeout is, I honestly believe, and I speak to people that are in the Pentagon, they're not having a conversation about if, they're having a conversation about when armed conflict happens in China. And that's when you start getting back to a little bit of nationalism and come together. You sort of need an enemy.
Hey, Felix, man.
Hello? Hello?
I can hear you.
Yeah, now I can hear you. Go ahead. You dropped out for a second.
My bad. I had to add another speaker, and I guess it kicked him out. By the way, when I add another speaker, I guess we can only have 10. They kick the other people out. Felix, you can go ahead. Sorry.
No. I've said too much. I've manipulated the whole room for too long. It's time to shut up and listen.
No, that was the point.
Wait,
We
so
wanted to listen to you.
so who were Simpson and Steele actually working for?
Yeah, there we go.
I said it earlier. One of the KGBs, one of the FSBs, or whatever you want to call them.
They were still taking money from the Clinton campaign.
Yeah, but they were taking money from both. No. They actually took money from them.
Right. Sure. Why not?
Of course.
Felix, if I can ask, hey, this is Lee again. If I can ask, like, why did they go after you? They're just like, because you were like,
I'm easy.
your family was from Russia. You're a Russian Jew. They said like, oh yeah, here's a Russian guy. He worked in Trump's office building. Let's go after
Someone the
this
square
guy.
community
Is
won't
that
give
the
a shit about.
idea?
Exactly. They needed. Look, when you're, excuse my language. I apologize. I hope you forgive me. But when you need to fuck somebody, you need a good condom. I was that condom. I was an easy mark. I had a criminal conviction. Two, one for a bar fight, one for a Wall Street scam. I was working with Donald Trump. I was his senior advisor. I was his partner in a bunch of deals. I tried to do Trump Moscow. That was my deal. But I tried to do it like 5 times when we were working together. And then when he ran, I was like, hey, this is a good idea. Now that he's getting some good press in Russia, we could actually get our 15% branding fee. And I started working because nobody thought that he would win. And I was just like the perfect candidate. Oh my God. There we go. We got a gangster Russian, blah, 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 working with Donald, funneling dirty Russian money. And everything ridiculous. And they just ran with it. And it was a concocted story, and it was a concocted dossier, and they needed players in their disgusting drama. And I fit one of the bills. I fit one of the bills, and they said bingo, and they went after me.
Hey, can I
Sorry
just
to
jump in for one sec?
but do you still believe in Trump?
Of course. When you say believe in Trump, what does that mean? Do I believe in Trump? A lot of things that he stands for, believes in, and has done, I support 100%. I also think he should, watch his mouth a little bit here and there, but generally speaking, yeah, very much so.
No, good. No, as do I.
Oh,
Hey,
absolutely.
Postal Taxi, is that your main question, or I'd like to finish if you have any more points?
No, well, actually, I was going to talk about. I think you were talking about some things before, and I think the two main words I would say from your earlier point was regulatory capture. I think that the way that commercial industry has encompassed government is something that everybody should be aware of, and see how commercial industries, especially the pharmaceutical industry and other industries, energy industries, have wrapped themselves around world governments in a way that is quite scary to me, to be honest. I think that corporate entities have too much power over the world at the moment, and they probably need to be put back in the box at some point, and we need to go back to a system of governments that is more localized, and for people in smaller areas that look after people within their own regions, rather than corporations that are basically just trying to drive profit out of every single thing that they possibly can in the world.
Well, I think that decentralization in government is very important, and I think that's like sort of the Republican mantra. Even though I feel like the Republican Party has been kind of like a big big government, big corporation company party for a long time, and I think that changed with Trump. But I don't know if Steve had anything to say after that. I saw him
Guys,
kind of peeking
they're
in.
both hooked on corporate money. That's the problem.
Felix, I got a question. In terms of how the Clinton campaign sort of connected to the KGB people that do you have any sort of people that sort of like where did they meet? Who was talking to who? Or any ideas on that?
No, a lot of ideas, but look, meetings like
Anything?
that, they don't invite people with cameras in. Number one.
No, I
But
understand that,
there's a
but I mean,
lot
just
of there's beyond proof, and there's beyond an overabundance of circumstantial evidence. And I, for one, am a huge believer in coincidences, except when that number hits 19. That's like too many coincidences for it to be a coincidence at that point,
right, but who?
I
Like
can't
who
I
would
can't I
be?
can't say specifically, but I'm telling you the very, very top of one of the agencies from the former Soviet Union colluding with directly with senior members of the Clinton administration or former Clinton administration, people close to the Clintons. Period. Dealing directly and being paid very handsomely a lot of money by that intelligence agency, which is controlled by the overall FSB from Moscow.
So why did they? Where did Danchenko come from? And then why did they use him?
They used a bunch of people. What do you think? Some of it were witting, unwitting, dumb,
because he's
smart.
Brookings.
When you run an intel operation, you got 14 different avenues to get to the end game. You don't know which one is going to be successful in doing what. I mean, you can't possibly think that they bet strong on this clown. He's a fucking clown.
Okay, who else was? But he's sort of the one that came to surface. I mean, who else were they running?
There'll be others. There'll be others. Yes, there will be other names.
But we haven't heard of them yet.
That's right.
Perfect. Hey, Scott Stedman entered the chat. He's got his hand up. What's up, Scotty?
Hey, I just wanted to ask Felix if he was, if he had any updates on the Kazakhstan money laundering case, and if he has any comments on if he laundered any of the Krapanov money.
Did I launder any of the Krapanov money? No,
Yeah,
I never
from
laundered
Ilias.
money. No, I never laundered money for Ilias.
Not into Trump Soho or elsewhere?
You mean 2 apartments that he bought for himself and his sister with his own money?
Yeah, was that money stolen from BTA?
Was that money stolen from BTA?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so. I'll tell you where that money may have come from. Nazarbayev's daughter, the president of the country, paid Ilyas's mother under the force of going to jail $300 million for her media empire. Maybe they used some of the $300 million. That how did Nazarbayev's daughter get it in the first place? Are you kidding me? Seriously, you're asking if Ilyas Krapanov bought 2 apartments in Trump Soho, by the way, without me, which he did without me, for a total of $4 million.
A cut of that sale?
No, I did not get a cut of that sale. No, I did not get a cut of that sale.
Okay.
Hey, Scott, let him
and more importantly, Scott, do you understand who Kazakhstan is? Who was involved in this? You didn't
I
ask.
haven't been paid by anyone, no. So I don't have any insights.
Well, I'll tell you what. The guy that's in my litigation, the guy that's suing me, happened to have wired $150,000 directly to Hunter Biden. Are you aware of that, Scott?
Oh, interesting. No, I'm happy to look
His
into
name
that.
His name is Kenis Rakishev. Look it up. Kenis Rakishev from BTA Bank wired $150,000 to Hunter Biden. Explain that one to me.
Interesting. I'd love to see that wire.
Open the laptop up.
Okay, let me step in because I've looked a lot at the Ablyazov mining deal on Eurasia, and
so you'll know that Joseph Mifsud's lawyer had a big deal with him, right?
Yeah, I know that's all bullshit.
Oh yeah,
I know. I know how Bill Clinton was in Kazakhstan, when Frank Giustra signed up the uranium assets out of Kazakhstan, there were uranium assets that were worth $1 billion that were that Ablyazov and the embezzled from the Kazakh government. He flipped them into a Western company called Eurasia, which was controlled by Frank Giustra in Vancouver, who was a buddy of Bill Clinton. And Giustra later then gave $120 billion to the Clinton Foundation. So, in terms of some apartment buildings, some apartment somewhere, it's nothing. Bill Clinton made $120 million out of the embezzlement of and that's what they've showed. I mean, how much he made in offshore companies, I don't know, but there was $1 billion stolen out of Kazakhstan in that uranium deal, and the U.S. media focus on the Uranium One permit while Hillary was Secretary of State is kind of missing where the money was made, and that was on Eurasia, which then did a reverse takeover of Uranium One, which was a reputable company, and so and Giustra blew out his stock and made $1 billion, and then by the time that Kazakhstan started investigating it, they started challenging the title of Uranium One to it, which was by that time held by people who paid value for it. So Hillary's main interest in that was to cover it up. And that's when the Russians came in and they sorted out the title problems in Kazakhstan, but got control of the asset. So there's a lot to it. It's a long story.
By the way, when you ask about Ablyazov money, you do realize that Ablyazov was partners and he was the Minister of Energy for Nazarbayev before they turned on each other. You are aware of that, right?
Yeah, I mean, wouldn't you be concerned taking, helping
Hey,
a
Scott,
foreign government official move some of his money into the U.S.?
Scott, let me ask you
Isn't that what we're all against here? Dirty money in the U.S.
General actual premise. Rebut that. What is your point of being here?
I just wanted to ask Felix. I'll shut up now.
No, it's quiet. No. Listen, he bought 2 apartments in Trump Tower. Yes, he did. But him and his family are worth $300 million just from Nazarbayev giving them $300 million. What makes you think they couldn't afford $4 million of apartments? Or what makes you think that it had to be dirty and laundered? They have hundreds of millions of dollars in their bank accounts, and they bought it, and everyone knew that they bought it. It wasn't hidden. It was an LLC registered in his name, and he bought the apartments. And you're making it seem like it's a huge conspiracy to launder $4 million. These people piss $4 million out at breakfast. Do you realize who you're talking about? These people are either accused of stealing $10 billion, or are worth $100 billion, or received $300 million. You're asking me if there was a undercover money laundering operation to buy two units for $4 million? That's the joke.
Blue Anon.
Yep.
He's gone.
Yeah, of course he's gone.
Hey, can I chime in here?
He's gonna go. He's gonna go to his talk with Molly Zhang Fong or whatever her name is.
He'll write up a story how Fool Anon's group fucked him up a little bit. But yeah, familiar?
Yeah, I'm familiar with the matter, which is a common phrase used in modern journalism. First of all, I want to say that it's a shame Julie Lewis left, because I'm sure she would really enjoy Felix being here.
I love Julie. She's the best. She's great.
She's great.
She's great.
I love her.
She's like a mom from Ohio that, picked up the flag and said, "I'm not letting this one fall."
Yeah. Second, I think it's hilarious that Scott Stedman came in here. That's just fucking hilarious. I don't know what he was expecting. All right, so
on the day get this, on the day that Dolan and a KGB agent who was just arrested by Durham exposes the entire thing, his main question is, did I help Ilya Skropanov buy 2 units in Trump Tower and call it money laundering? I mean, seriously, that didn't bother them that the Clintons were involved in conspiracy and fraud and election interference. It's the $4 million worth of apartments in Trump Tower.
Nobody cares about the real estate at all. Nobody. It's stupid. So anyway, I want to go back.
I have an anecdote. I was asked by Mueller, why does Donald love these Russians so much, and why was he courting them to sell them units? And I said to him, because their checks clear.
They have money.
And the following year, the Brazilians were flush, and we chased them.
It doesn't matter who it is.
I think I can distill that down into a more simple thing: Christian values.
Anyway, I want to go back to go back to Michael Flynn, if possible.
Before Felix, can I ask Felix, who were the FBI agents that were in your interview?
Well, one guy that I knew for years and years and years is the only one that I really remembered because I know him so well. And that was it wasn't an interview. There was Mueller's people there. It was Andrew Weissman was there, and what's her name, the Asian girl.
Right. No, but the names of all of those people.
Bill McCausland.
Bill McCausland.
Bill McCausland was in New York. I'm sorry, I got to give you this anecdote. I think everybody will appreciate this. So now Mueller's team, right? They have the smoking gun. They've got the Russian who laundered money for the Russians with Donald. And they bring me, and they had an office down in the Commerce Department in the basement. That's where the skiff was. So they called me down. I have to go down. I bring my lawyer, Robert Wolf. We walk in, and there's a row of like 4 FBI agents, 4 prosecutors, and obviously me and my lawyer have to sit on this side of the table, and the 8 of them, and there's a head chair waiting for somebody to come in. And that's it. They're loaded for bear. This is it. Everybody's going to make their careers. Sater, the douchebag, the money launderer. We got him. This is it. We're all becoming attorney generals off of this one. And as I walk into the room, you could feel the tension. It was like walking into a cell block. Bill McCausland gets up, walks around, grabs my hand, puts the other hand on my shoulder, and says to me, Felix, Alexandra must be in college already. Alexandra's my oldest daughter. I said, Bill, are you kidding me? She graduated. She's working already. And I look over, and the other 7 of them are waiting to cut Bill McCausland to pieces because he's now saying hello to the enemy. And they're seething, and they finally shut him up. And then Weissman walks in, looks at me, and he says, Felix, what's with the fucking emails? I said, look, you got to understand, we were trying to do a real estate deal. I didn't care about about politics. I was trying to get something built. He goes, Felix, a penthouse to Putin? I said, look, you got to understand. If I give a penthouse to Putin, or not me, the developer, we're just charging a 15% fee. We get Putin to move into the penthouse. We're selling to Deripaska and the rest of those dirtbags for double the price. He said, okay, that makes sense. And then he sits down and he says, guys, all right, relax. I've known Felix for many, many years. If he's lying, this would be the first time in our entire relationship that he's lying. And these 7 had their entire bubble deflated. And I'm sitting there laughing my ass off.
So, but they didn't. I mean, that's certainly not how they portrayed you. I mean, that's crazy.
Of course not. Of course. And the fact that Adam Schiff sent people to tell me that everything's okay and try to bribe me with a movie deal and tell me that everything's okay. And when they realized that I'm not going to Michael Cohen Donald, I became a guy who's not cooperating with the committee.
Fuck the committee.
Right. Okay. What a story,
guys. But the best is who else in this
That makes so
entire
much
rush?
sense, though.
But who? Listen, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I know I'm being a braggart, but who else in the entire Russian collusion investigation, all the various committees? I went to 3 or 4 different committees: Senate, House, this committee, that committee. I testified like 4 or 5 times, including 5 times with what's his name, Mueller. When I missed the meeting and a reporter calls me and says, "Why didn't you show up?" And I turned around and publicly said, "I overslept. I'm sorry." Schiff got so pissed off that he started saying that I'm uncooperative and issued. I'm still under a subpoena or some shit like that, or something by the committee, because they never released it because I'm uncooperative. He got pissed off. He got pissed off that he couldn't bribe me, and then I overslept his committee because it was that important to me.
He's a clown.
He's a clown.
Cohen would have never overslept Schiff's committee.
Cohen, are you kidding me? Cohen would have showed up. He would have put on his best tie. He would have ran back and forth to the media, making sure that he didn't miss anyone, including the Baltimore Sun, for an interview. He's a fucking clown. I know Michael since he's 15 years old. He's a stone cold bitch. He was a stone cold bitch back in Brooklyn. The man graduated bottom of his class from the lowest ranked from the Cooley School of Law. And everyone
Which proves
that helped,
you don't need to be very smart to be a lawyer.
Him and Joe Biden.
So, and then he opens up a accident mill by a bunch of Russian taxi guys, Russian Jewish immigrants. The guy's an ambulance chaser. I always told Donald, I don't get it. I said, if you get a dog and you put him on a leash and he barks so much, wouldn't you want him to have some teeth? And Donald used to laugh.
All right, so if I can I go back to a Michael Flynn incident?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay. So the FBI interviewed him, and they asked him about expulsions, right? And he said he didn't remember.
Mm-hmm.
He was drunk in the Dominican. The indictment.
I don't think he said that particularly. But.
Well, but the indictment says sanctions. So I wish Chip was still here because I would like to know why that changed, how that changed.
Well, I mean, it didn't change.
What do you?
They're two different things. They're two different things, though.
Right.
They are two different things, and in the indictment that they don't just say sanctions; they say U.S. sanctions, which was a defined term in the indictment to describe the measures taken in Executive Order 13757 or some such number, which was specifically the sanctions to the to intelligence organizations and 2 of the leaders of the GRU, and so so would the in the indictment when they said that Flynn lied about asking about sanctions as so defined, he was never asked about sanctions. He was asked about expulsions, and then Flynn
under pressure,
stupidly under pressure. Yeah, I mean he it never occurred to him
that they were different.
That the FBI was lying to him. He assumed that he must
trusted the government.
Talked to them about he must have talked to them about sanctions and misspoke, and so he pleaded guilty to something that he wasn't actually guilty of.
And we know that he did that, but
then it was botched. But then in terms of the later events, it got botched both by Sidney Powell, first by Covington, and then by Sidney, and then even by the DOJ. Because, like, when they were trying to get the Flynn thing dismissed, they were arguing sort of complicated issues of materiality, whereas in
Right.
fact, on the face of it, he had pled guilty to something he was facially innocent of, and they never presented that, and Cindy
I
never
think they
presented
never
it, and she
presented it
botched it.
because they didn't think they had to.
Well, they botched it. They should have presented it because judges like to decide things on technical grounds that they don't have to.
Right.
And so if they presented a technical reason for dismissing it, it was a lot easier for them than complicated arguments about materiality, which Strzok contests to this day.
I'm just curious what you guys think about why the language was changed in the indictment.
Well, they botched it. They made a mistake in the indictment, and then later on in 2018, when they were doing the sentencing, Zelensky, or I think it was Zelensky, whoever, no,
Asshole,
or
by
no,
the way.
no,
Asshole.
Brandon,
Both assholes.
yeah, let's go, Brandon. Was he then slyly redefined sanctions to include both sanctions and expulsion. So he knew that they'd botched it.
That's bullshit.
So he by 2018 he knew that they botched the charge, and but by that time, again, Flynn's lawyers didn't pick up on it, and
Covington is our swamp creatures.
No, but it was Covington, but Sydney botched
Sydney
it.
botched it 100%.
Okay.
They 100% botched it. He's 100% right, spot on. They had a normal technical argument about a misunderstanding, easy to get off the hook, especially when it's being re-reviewed and all of that. And they wanted to hear themselves speak. They like being on TV.
Okay, so my second question is, Aaron Mate has uncovered this, and nobody seems to be talking about it, but there's really no evidence that Russia hacked the DNC. There isn't. Because Sean Henry's testimony before the House Intelligence Committee, he says there's no concrete evidence of exfiltration.
Well, that's different from hacking, right?
No evidence of any exfiltration whatsoever.
Well, that's look, I've studied this hacking, the DNC hacking in by microscopic detail. I mean, there is like the emails were exfiltrated. I mean, and
but how do we know? How do we know?
Because because there are timestamps on there's a sequence of timestamps on the emails that from the metadata. So the metadata shows that it was exfiltrated, and there's the guys from VIPS, Ray McGovern, and them have sort of created a lot of confusion by misinterpreting the July 5th stuff.
I love Ray McGovern and VIPS, but Sean Henry's testimony before the House Permanent or whatever Select Committee.
No, he said
that there's no concrete evidence that anything was exfiltrated.
But they're obviously exfiltrated.
Who wants to hear? Who wants to hear?
There's
who
no
wants
way
to hear
to
an
know.
antidote?
There's no way to know that.
No,
because they ended up in WikiLeaks' hands.
Yeah, but it could have been a leak.
Who wants to hear a DNC? Who wants to hear a DNC hacking antidote? Which is not known.
Do.
2 weeks before the Washington Post breaks the story, a federal prosecutor called my lawyer, Robert Wolf, and took him down to a secret hearing with a judge and asked the judge to make sure that because I broke with the FBI 2 of the biggest hacking cases in the late 2000s. Late 2000, 08, 07, I traveled to Cyprus, I traveled to Istanbul, and I took down 2 of the biggest rings that were Russian hacking rings, but it was never reported anywhere, obviously because they flipped the guys. 2 weeks before the DNC hack, the feds call my lawyer and say, listen, we need to have a hearing right away. And they run down and they have a secret hearing in front of a judge, and they say, listen, there's a case going on that Felix is involved in, and we need to make sure, Your Honor, that his work on Russian hacking is sealed, which it was. It was still sealed at the time. And the judge and Robert, my attorney, turned around and said, why do you guys care about a 10-year-old case? And they said, because it's highly actionable and it is an ongoing investigation of the highest priority right now. And 2 weeks later, the DNC broke. I don't know, nobody told me. My take is the guys that I took down, the Russian hacking guys that I took down, they turned them and sent them back in. And through them, possibly found out about the Russian hack. If it exists, as you question whether it exists or not. But I do know that, I touch all subjects here, guys. I touch all subjects. I touch all
Right,
subjects.
but please somebody tell me how it is plausible that the Russians hacked the DNC.
They have shitty security?
Yeah, unprotected email server.
I can't believe it because CrowdStrike is the firm that was hired by the DNC, and they are paid to say this shit.
Don't be so sure. Don't be so sure that that wasn't set up. Don't be so sure that that wasn't set up. That could have been set up.
I think it was a total setup.
Not that they didn't hack. That it was a prearranged hack. That's easy.
No, I think Americans hacked it.
No, I think fucking
well, then
people coordinated with the
You're
Russians.
going against your claim that it was exfiltrated.
Oh, not hacked. I didn't mean hacked. I meant leaked. Sorry.
Yeah, but I mean that's exfiltration regardless.
I guess so, but
no,
the point is that there's no proof that data was exfiltrated at all. There's no proof of any of that.
Stop confusing the truth with the evening news, please.
No, but look. No,
what do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean?
Don't confuse. Don't confuse the facts with the pitch. Yeah, it was a hack.
Right. But can we agree that there's no evidence that the DNC was hacked?
No, you're talking foolishly. There's lots of metadata that indicates that
from CrowdStrike.
Files where no, not just from CrowdStrike. There's from in fact, I'm not disregarding CrowdStrike, but from data from the timestamps on. No, the wiki. I'm talking about metadata. I'm not talking about tattletale stuff. I'm talking about metadata from the documents at WikiLeaks, the documents at Guccifer 2. That you could see timestamps of documents that show dates and timestamps and patterns of exfiltration.
Why would you bring up Guccifer 2?
Let me finish. One of the things that CrowdStrike was very coy about and misleading the committees is that the DNC emails were exfiltrated under their nose. So CrowdStrike was on the scene in May 6th. The emails were exfiltrated on May 23rd and May 25th. In Sean Henry's testimony to the committee, he was talking all about stuff being staged on April the 28th, which was before.
Which would be before George Papadopoulos. Yeah.
No, forget Papadopoulos. I don't want to hear his name. But no, I mean it's just stupid. But crowds. Sean Henry was doing a look squirrel with the committee to point them to this April 28th staging, and none of them confronted him with the fact that the emails went out on May 23rd and May 25th, and the emails went out in measurable in sequence. The timestamps are known, and if you don't know this, don't invent your opinions on it. I mean, really, I don't mean to be rude, but there's there's a lot of evidence on it that has nothing to do with what people are saying.
Except
It's objective.
Except what you're talking about is it's a representation of screenshots by CrowdStrike. That's the only evidence.
No. You don't know what you're talking about. They are talking about metadata that's in thousands, tens of thousands of documents and emails. That's nothing to do with CrowdStrike screenshots.
Please explain to me.
You're wasting everybody's time right now.
I'm
This
sorry.
is baby food stuff.
I'm sorry. I just don't understand how CrowdStrike is the only source for this, and we're supposed to take it on faith.
I think what he's saying is
It's not the only source.
There's more evidence. There's more evidence.
Who's the other source? Who's the other?
The actual files. They're actually taken. They were removed from the DNC, right?
Yeah, the
Okay,
WikiLeaks.
but
You can look at the metadata at WikiLeaks.
Okay, but so McGovern and who's the other guy? The other who worked for the NSA. Their whole point was that the packets actually couldn't be moved at that speed. So they actually
yeah, no, their arguments wrong. They're looking at they're looking at Goose for 2 documents that were that have timestamps on July the 5th. Those are not the DNC emails. They're different Goose for 2 documents. There's no evidence that the timestamps on the July 5th operation represented an exfiltration operation, and considerable evidence that they didn't.
Excellent. Can I concede the point so that I can read off my questions? I totally have esteem for you, and I actually believe you when you say that. But may I read off my questions?
Yeah.
Okay, so the first one was, in that sense, I actually had followed Ray McGovern at the time. He actually said that he was called before a grand jury. Do we think anything about that?
No, but he may have been. He was very.
Does that correlate with the timeline that Felix just said that he was brought down to the judge or something? Was that a grand jury or was it just a judge?
No, Felix's incident is a month before this July 5th thing. So like Felix's stuff's pretty interesting.
Okay, thank you so much, Stephen. Next one to move on to my questions. Felix, it's amazing having you here, first off, and I'm out of my depth here. But the first thing was, do you have anything to say to were we using Russian embassies to perhaps have those meetings that Stephen was asking about earlier? Could we have perhaps used their embassies on our land as a way to kind of launder meetings?
By who?
Russian embassies on the United States land.
No, who was having meetings at the embassies?
Stephen had talked about how, in the way that these particular Russian agents were actually having any contact with their American counterparts here.
I doubt that they would have used the Russian embassy for that.
Okay, that's my first question. My second question.
I doubt that. That's like too evident because everybody who walks in and out gets photographed. So I doubt that.
Earlier, when you guys were talking about Flynn and specifically the expulsions, were there expulsions that Obama expelled Russians before the campaign? And can you speak to that?
It was all on December. Like it was on the discussion there was on the December 29th measures that. Well, no, there are a bunch of things that happened on December 29th. First of all, Obama announced the expulsion of various Russians. Secondly, he announced sanctions against the 2 intelligence agencies and various executives of them. And the third thing is that they released a crappy report on hacking.
Do we know if those expulsions had anything to do with preceding events to the whole Crossfire Hurricane thing?
Well, it was the Obama administration sort of penalty for the hacking,
the alleged hacking.
Okay.
Yeah. Well,
that's very tangential then. Felix, if I could ask you, Dana Rohrabacher meetings, anything comes to mind?
Well, I didn't attend any Dana Rohrabacher meetings, but the guy I was working with on the Ukrainian nuclear deal, Artemenko, met with Rohrabacher many, many times. But again, he also met with many, many other senators many times prior to that incident that we were accused of. He was a parliamentarian from the Ukraine, and he had meetings with many senators. If you sort of look at his timelines and his Facebooks and all of that, you'll see that Rohrbacher was an enthusiastic person that he met with on many occasions, but there were many others that he met with.
The Flynn into the Greek GRU HQ. Anything to that?
I couldn't answer. I don't know any details about that.
Words that come to mind when I bring up Konstantin Kilmenik?
No, not really.
Not a Russian agent.
Right, but maybe working for the State Department?
I don't know, Konstantin. I don't know.
All right, I'm out of my depth. Thank you so much, guys. Hopefully to help it a little bit. Thank you.
Felix, Felix, there's a question that, speaking of embassies, there's a weird statement that Ivan Vorontsov, one of Danchenko's buddies, made, that he was he attended a reception at the U.S. Embassy in June 2016, and was pulled aside by the FBI, who interviewed him, who questioned him about Danchenko. And that's never been mentioned by the FBI in any of their information. It only occurs as in an affidavit by Vorontsov in the Alpha Bank proceedings. What are the chances of Vorontsov telling the truth about that as opposed to making it up?
Coin toss. It's possible. It's possible, but he could also be making it up. But I don't think he's making it up because I think he'd be too afraid to make it up. You don't really lie about meetings with the FBI publicly and accuse the FBI of doing something if it didn't happen. It's not a good idea.
But
why couldn't they have? They could have interviewed him.
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't know. Maybe he was a little more dramatic in his explanation, but they interview a lot of people.
Yeah, but the odd thing about that is then the FBI has Danchenko on their radar in June 2016, and like that's at exactly the same time as Danchenko is going over and supposedly getting the P tape from or the story about the P tape from Vorontsov. I mean, it's
Look,
a lot.
My opinion is, and you could see from the FISA stuff that there was some complete irregularities on how the FBI handled this whole thing.
Okay, well, obviously,
yeah.
But I mean, this is sort of a particularly odd one.
Yes, it is. Yes, it absolutely is. I can't opine on it, but yes, I agree with you.
Okay.
I just don't have any details about it. And is it possible? Like I'm saying, it's very possible they interviewed him.
Well, I could have seen some rogue attaché just going and interviewing him and not doing anything besides that, but not recording it or whatnot. But
well, there should be 302s on it, and somebody
should
file.
There should be, but who knows if there would be?
If there would be. Generally, FBI agents do take 302s to cover their own ass, but they're not allowed to be recorded, and you're not allowed to. They don't record any of the meetings because then the agent gets an opportunity to write the report as he sees it. You understand?
Yep.
Can I just interject again and ask if Stephen believes that the Russians hacked the DNC?
Well, they're two different questions. Whether the one, whether they hacked it, and two, whether the emails that were delivered to WikiLeaks were the ones that were the product of a Russian hacking. And like, for example, Snowden's thought it was entirely possible that there are 5 or 6 different hacking groups inside the DNC. And if that's the case, it could very well be that Fancy and even CrowdStrike thought that there were two separate Russian agencies that were milling around the DNC without knowing of one another. I mean,
Fancy and Cozy Bears.
Yeah. So I don't know. I mean, I think it's I have no idea. The DNC hack is, the trouble with it is that the intel agencies have made a very poor explanation of the information that they have, which enables them to draw the conclusion. So it creates a situation where people can, think all kinds of sort of wild ideas and untrue ideas as well as true ideas. And at this point, there's no reason why anybody should believe the FBI on anything just because they say it. So, you just don't know. I don't know.
I agree on that fact, and I I don't know how we can trust.
Well, look, you have to understand. Look, I'm going to jump in for a sec. So, were the Russians trying to hack? Yeah, they probably were. It's almost a given that they were. Did they actually hack anything? Or when the DNC found out that there was Russian hacking and there was a narrative that they were going with, they themselves gave the emails to WikiLeaks? Who knows?
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask. Did WikiLeaks become an intercept where they actually were using them to give out information?
Of course, to continue the Russian hoax story. You
I mean,
can't let it
at that
die.
time,
There's no story if they didn't hack anything. There's no story that they tried to hack. Trying to hack, I mean, come on, they probably get hit with 500, potential attacks a day, especially, during an election or whatever. But who knows whether they hacked anything? Who knows whether they got in, or who knows if this wasn't an intel operation by somebody?
Okay.
By somebody like Brennan.
But one
could it be anybody?
But one of the weird things in the chronology of this is that, CrowdStrike, the hack by the Russians was diagnosed on May the 3rd or May the 4th, and the emails were not exfiltrated until May 23rd or May 25th. So you have to wonder, well, why didn't CrowdStrike stop it?
Yeah, they left it open.
And now I think, in fairness to them, I mean, if you're sitting in the DNC's shoes right now, like I can picture a scenario where CrowdStrike told the DNC, look, in order to cut off this hack, we'll have to shut everything down, cleanse everything. You'll have to make it, everybody's going to know that you've been hacked. And that was at the very time that there was Hillary's situation with being charged on the emails was still under still at large. So
I think
until Hillary's situation was resolved, they were still. I could picture a situation where they said, well, we're just going to hope against hope that nothing happens, and we'll just wait to do something. There's another story.
Or let's hope against hope that they actually steal some emails.
That's what I was thinking too.
So
Maybe
we could change this. So we could change the narrative.
Yep, we
from
could
Hillary's
use it as a fish bait for Donald Trump.
From Hillary's server to Trump. Or the Russians are hacking on his behalf.
Does anybody think that they knew what was taken and they released it themselves?
I don't intercept. I have a theory on that. My theory on that is that it was nothing that was actually too important, but just enough red meat to basically bait Trump so that he would so they could make a few passes at him with the emails, because as soon as he would have said, "I'm interested in those," that would have been a collusion.
Yeah,
something like that.
Yeah, a bit complicated, I think.
I'm sure it's more complicated than that.
Why? No, but why a bit complicated? Any one of these theories and scenarios could easily have been the actual truth.
Yeah.
Well, it's something. I mean, my position is that the intel agencies have created their own problem by not providing enough data to solve the problem. I mean, like this should have been put to bed.
Evidence.
But is that a bug or a feature?
Fair point.
Evidence.
Yeah, but I mean, like, you guys are just proposing things, and I mean, until
We
we
haven't seen
actually get
evidence.
some. Right, but we're hypothesizing things without, like, I mean, like Steve is saying, like, we need to get more evidence to see where this intel of what actually against like these 13 Russians getting indicted. That's been the problem the entire time, that there hasn't been enough information, so we can sit here and just and say like, well, obviously there's not enough information to say like, oh, definitively Russia hacked them and definitively Russia passed this information to WikiLeaks.
Well,
Do you
no, we
think
could
that
say that
evidence
Russia.
will
We could
ever
definitely say that
see
Russia attempted to hack them.
the time of day? I don't think so.
Nah, the Russians definitely attempted to hack them.
Well, we know.
Past that,
How
it's
do
a
you
little
know? How
murky.
do you know? How do you know, Felix?
Because
Well,
they
because
just
they
hack.
hack
They hack
everybody.
everything. They hack everybody.
Yeah, but you still don't know.
Is it is it a guarantee? No, but sort of preponderance of the evidence is they hack everybody, or try to hack everyone.
I guess.
And by the way, I mean, Donald was right. It could be some 300-pound fat kid sitting in his mother's
Sure.
basement and not
Sure.
part of the FSB just as easily, but he
Sure.
pinged it from Russia because he's sitting in shitty Vladivostok and he's a hacker.
The question is whether it was the Russian government.
Who knows? You're never going to find that out.
Yeah, but like, I
Yeah.
mean, that's like a question that like isn't worth even contemplating until we have more information.
You're never getting more
Well,
information. You're never
I
getting
mean,
more information, and the
that's like
information that you get could be disinformation. You're never going to find that out.
That's like the theme of Rachel Maddow for the past 5 years, is that it happened and we don't know that it happened.
Right, but I mean, we're sitting here not trying to speculate, dig into it too much. We're just saying what we know right now, which is that we know that supposedly Russians were in the DNC servers and the DCCC servers. Potentially, they weren't exfiltrated, but we know the emails got out. That's 100%. They were.
They could have been leaked, though.
Yes, of course.
But what's the difference between a USB or whatever getting plugged in and somebody exfiltrating it through a hacking situation?
The purpose of why the emails were released.
Motivations.
One of the differences is the metadata that you see on the documents, and the metadata of the documents is very much against the USB theory. It just is.
There you go.
The Guccifer 2.0 metadata has like little indicators that it was CIA software. Do y'all not?
No,
do y'all not know that?
No, I don't know that. I don't believe it.
There's a program, Ray McGovern, and I know you like to trash him, but
I don't like to trash him. I mean,
it's just wrong.
There's a program where you can just like put it in there, and it has stuff. The author.
It'd be nice to think that the CIA has better programs.
No, the author was the founder of the
stuff?
KGB. The author was the founder of the KGB. Did y'all not know that?
No, I don't. Look, I know. Okay, I know the story you're talking about. Look, you're all mixed up. In the first tranche of but this is one of the things in the Goose for 2 documents that is strange, and let me just walk you through it. In the first document, in the first tranche of documents that Goose for 2 dropped, he had opened the documents briefly, resaved them, and in the process of resaving them, added metadata which showed the username of the person that had saved it. And the metadata of the username was Felix Edmundovich, which was the patronymic of Dzerzhinsky, the founder of the Cheka. And so all of the intel, the security agencies like Threat Connect and SecureWorks, and said, oh, this was some sort of OPSEC error by the Russians, and the fact that Felix Dzerzhinsky's username is on it proves that this is the KGB that hack the emails. Well, it's like saying that if somebody somebody had a username of J. Edgar Hoover, that proved that the FBI hacked it because the hacker used the name of J. Edgar Hoover. The other thing is that the modification of the documents was totally pointless. The only reason that there was no functional reason for the documents being opened other than the addition of this metadata. And so in say the ClimateGate hack, which I'm familiar with, the hacker they didn't open any of the documents and save it and change the metadata. The metadata on the documents was the original metadata, so that so if you want the documents to look authentic, they need to have their original timestamps, and so you don't open them and resave them and change the metadata. So, the evidence of that. So all the U.S. media grabbed that Felix Dzerzhinsky username as evidence that it was a Russian hack, but whatever it wasn't evidence of anybody could have done that.
No, but Stephen, hold on a second. It actually flies in the face of reality, because if it was a true Russian intel hack, some idiot using Felix Dzerzhinsky, he'd be fired and he'd be writing parking tickets in Siberia in about 15 minutes. I actually don't believe that somebody using the name Felix Dzerzhinsky could actually be part of a professional government-sponsored hacking operation.
Well, that's not.
Thank you, Felix.
Just let me say it. I mean, I'm not saying that. I agree with that. I mean, that was a position I took. I mean, it said this makes no sense. But the people who said that were the learned security professionals in the United States who said this. So I mean, it just seems stupid to me. Now, exactly who did that?
It was a good narrative. It was a good narrative.
Stephen, you were on track to talk about Guccifer 2 as well. Don't lose your steam.
Well, just
fraud.
I don't know.
I think that was it. I think that's what he wanted to say.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, I think that. I think that the Guccifer 2 thing is probably like the Alpha Bank hoax. I mean, there's, we haven't had any information on Guccifer 2 in 4 years that enables any progress on it. So, but out of the blue, we get this progress on the Alpha Bank front, and there are a bunch of people on the Alpha Bank front that are perfectly capable of doing the Guccifer 2 hoax as well.
Absolutely.
And I mean,
guys, I know Michael Friedman, who's the CEO of Alpha Bank. It's complete bullshit.
Yep.
Yeah, we know
complete bullshit. Complete and utter bullshit.
Yeah, and it was facially bullshit from the beginning. But
I think we're speaking more to the counterfeiting of the information than that.
Ray McGovern thinks that Guccifer 2.0 was John Brennan.
Well,
that's a classic.
It's just garbage. Like it's not like okay. Ray McGovern thinks Guccifer 2.0. Like I've heard this from a bunch of those guys on that side that Guccifer 2.0 is John Brennan and stuff like that. Like there's no way it's John Brennan. Like,
do you not think he was not capable of organizing it?
I don't think there's any reason why he would.
Guys, you guys are guessing at intel operations. Come on.
There's no point in actually thinking this. It's just like a reach in the dark.
Yeah, agreed. There's no point. Yeah, I mean, without data, you just don't know. I mean, it's a mystery.
You don't know. You don't know anything. Yeah, and could it be? It could be one of 400 things.
You think John Brennan was sitting on his computer just DMing Robin Young for like 5 days? I kind of doubt it. Like I have ideas.
Absolutely.
Have you not heard the story about him like with the lights on up at night?
Like us right now.
Working on the ICA.
I mean, that's fine, but that doesn't have anything to do with Guccifer 2.0 and him DMing random people all the time. It's a hacktivist of some sort. I think.
I mean, it's a weird situation. I mean, like, for example, the ClimateGate hack, where I had, where I got emails eventually from the hacker. I mean, the hacker didn't want to get caught, and so the strange thing, and kept off of social media. And so the whole shtick of Guccifer 2, sort of taunting everybody on social media and having accounts on U.S. owned corporations like Twitter and WordPress, and I mean, it just like it's weird, it just is. I mean,
sure.
I mean, and I find it hard to believe. I mean, my ideas about what Russians might be doing are being changed by Felix tonight. But I mean, I find it hard to believe that anybody would be.
That's good.
Yeah, but would be.
Stephen, by the way, I think you're brilliant. Give me one example of what perceptions changed based on what I said. I'm just curious.
Well, the idea that there had been a sort of some sort of like a direct collusion between senior people in the Clinton campaign and senior people in the KGB is something that I'd not contemplated. I mean, I sort of like this like I had.
It's a fact. It's a fact.
Okay.
By the way, it's a
But what
fact,
if it wasn't KGB
and you'll
at
hear
all?
about
Okay,
it.
but you see,
It was, and you'll hear about.
You see, the theory that, like, my take on the on Danchenko was, I view. Do you remember the novel Our Man in Havana or Taylor of Panama, where?
Yeah, of course.
Yes.
And I
Yes.
viewed my take on Danchenko, and I'm if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Was that he was like Our Man in Havana or Taylor in Panama, that he had no real sources. He was making stuff up. He was doing so to, and that
That's not true. He had unimpeachable sources. He had Dolan.
Dolan.
Dolan was
which
his
Aaron
unimpeachable
Mate
source.
uncovered today.
No, but I mean, I'm talking about that. But that Galkina didn't know anything, and that Vorontsov didn't know anything, and that he never talked to Millian, so that like this, so, or to be fair, that like the Our Man in Havana had sources in the sense that he read the newspapers and then he added narrative to open source information and imputed magic powers to people that didn't know anything. And so that's been my theory of Danchenko.
And who never returned his calls.
Right. So
Thank God. And by the way,
so
Sergey's here. Hey, Sergey.
Sergey, why'd you block me?
We had a nice prayer for your family tonight, by the way. There were still prayers going out for you, brother.
This is the weirdest conversation I've ever had in my whole life.
This is amazing.
Who's Sergey?
Sergey Millian.
Felix, you know
Sergey, how are you? Of course I know Sergey.
Why'd you block me?
So we've had Michael Caputo, Felix Satter, now Sergey Millian, Svetlana Lakova.
This is a great crew.
This is the.
There's a Pfizer on this. There's a Pfizer on this space, Steve.
Yeah, I was worried about that myself.
Yeah.
We could pull Flynn into the conversation. We'd have a trifecta.
If he wasn't banned, he'd be in here. I guaranteed.
Yeah, he probably didn't realize what was happening.
Well, I mean, he's not on Twitter anymore, so I guess he can't get on here. Unfortunately.
When are we going to deplatform Dorsey?
Dorsey?
The owner of Twitter.
Oh, God.
I just hate his fucking beard.
When we move to Truth, and then he tries to get an account, and we deplatform him or whatever it is.
Guys, I'm older than all of you. I think I'm about to fade out.
Steve, what do you do, by the way, for a living?
I'm retired. Squash, yeah. Yeah.
What did you used to do?
I was in the mining business, mineral exploration business.
Got it.
I mean, at university, I studied pure math, and it went I went to Oxford, so I was at Oxford probably the same. I was at Oxford at the same time as Bill Clinton.
Were you a Rhodes Scholar also?
No, I was mad. I didn't win. I was a Commonwealth Scholar. I felt I should have won the Rhodes. I've always been grumpy about that.
Well, I have to tell you, if you are leaving, and if I don't get a chance, it was beyond a pleasure and an honor to speak to you and listen to you. You're brilliant.
Well, thank you. Well, I feel flattered. Well, at some point, what I'd love, if it hadn't been for COVID, I thought that it would have been interesting to have some sort of conference in Washington to sort of present all of the stories and anecdotes but to do it in a fairly professional way where everybody made sort of 15-minute presentations or 20-minute presentations, and I think we'd get a pretty good audience.
Yeah, problem is, a couple of those idiots would march on the Capitol again.
Yeah.
They definitely would. Somebody would have definitely planned that.
They would have been set up. There would have been more feds in the audience than real attendees.
But one of the nice things about our, Felix, one of the nice things about our corner of Twitter is being like guys like Walkafire and Fool Nelson. I'm not used to dealing with people that I feel are just as good or better than me, and they are. So.
You gotta DM me there so I could follow them.
I'm right here.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
That's your host.
No, I didn't. I'm sorry. I didn't say. I apologize. Sorry.
Yeah,
no, I was kidding.
You're the host.
Yeah. So I like, for example, I think the identification of Denchenko. Well, it was actually one of our readers, but clearly without the work we'd done to kind of lay the groundwork, the reader wouldn't have spotted Denchenko. But his work was smart. What he did. Felix, I don't know whether you know the story. Is that I guess from the EC, we figured out a lot of the characteristics of Denchenko, but in particular, he was a lot younger than we thought. From the descriptions earlier, we thought he must have been an old a defector from the Soviet period, and it turned out from the bio in the EC that he was more likely in his 30s. He was in his 30s, and so way younger. And that he had been to university in the United States, and that his name was 4-letter first name and 9-letter last name. And one of our readers had the bright idea of he'd seen an article by Jacob Applebaum, which had identified some of the younger associates at Orbis that worked for Steele. And so he went to look at the social media contacts of Kieran Porter, who is one of the 30-something Orbis employees that was named by Applebaum, and there were, say, 600 names, and he just plowed through them to find a 4 + 9 and came up with Igor Denchenko, and then Googled Igor Denchenko and found his thesis, and it was from the University of Louisville, and we knew that Denchenko had been to a U.S. university with 10 letters, and that he was also from a Russian city that had 4 characters in its name, and that Denchenko was from Perm, and so and then in his thesis, he thanked Fiona Hill and Clifford Gaddy for advice, and all of a sudden you could tell that we could identify that the redacted institute that he'd worked for was Brookings, and everything fell into place instantly. But it was working through the social media. Then Nelson Denchenko was busy scrubbing his social media on the Sunday, And just as he was doing it, Nelson found a post. I forget whether it was on Facebook or LinkedIn, in which there
It was on Facebook.
It
was on Facebook.
And that he was a picture of Denchenko in sort of the outfit of a Greek soldier, a Greek hoplite from from the classical period, and there are about 70 people that sort of liked the Facebook post, and out of the 70 people, 4 of them were the sources that were named in the it could be identified as sources. Like Vorontsov was one of the Ivan Vorontsov, Olga Galkina, Mila Podobodeva. So they all. So this high flying spying operation, they were all liking Igor's heroic picture on Facebook. It was so it wasn't it was clever. It was clever detective work, but it wasn't magic.
When you say
It was
read
almost
our stuff,
magic.
when you said people who read our stuff, what stuff? What do you guys write? Where? On Fool?
Just on Twitter.
Oh, just on Twitter. Got it. I'm following the wrong people on Twitter. I got to tell you, because I just started following you guys.
Oh
yeah. You've been missing out then.
Oh, I feel like I missed a lot.
Yeah, well, you would have loved the identify. You would have loved but there's real sense of discovery when we were just, when you're in real time. I mean, imagine, if you will. I mean, here we are, sort of people. None of us speak Russian, and we're sorting out who these.
I would have gotten you translators on this stuff, guys.
No, we didn't. We didn't need it. We didn't need it. I mean, we just.
They're liking each other, right? This major spy ring.
Yeah, but I mean, like within within 4 or 5 days, we figured this all out.
Their affidavits were in English.
So
no, they're actually in Russian, but they translated to English.
So look, I learned a long time ago an old Russian expression: "Shit always floats to the top." So
we'll say that in Russian.
Говно всегда всплывает.
Okay. Well, guys, I'm out. This has been fun.
Stephen, thank you. It was a pleasure to meet you.
Yeah,
okay, until next time.
Please invite me again, guys.
Yeah, Felix, thanks for coming on. It was awesome. I know you're shouting out Svetlana. I don't know if she's still listening there. I know I see her right there, but I know she's been through a lot too. And it was awesome to have you come on.
I really, really we don't know each other, but I really commiserated with her. I was like, they just took a normal person, and they just said, "Hey, let's destroy her."
Well, you should have. You weren't in, Felix. You weren't in here for Michael Caputo's.
No, but I got a text.
It was quite.
The rant
quite
from
moving.
Caputo was amazing. I heard.
Yeah, it was.
It was awesome.
Well, they called it a rant, but I know Michael Caputo doesn't rant. But Michael Caputo is another person whose life got taken away. I mean, I could completely understand. They literally just destroyed me. I mean, friends of mine who did business with me, serious people, turned around and said, "Felix, we love you. We'll do anything you want for you. We can't do business with you. We can't afford the press. We don't need it."
Yeah.
Said, if we associate with you right now, and this is for 5 years, they turn me, of all people, forget the fact of what I did for the U.S. government and spied on the Russians. My 2 great grandfathers were executed by the Soviets. The likelihood of me being an agent it was like insult, And today, when I found out that they were the ones who I actually didn't find out today. I found out earlier. I knew. That's why I texted that 2 days ago, because I knew what was. I didn't realize that it was him who was going to get arrested. But I knew that there was stuff happening, because just whatever. There's some things going on in the background. This isn't the last of it. It was like a crazy day. I was like, 5.
And
it's not redemption. And it's not redemption because you got idiots like Scott Stedman coming in and saying, "Did you?"
Oh my God! Why did he come in here?
That's
So
why I'm like, are you gonna actually make a point about like whatever happened today, or are you just gonna ask Felix about dumb shit? What a fucking idiot!
yeah, he's a fucking idiot. But whatever.
Anyway,
God bless him.
I was glad that I knew enough about the Kazakhstan's
Yeah.
the actual Kazakhstan uranium deal that I could at least talk through in details that he didn't know anything about, and that saved Felix from having to deal with it.
Steven,
Yeah, you ran
you
away
are
with that.
amazing, and thank you so much. Really excellent.
Okay. Well, anyway, let's. Anyway, nice to meet you.
Pleasure.
Nice to meet
Thank you.
everybody. Okay.
Thank you
Bye.
for inviting me in.
And obviously another victim was Sergey, and I see him there. And Sergey, we're praying for your family as well. It was great to see you.
Yeah. Is Sergey is Sergey sort of on speaker? It would be nice to talk to him.
I invited him, but I don't think he wants to talk.
Okay,
but
that's fine.
Just wanted to keep him in our thoughts, and he was exonerated today, which is great. And Felix is great having you, Svetlana.
Yeah.
Sergey, Cody, Ryan, Thunder B, all the rest. We'll see you later. It was fun.
Okay, bye.
Thank you. Good night, everyone.
Yep. Good night, guys. All right.